Welcome everyone for the second day of the ESL Regionals. I am Steadfast and I'm joined by the handsome, effervescent Loco. Loco, how you doing today?
I am doing really well, man. That is a much better introduction than what Wardy gave me yesterday. I don't even remember what Wardy said, but you've topped it easily, Steadfast. How are you doing?
I like to start things off strong. You know, I'm doing pretty well.
Yeah.
I'm excited to see the new Sentry in action. You know, I know you guys got to mess around with some PvPs, but today we get to really dive into those PvPs. We got 6 PvPs out of a possible 12 matches, 4 matches in the Asia regional, 8 in the European region. And I mean, you know, what are your thoughts on the new Sentry so far?
It seems to actually allow for a little bit more survivability, especially in the earlier stages of a PvP, right? So on the Asian server yesterday, we did see some Protoss versus Protoss then as well. There wasn't really too much Sentry shenanigans, but we made up for that on Europe a little bit later, where quite a few of the players actually did open up with up to like 3 sentries early on. You know, it's like 1 Stalker, triple sentry. Technically, I guess you could do that in the previous patch, but it'd be very risky, and it seems like a pretty standard build order right now. So obviously, still a lot of that is in flux, right? We'll have to see how the matchup develops over the next couple of weeks, but it does seem like the Sentry change in particular has helped PvP quite a bit.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say that, the removal of the light tag, as much as the boost in DPS, has made it a lot sturdier. And it's funny to see. I've already seen a couple of games where people have gone up to like 5, 6, 7 sentries, and it's a little bit wonky, but I'm sure that'll stabilize over time. For now, of course, we do have to thank our sponsors, without whom we wouldn't have the opportunity to, you know, do this whole shebang. So a big thank you to Blizzard, of course, for making this game that we've, sunk our lives into and love so much. Monster Energy, U.S. Air Force, and the ESL Shop. And in addition, we do have the DreamHack Dallas coming up. This is, of course, a regional qualifier. And the whole point of this is to, you know, try and qualify for Dallas. So that's going to be taking place in, end of May, beginning of June. And you can hit that up if you're so inclined. I am definitely thinking about that myself. And it's going to be pretty cool. Of course, you can use the promo code StarCraft when buying those tickets. If you go to dreamhawk.com/Dallas/tickets, use the code, get the stuff, love everything, and just be happy.
There it is, man. Yeah, we've got basically a month of StarCraft coming your way. I don't know the exact schedule, but Wardy told me yesterday we basically have a broadcast for the next 4 weeks, except for Mondays, because then we have a broadcast for the ESL Open Cups instead, right? That's not going to be on this channel necessarily, but there's basically about 8 to 12 hours of StarCraft every day for the next 4 weeks. That's essentially what it comes down to. So if you're tuning in right now, we'll be here for as long as the games are run. So we're going to be here for a while, and even though there's going to be quite a few Protoss versus Protosses, we have, well, a lot of other matchups also coming up. I'm looking forward to it, man. It's gonna be a long day, but it's gonna be a fun one, I'm sure.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a lot of fun. And without further ado, I think we are pretty much ready to go. We're going to start things off with a couple of players. One who you've almost definitely heard of if you're familiar with the StarCraft 2 scene, and one that you might be a little bit less familiar with. It is going to be Nice versus Lemon. Lemon is a really interesting case. Of course, we know Nice pretty well. I guess we'll talk about this as we get into the game. But yeah, do you know the phenomenon of Lemon a little bit?
Well, enlighten me. I'm not exactly sure what you're aiming at here, but I'm sure you have something here you wanted to share. So,
well, he actually originally was a Zerg player. Well before this. If you go on Wikipedia does not tell you the truth about the situation. But he was, in fact, a Zerg player before and is now a combined Protoss Terran, but he does predominantly play Protoss now. So it's kind of cool. He's kind of gone through the, the 3 stages of grief in StarCraft 2.
Basically, yeah. You know that moment when the grass is always greener on the other side, and the reason you lose is definitely not because you made mistakes, but because your opponent's race is a little bit better. I think we've all flip-flopped between races at some point at the beginning of playing StarCraft, but it is fun. There's actually been quite a few players lately that have been playing multiple races, and yeah, Lemon being one of them.
That there have, and with that, we are going to get things kicked off here, because we have spawning up at the top left for Little Fairy. It is Nice in the red.
And his opponent, all the way in the opposite corner of Oceanborn for this best of 3 series, we have none other than Lemon. Mapu, of course, controlling the camera as well, hiding in the background.
Yes.
Yesterday, he also observed all of the games, which was really lovely.
Huge thank you to Mapu, taking a massive weight off of our shoulders. We like to think we're good observers, but you know, we're coping a little bit. That's why we bring in the pros.
Well, it's one of those things, especially when it's like a long day, right? It's very easy. I noticed this with my own observing. It's very easy to, for example, miss a Widowmine drop that determines the entire game, right? Like, there's those moments that you just completely miss on camera, especially when you're live for a long while. And having a dedicated observer certainly does make all of that a little bit easier.
Yeah, it certainly does. And I mean, I've missed some things that are pretty inexcusable to miss. Like I'll get distracted in the first 2 minutes of a game and be like, oh, what's the Terran doing with their gas right now? Like, oh, you know, they're mining their minerals. I can see they're boosting their minerals. And then like while that's happening, or I'll like get distracted by a build, like the Reaper will show up at the Zerg's base and start killing, you know, Lings. And then it kills 2 Lings, and I'm like, oh, the Reaper has 2 kills. That's good news for them. Like,
it's all right. It happens. I notice it especially with like Zerg versus Protoss, because Zerg versus Protoss, usually the first 4 minutes, and the key word in that sentence is usually, right? The first 4 minutes are very predictable, but yeah, sometimes I guess players do like to mix it up, and if you're on autopilot a little too much, it can get a bit messy.
Yeah, it certainly can. And speaking of mixing things up a little bit here, we've got Nice with the fake proxy pylon, just trying to force out a response from Lemon. Lemon not really taking the bait too much. He's looking around for potential proxies, but he's not too worried. Oh, now this is a funny thing that can happen in PvP. This is...
They're both trying to outsmart each other, right? But they're doing it in the exact same location on the map, but neither of them realizes that they've done it. So it's funny for us, but for them, they don't really notice it anytime soon.
No, and it does look like it might be... So we do have a 3rd gate coming up from Lemon in the main base. I don't think we're going to see a 4th gate on location, but there will be an opportunity to get a little bit aggressive with this.
Nice is going to scout it, though. He actually sees it right now as he just ran a probe into the opponent's main base. So Nice knows exactly what he's playing against at this point, which is really nice for... It's one of the downsides of having a nickname that's a word you use frequently. It's like when time used to go by the nickname time, you don't realize how frequently you use the word time until you're casting time. The same situation here with Nice.
It's exactly that. It is exactly that. It's quite a nuisance. We do have that new sentry with its fresh coat of paint coming on in here. There is going to be a couple of adepts trying to shade into the main base. I wonder if he will commit. He is going to go for it, but yeah, the risk of force fields made that a little bit dangerous. And he gets a pylon, but that's not really... Is that really worth it for what he lost?
No.
I don't think so.
No, he's also not really making use of that 3rd gateway just yet, right? So obviously he's just stacking up here and doing all of the... what we consider to be conventional moves for this particular matchup, but he's not really getting a lot of value just yet out of that additional gateway here, so that also does slow you down ever so slightly. I mean, the differences are, of course, quite small. They're not really gonna, you know, make that big of a difference at this point in time, but it all adds up, especially when you're both pretty much playing the same units. One thing, though, that Lemon does have going for himself right now is a much faster blink upgrade. So we have the Twilight Council on the production tab as well for Nice, but it's gonna be a while until that finishes.
Yeah, that is something. So I really like Lemon's setup in general, even though the attack didn't work out with the double adept. It was an attack that had high potential upside. He is, of course, going to lose this pylon, but he's got enough supply to not be supply blocked right now. And the 3 gate could have given him opportunities. Like, this was not a... Obviously, it didn't work out particularly well, but because he teched quickly behind it, because his Nexus was still well-timed, this is not a bad situation for Lemon at all. And I might even maybe prefer his situation, at least in terms of potential play. Now, we'll see if he can actually get anything done with this blink timing. And if he doesn't, I mean, Nice's Nexus is quicker, but there is some real potential.
Immediately goes into a Dark Shrine as well after getting rid of that hallucinated Phoenix. Now, we already were talking about the Sentry a little bit ago. The Sentries are just a more popular unit, and even though it's just a bit stronger overall and a little bit more sturdy, that also means that you're going to have more hallucinated Phoenixes flying around the map. Scouting in general, usually quite tricky for Protoss. Protoss usually doesn't have quite as much vision out on the map as, well, especially compared to, for example, Zerg, but also compared to Terran, it can be quite difficult to figure out exactly what's happening. So scouting that your opponent has a Dark Shrine already about halfway done is very, very good here for Lemon. Then again, though, of course, this is a pretty standard transition in this matchup, right? We see it very frequently, but he instead decides to go into charge.
Yeah, the Dark Shrine these days is not that expensive, so I don't hate the play, but I do like the response from Lemon right here. He is going to be going for, as you said, that charge. Very quick 4th Nexus, which feels very bold, but as long as you don't probe it up and you kind of match your opponent's production, match your opponent's economy, it just acts as like a potential gateway, which is a weird thing to say because, of course, gateways exist in the game, but it acts as a potential gateway towards the late game. Now, we are going to see Nice popping into the natural with a couple of Stalkers. It is just a 2-gas setup for the moment. Look at that. Cute. Gets one probe, gets out, doesn't really lose anything, and tests his opponent pretty solidly.
Yeah, plus he distracted 5 Stalkers there, right? So that's definitely... It's one of those things that's very APM intensive, but definitely worth it. Now, speaking of APM intensive things, now suddenly there's a bunch of invisible dudes inside of the main base, causing some havoc, and we at the meantime also, or in the meantime, we have a push over here at the bottom. One of the sentries does get picked off. Can he get that Nexus? That Nexus started off a long time ago, so I don't think he's going to be able to snipe it. There's a lot of fighting going on over here, though, and it looks like Nice simply just has the superior Stalker count.
Yeah, just a few more units. That fight started off with about 8 force fields being casted in 2.5 seconds, and it ended up with not really either side gaining an advantage in that situation. Very interesting scenarios. The recall goes through. Now we have a counter recall. Ends up losing, I think, 3 Stalkers on that recall. Lemon obviously losing the 4th base. But with +1 weapons completing and that quick charge, the potential for a counterattack is very strong right now.
Absolutely. Lemon is going to go across the map. He knows that economically he's going to be a bit behind right now, to say the least. He does have that charge upgrade already done here, but it's going to finish up for Nice in just a moment, who's also going into Immortals. So Lemon does have slightly higher unit numbers at this point in time, but he needs to get something done as well, because he's going to fall behind economically with this 4th Nexus right now done here for Nice. It looks like Nice will be able to push all of this back. Immortals are going to be joining in this army too in just a moment. That's going to make these Stalkers and Zealots just noticeably weaker.
Yeah, this is kind of turned into a very strange situation, because Nice was actually able to get away with a lot of probe production there. Obviously, he loses 5 probes on the, counterattack, but he holds his 4th Nexus, will enjoy that economic lead. However, Lemon will have this +2 timing that is going to once again swing. Right now, he's got an upgrade lead, but it's going to swing it again in his favor. It will come down a little bit to the complexities of the armies with the 2 Immortals. If they're shooting Stalkers of Lemon, it's obviously fantastic for Nice, but you do have to be super careful about taking a fight at any time when you're down in upgrades.
Yeah, you're absolutely right there. There's a Prism moving towards the left side of the map, so Lemon hoping to maybe distract his opponent just a bit. Nice currently moving around at the 12 o'clock position. Here's those Zealots, and there is one photon cannon over here, really confusing the AI. And look at the probes right there, turning their little tasers against the opponent too, and that actually trapped a bunch of the Zealots. Big warp in the main base. Okay, at least some of those Zealots did finish up. The Prism at this point is gone, and that really does make all of this so much trickier. In the meantime, Nice also defended on the right side of the map. Really well handled right here, not really running into a whole lot of issues at all.
That was a fantastic defense. That probe pull was perfect. It blocked 3 of the Zealots from hitting that cannon. And if he's even like 0.2 seconds later, I think all 4 Zealots are hitting the cannon. Sure, you can warp in, but it becomes a lot more complicated to defend. Now, we do have a Zealot run by on the top side getting completely caught out here. I think, yeah, I don't see any reason why Nice doesn't just chase this down. I guess he doesn't have map vision on the left side, so he's worried about the main army hitting and committing too many units. He's still going to run it down eventually. There's the recall to just save what he can, but Lemon is super far behind now. He was in a rough spot earlier, but now it's now we're like, okay, how do you possibly get out of this?
Yeah, so we were talking about the advantages he had earlier. He had an upgrade advantage, but that entire fight we saw took place before his +2 finished up, so he didn't really have any use of that advantage just yet. Now, currently there is only +1 done right here for Nice, but he's got so many units that I don't think it really matters. He could wait for maybe a half minute or so, but I think he's going to try and push the issue. Aggressive blink forward right here by Nice. He's going to be able to get rid of the opponent's zealots very, very rapidly. And he's going to be able to target fire down that overcharged battery. And those Immortals are having a grand old time just shooting at whatever they can. Lemon is going to be cornered over here. He's warping in whatever is possible, but he simply does not have the numbers. And as long as those Immortals are alive, I mean, those Immortals are just, every time they fire, like a third of the Stalker dies, right? And they fire, well, they're tiptoeing around right now, but they're firing a lot.
Yeah, they're getting a lot of damage done. They're really making it so that Lemon can't kind of stick around. Because once those Immortals bring their firepower to bear, it's just too much. But I really think the turning point here was when that 4th base got sniped and Lemon wasn't able to do enough on the counter damage.
Yeah.
And from that point on, Nice kind of just never looked back. It was very comfortable, and he takes game 1.
Absolutely. Nice also showing some stellar defense at home. So obviously he managed to get the kill on his opponent's Nexus there, that 4th base going down seemingly pretty easy, but he lost quite a few units in the process too, especially when he had to recall on out of there. And then ultimately, he defended very nicely at home too, right? We brought up the Probe Micro there, but then also sniping that Prism nice and quickly before the entire group of Zealots could finish warping in. Honestly, excellent game right there by Nice, not really running into a whole lot of issues. And yeah, that's the type of game where you're quite frustrated, I think, as Lemon, because it's not like you made like one ginormous blunder, right, and you just solved that in your second game, but it kind of feels like you got outplayed a little bit. What in the world do you do here if you're playing a normal macro game and it seems like you fall behind from, just the opponent playing slightly better in almost every way?
Yeah, it's definitely not a comfy situation to try and maneuver yourself out of. It did feel like there was some confidence he had moving around the map. But it feels like Nice is just so much more experienced in this matchup. As I did mention, Lemon, even though he's been a Protoss for a while now, he still was a Zerg for a lot of his professional career. And Nice has been around the block and back, you know, even though he hasn't always been the king of this region, with Haas being quite a thorn in his side pretty much forever. It's still been, it's still been a region that he's really been strong in, obviously.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It's been Nice going up against Haas for many, many years right now. Nice, certainly one of the favorites. So far, he's looking good in the series, but game number 2 in his best of 3, we find ourselves on a brand new map. It's Golden Aura, and in the top left-hand corner, it's Lemon. Brand new for this series anyways, right?
Yeah, exactly. And spawning down on the bottom right for Little Fairy, it is Nice. In the red. And we are going to see what happens here on Golden Aura, as you mentioned. It is one of these maps that survived the axe, the great culling of the of the map pool. It's
about 50% of them did not make the cut, but apparently Golden Aura was strong enough to survive.
Yeah, exactly. It's it's that gold base. It's that beautiful aesthetic. It's the fact that you can't harm a player who takes 3 bases if they really decide you're not going to harm them. They can set up pretty strongly.
Really, you used the word beautiful there. I feel like the maps we have in modern StarCraft 2 are actually all very good looking. It's a funny thing to bring up, but we've kind of gotten used to it. But back in the day, the maps sometimes just looked a little bit plain. I feel like map makers have really been doing a phenomenal job over the last couple of years, especially just making these maps look very distinct. I remember when we first saw the maps getting decorated, for example. I remember it was this map called Acolyte. and I couldn't see my own units very well on that map. Like, the contrast was so high and everything was so dark that I just couldn't really distinguish which units were mine. So I feel like, yeah, the maps are nice and bright. They look good. They're decorated properly. I really think we're a little spoiled in that regard. Nobody really discusses that all too often, but... Ooh, are we not using the second gateway? Okay, he starts up the Stalker right now.
Yeah, it looks like Lemon was not beside the gateway at that exact moment, I think. So Nice taking advantage of that and says, okay, yeah, we're going to proxy a Twilight Council. I don't need to bother, you know, fooling you, so to speak. And he set the table with this in the first game with that fake proxy pylon. Now he goes for a real proxy pylon. But is this going to be Blink? Is this going to be DT Shrine? We will see. He doesn't have the gas yet to make that choice. Probe is getting chased down, but inevitably will suffer the suffer that death. Oh, yeah.
That's a cheeky little scout. This guy coming all the way from the left side of the map decides to just go straight into the main base, and he can start counting pylons, right? It's okay. Well, he should have gone a little further, I guess, if you really wanted to start counting pylons, but. Yeah, just knowing that... That's the problem in PvP, right? Even if you do see, hey, there's only 2 pylons where I expected there to be 3 at this point in time, it doesn't really tell you the full story, like what we saw in the previous game, where, yeah, just planting a bunch of pylons around the map is already something that can just catch your opponent off guard a little bit. But luckily here for Lemon, it isn't something super aggressive in the sense of Dark Templar. It's just going to be that Blink Stalker research, but you will still have to respect it.
Oh. And there is a third gateway coming in from Nice, so we could see a strong aggressive push. It looks like, yeah, he got scouted with that first pylon, and he's like, oh, okay, you know, yeah, you're right, jig's up, haha, I'm totally giving up on this. We are going to see this Twilight Council actually being scouted, but by this point, it's... Well, Lemon fortunately already has the correct tech to deal with this, because he did go for a very quick robo, and that's going to let him know... Well, maybe he can start up an extra shield battery with that extra little bit of time that he has, or that extra little bit of information. But he's just got to hold. That's his MO right now. Just hold.
Yes. Nice is going for a 1 base all-in. Lemon has decided that he needs that expansion to stay alive, of course. I am with you, though. Adding on another shield battery might not be a terrible choice. He's currently got 1 right over here. He is going into Immortals. Those are very expensive units, but if he can get that second one out, it is going to make life for him significantly easier. But obviously, there's always that moment where Nice can just jump on top of everything using that Blink research, and he can, well, shut them down in a heartbeat. So here we go. Oh, don't bleed out a Stalker before the fight begins.
Ooh, good force fields right there. Going to protect the Immortal. It does get tagged, but that is a lot of dead Stalkers for Nice there to come in here. How many? Yeah, that was 4 Stalkers going down for Nice to the 3 and a Sentry of Lemon. Now, I need to point out, Lemon is still building probes. That is crazy right now. He could have 2 more shield batteries, 3 more shield batteries. He is going so ham with this. We are going to see the blink in coming on, and there's the battery overcharge. Oh, and there's no way. Yeah, that's instantly going to be a GG. Oh, man. Well done.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. He could like 10 workers ago, right? Maybe sitting at like low 30s would have made that game a little bit more comfortable, but he didn't even need it. Like, you know, it's a rough game when you go for the aggressive blink forward. It's like your last ditch effort, and you don't actually have enough Stalkers to kill, you know, against even just a regular shield battery to kill one of those Immortals. Then the battery overcharge comes in, and you realize, yeah, there's really no way to do it. But Nice had to pull a rabbit out of a hat there. He decided to give it a try, but yeah, his alternative, I guess, was making a Nexus and going all the way back home, but he would fall so far behind against that eco there from Lemon. So it does mean that our first series here is going to be a series that will go to game number 3, Steadfast.
Yeah, that was not super common necessarily for you guys yesterday. So yeah, it definitely, nice, definitely makes some nice changes. I think it's nice to start off with a, you know, longer form match. I will say that was a little bit of a weird build from Nice to go for, like particularly on Golden Aura. But with the quick blink, maybe he was just hoping that Lemon would open up with a quick Twilight Council of his own. Because if Lemon opens up Twilight Council or Stargate or basically anything that's not quick Immortals, it's going to be a really difficult defense.
Absolutely. Then again, I guess he was 1-0 ahead in this series, right? So he had a little bit of wiggle room. Maybe he had a read on his opponent, and he figured he could just, well, catch him off guard with this very quick Stalker opener. Lemon clearly was well prepared against it. And yeah, he didn't scout it until quite late, but luckily for him, he had already put down the Robo facility. So if you're already almost like rock, paper, scissors, right? You go for your correct build order, and you get a little bit lucky. Yeah, sometimes you just happen to have those Immortals in the Protoss versus Protoss matchup, and they helped him out quite a bit. In case you're just now tuning in, we're doing 4 best of 3s for the Asian server, and then we're doing 8 as well for the European region. So, ton of StarCraft 2 coming your way. This is just the very first best of 3 of the day. Gonna be doing 12 here in total, so our first series of the day is immediately gonna go to Game 3.
That it is. And I'm interested to see, because I don't think we're going to see Nice going for anything ultra aggressive once again, but time will tell.
Alrighty.
And, oh, yeah, go for it.
Ourselves. Oh, yeah, okay. So spawning right here, in the top right-hand corner of Ghost River, playing with the blue Protoss pieces, we have Lemon.
And his opponent spawning up at the top left for Little Fairy. It is Nice. In the red.
Okay. Ghost River, of course, one of the new maps. Luckily for us, the new maps have been played a lot so far in this tournament. So, obviously, this is for a significant prize pool, right? This entire tournament and all of the regionals, all of it has a very substantial prize pool. And even though we've seen the new maps played quite a bit in the smaller online cups, where a couple $100 is on the line, I'm very excited to see that we also have the maps being played a lot in the larger tournaments. Because that was one of the concerns that I saw one of the referees actually talking about yesterday. It's like, yeah, we've been seeing him in the online cups, the smaller events, but what about the premier tournaments, right? What about the major tournaments? Will we still see the new maps pop up as frequently? And so far, the answer, yeah, is certainly... Yeah, it's certainly yes. We've seen this map a whole lot. We've seen all of the new maps a whole lot. And it's funny because they're very different than the other maps that were already around in the previous map pool too. It looks like, yeah, we've taken one additional step in the crazy direction when it comes to map design. And I'm all for it. It's been an absolute blast to see these maps develop. So Ghost River in particular, very, very quick air-to-air rush distance. And especially a little bit later on when you destroy the rocks, the ground-to-ground distance also is very, very rapid. It does seem like it's a bit different though overall because you only have 1/3 base option. A lot of maps these days have like 2, sometimes even 3 locations where you can build the 3rd. On this map, you don't really have that as a feature, so we'll have to see what the players have prepared.
Yeah, I want to make one small correction there, Loco. You said we took one step towards crazy maps. I feel like we took a giant leap. Like, I feel like we
can take another leap for me, man. I'm okay with that.
Yeah, it was big. Like, there's so many crazy maps after such a like, quote-unquote, normal map pool. With Post-Youth feels really wild. Amphion with that gold bases and the natural, like, even Ghost River, I think, is pretty... considering the current state of SC2 and that, like, there's only 6 bases, that's pretty out there. You know? Yeah. Like... Yeah, and even Amphion. Actually, the obsession this time seems to be minerals. Mineral patches that you can mine out. That seems to be the new hotness.
But also just, just a few years ago, having top left versus top right would have been crazy. Not like diagonally symmetry. Like that is not really something we ever saw just a few years ago. And it's been fun to see the different maps develop because ultimately you have to adjust your strategies. Even if it's just slight. I feel like Crimson Court, for example, is a really good example of a solid macro map with a couple of twists. The players have been vetoing them, right? So considering we now have 9 maps, they could have very well vetoed this one, but they decided not to.
Yeah, and it's interesting because it all depends on what kind of madness you want to embrace, I guess, a little bit right here. As we do have this 4-stalker pressure coming in, it is going to find a little bit of nuisance value. Sentry is, of course, going to stay alive thanks to that shield battery. And ultimately,
it's also actually dishing out some damage. It's funny because you almost... I still look at these fights and almost disregard the Sentry damage entirely, but it's putting in some work against those shields.
And well, and the interesting thing, too, is that it actually gets... Oh, hold that thought. Oracle? No, it's going to get deflected. Nice job. The interesting thing is that Nice's micro almost, it empowers the sentry because he wants the shielded units to be the ones taking damage. So therefore, the sentry is burning the shields quicker. Like he's actually, by microing and pulling back the stalkers as they lose shields, he's actually increasing the sentry's damage output. Oracle, though, does actually get a lot of damage on that little run by 4 probes. Is nothing to shake a stick at.
Absolutely not. Keeping those oracles alive is also critical, and so far he's managed to do exactly that. There's a Dark Shrine on the back of this, and for Lemon, he does have a robo facility, so he should get some solid detection out, but it's one of those things where, yeah, margin for error is absolutely tiny. If you're not prepared against it, and a few Dark Templars slip in, and you lose another 4 workers, or 8 workers, or sometimes an entire mineral line worth, it can just be game over immediately. Then again, though, Lemon is going to go straight into the 3rd Nexus here. A very predictable location here at the very least for Nice, who is going to be able to start putting on some pressure on that 3rd Nexus here in just a moment using those Stalkers.
This was a little bit interesting. Lemon actually prioritized 2 Immortals over the Sentry, not Sentry, over the Observer there. Will miss the Stalkers, by the way. This is going to get a little bit weird. 6 Stalkers, I don't think can force a cancel on this Nexus. Oh, Oracle flying by. Oh my god, no way that just lived. No way. That was... that Oracle pilot had like 3 lucky rabbit feet.
You think there's a pilot inside of the Oracle? No way. I feel like it's probably remotely controlled. That's I don't even know how to. I don't know how Protoss does anything, but maybe there's a little pilot in there.
Is it doesn't like the Void something? Isn't that Zeratul personal ship? Oh my god, the blink forward in on top of this. This is very bold from Nice. I do not like it one bit. Guardian Shield and the force fields just crush that army. I think Lemon's about to take this series, maybe.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. He is looking dominant here. We have a Dark Templar transition, and even though he didn't rush out that Observer, he still has one in the mix, and that's honestly the most important thing. Now, there are a couple Dark Templar going across the map, but they're gonna have to put in a ton of work. Oracle goes back around again. You know what? This might not be over yet. Lemon does certainly have the more powerful army, but he doesn't currently have any detection at home. So there's one Observer. That one is, well, with his main army. There's no Photon Cannon, obviously. He didn't open up Oracles, so he's got no vision, and that's gonna cost him dearly. He decides to just continue fighting, by the way. All right, I like it, but it's very risky.
There's no reason to stop fighting right here. There's only 1 shield battery in the natural. Your opponent just lost so much stuff. He's going to kill a gateway. Probes are going to pull into this. There are force fields available, and he should be able to just kind of section some of these units off. I love the warping of Zealots. Blinking forward, grabs the War Prism. Very nice force field right there. Going to allow the Zealots to really go to town. Nice did lose the 3rd Nexus during all this, and he is losing probes, so even if he holds at this point, Lemon is actually way ahead economically.
You're absolutely right. Getting a lot of damage done. 17 additional probes have gone down. It looks like the Dark Templar on the other side of the map have been dealt with as well. It gets very chaotic. He was trying to micro that Observer and make sure that it didn't get sniped, because then suddenly defensive Dark Templar become an issue too, but yeah, very well handled right there by Lemon, all things considered. Losing that Oracle was super painful, though. If Nice would have been able to keep that one alive, I think it, would have been able to deal a lot more damage, but, well, I don't think Nice really has the units for it anymore. He's a full base behind on his opponent right now. There's not enough workers to properly saturate it, but Nice needs to get something done, and I am not 100% sure what he could even do here.
Neither am I. I'm impressed that he's still in this game, honestly. I do think a little bit of that is Lemon maybe being like, not knowing what to do, not expecting Nice to make that very bold and not, honestly, kind of disastrous move that he made, where he blinked in on top of the army. And it was one of those things where you're like, oh my god, okay, what do I do now? And he wasn't as decisive as he could have been. Nice, another very aggressive YOLO. 6 Stalkers kind of just getting thrown away right here. Lemon ready with the trap, will kill that last Stalker before it can escape. And, I mean, I guess Nice needed to do something bold, but that was not it. After losing a lot and falling behind economically, losing 6 Stalkers is not going to do him any favors.
Nope. I think he's the favorite going into this series, but sometimes the underdog can get it done. Lemon, a name that not everybody is going to be familiar with, is taking down one of the best and most competitive players from the region, it looks like. Here's Lemon going in for what will likely be the final attack in this series. Aggressive blink forward. He's going to be able to get rid of that shield battery. Very nicely handled here. I mean, yeah, the Immortal, it's going to need to kill basically 7 Stalkers in order for it to be justified. And that's never going to happen. Very impressive stuff right here by Lemon. I mean, Nice made a bunch of errors. Remember also the Oracle control was not quite as good. He fired the Nexus a couple times. He then sent it across the opponent's main base too. Maybe that was like an all-army hotkey. I'm not sure, but yeah, Lemon handling himself very well under all of this pressure. And even though Nice is not ready to tap out just yet, I don't see a way out.
Yeah, no, there's absolutely nothing he can do at that point, and game number 1 is going to go in the favor of Lemon. Very well done by Lemon. I don't think anyone had that on the old bingo card there. Lemon taking down Nice. I've seen some of Lemon's play, and I've been impressed, but Nice is a mainstay in the region. This is a significant upset. And of course, in this Swiss format, you're not looking at 7 matches that you play anymore. You play, 3 losses and you're out. Like this is a pretty big blow to Nice's chances.
Yeah, absolutely. And likewise, if you win 3 series with the Swiss format we're running here, it's well, you moving on to the next stage of the event as well. Yeah, impressed right here by Lemon. I think a lot of people would have assumed here that this was going to be a win for Nice, but he did it. Yeah, he did it cleanly.
Yeah, he did it cleanly. He did it very well, and I hope he feels very pleased about that one because, and I'm sure he does. But like, I definitely, there was a few moments of hesitation where I think he he panicked a little bit, just a little bit, and that inexperience could have bit him. But he was able to ultimately still take it down, and yeah, you got to be feeling great about that.
Absolutely. Well handled right there by Mr. Lemon. That does mean we are moving on to our next match. Luckily for us, it's going to be another Protoss versus Protoss. It's going to be Jieshi taking on SCV.
That it is. Yeah, it's going to be... Are we going right into it? I guess so. Or do we...
Well, sometimes we have a little bit of a break in between. I mean, I'm okay with not having a break, but I think there probably should be a bit of downtime before these games start.
Probably, yeah. So we're just going to take a brief little break, and we'll just take...
The referees are just fast, man. The referees are already ready with the lobby. The vetoes have been done. I mean, yesterday we were cruising as well. It was actually very cleanly handled, all things considered. We just... had very little downtime, and we just kept going from game to game. But sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no, that's good. They are great at what they do. I think we're going to take 5 minutes on the break timer, and we will be back after that. Stick around for more of the ESL Masters Asia Regionals. And we are back, everybody, for the second match of the day. That was, even though that went to game 3, it was still a pretty quick game, for sure. Pretty quick series. Nice was extremely decisive, but not necessarily in the best ways. But Lemon's going to be very happy with that result. And Nice, he's got more chances. He'll be fine.
Nah, absolutely. You're going to have to lose 3 series with the format that we are running before you're eliminated out of the tournament. And obviously, it does mean that his next opponent is going to be somebody as well who will then, for Nice at least, who will have lost his series too. So it should be, something he can still crawl back from for certain. Now, our next series is going to be another Protoss versus Protoss. We'll be getting that one underway in just a moment because the players have already been saying they're ready. I think they're just waiting for your cue, Steadfast. There we go.
That they were. It is going to be Jieshi. Of course, another mainstay of the region going up against SCV, who is not a Terran player. That is a little bit of a misnomer. It is going to be another Protoss. So we got another PvP coming on up. Jieshi,
just a space construction vehicle. That's all he is.
Oh yeah. Oh, that makes sense. I mean, that's definitely.
That's what Protoss do as well.
Yeah. I wonder what would happen if you put a Protoss in an actual SCV suit. I think it'd be. I wonder if they'd like know how to operate the controls. It's only one way to find out. Let's do it. And speaking of which, we are getting into game number 1 of this fresh series. Spawning up the top left, it is SCV in the blue.
His opponent, all the way in the bottom right-hand corner of Oceanborn, it's Jieshi. In the red. I did the same color introduction this time around. Nice, right?
Oh, yeah. Symmetry. People love symmetry. Now, this one's kind of cool because, Jieshi's kind of been around the block at this point, and he has... I think he's going to have a tough time challenging for first place in the region because, Oliveira exists, and Oliveira's been an absolute monster he's been a monster in this region for years, but obviously he found a new gear with that championship run. But I do think Jieshi is one of the players that could put up a fight. I look at players like Cyan, like Jieshi, like Coffee, as one of the players or some of the players that could be like, well, you know what? No, you're not a lock for this region. But we'll have to see if SCV can kind of maybe punch a little bit above his weight and find a little upset here.
No, absolutely. There are several players that are really good in this region, right? It's actually quite difficult to predict. I think it's pretty clear that Oliveira is going to be the favorite going into this entire region, but it's not going to be a clean path to victory, I don't think. Just maybe getting a bit of confidence as well, right? From winning Katowice last year, it certainly seemed to, make him a much better player all around, but Jieshi's certainly one of the players who can... Well, I don't even really want to call it an upset so much, but he's been really growing into his own over the years. Then again, though, the first match here, it's Protoss versus Protoss, right? And this is a matchup where the margin for error is tiny. So making one little mistake, and you know what? I was going to say, is that a mistake, or are we just trying to... Okay, there you go. Start it up, cancel the Zealot, and then go for the Nexus.
That is a very cute little move right here. That was a fake out if ever there was one. So he started that Zealot to show, like, hey, I'm going double unit. You don't need to worry about blocking my Nexus at this timing.
SCV did the same thing, by the way. He also canceled his second unit and then went into the Nexus. Yeah.
That is cute.
I think doing SCV... a single sentry expand? Is that basically what's going on right now?
That's what we're seeing. Yeah.
Somebody wake up Wardy. He's going to be excited. Wardy was so excited to see the new sentries yesterday, and then, well, we didn't really get to see them on this region, but now we have a sentry expand. Let's go.
It's so funny to do a 2-gate expand and then basically 1-gate expand anyways. Like, you've only used the first gateway for the first little bit. Obviously, it's not the same as a 1-gate expand, but
no.
At this point, the premise, like, I wonder if we'll see an evolution where players are like, you know what? Yeah, like, I can just build sentries, or like the power of the new sentry just pushes more and more people towards max paxing.
Maybe, yeah. There's one of those moments in StarCraft as well, right, where it's almost like a gentleman's agreement where we're like, okay, if I'm going to go for a fast expansion, Yeah, you're gonna do it too, right? And then we just end up both players just not really making a whole lot of units, because right now, do you really need any sort of unit that isn't a sentry, right? You know, sentries are pretty sweet here, which is kind of funny. They don't really, so just to clarify, they've lost their light tag, and they deal a little bit of additional damage to shields and all that, so they're just a little bit more sturdy, and they deal a bit more damage. It really isn't super significant on paper, but in actual games, they're just more sustainable to play. So, especially against like an Oracle, and you know, just the early game units, adepts as well, you just find yourself keeping, or you just find yourself with those sentries alive for a little bit longer, and well, obviously they're also really sweet for scouting. It's going to be gateways, by the way, here, added into the mix together with a robo facility for Jieshi, and then a Twilight Council for SCV. So a little bit of a tech deviation as a couple of adepts do sneak into the main.
Yeah, they managed to get their way in here, and that's going to be 4 probes. Not bad at all. Certainly an unforced error coming out here, and you do not want to be making those mistakes in just a best of 3. Now, on the other side of the map, we do have, that Warp Prism showing on up. And this is not SCV letting these units in. This is them appearing behind him. This is the nothing personnel kid. And teleports behind you meme. But that is a lot of damage. And this was a very slow response from SCV. Where were the units? Like, there was... Oh my god, he's going to lose more in the natural too?
But also not the greatest target firing right there, though, on those adepts. A lot of bruised probes. They've already regenerated some of their shields again, but I think he could have... Like, even though he got a lot already, right? Like, getting 8 probes here is really good. I kind of feel like he could have gotten into the double digits at the very least. But, yeah, why were those units sleeping on the job there for just a moment? The Prism also just decided to fly away quite early. It looked like there may have been a bit of an all-army hotkey or something along those lines, but... Ultimately, though, that was a good bit of damage done, and that really justified losing a couple of his own probes there a little earlier, right? When those 2 adepts managed to sneak in on the other side of the map.
Yeah, both players may be showing a little bit of nervous jitters to start things off. Definitely not the cleanest play. Now, we are going to see Jieshi coming in here with a 6-gate glaive adept timing. That is going to be very difficult to deal with. Of course, those adepts are so cheap, and you can build them so quickly. It's not so much their fighting power, it's their mass ability that makes them really powerful here, and especially when you compare them with an Immortal or 2, and in this case, there is going to be 3 Immortals with this push. Where is that 3rd Immortal? I think it's just crossing the map right now. Yeah, there it is. This is so much punch with this 2-base, basically 2-base all in.
Yeah. No, absolutely. He needs to get something done. Starting right here with the Sentry is amazing, of course. Problem is, the Adept will fall off the longer that the game goes on, but he is hitting a really lovely timing. Maybe getting rid of that shield battery, targeting it down would not be a bad choice, but at this point, we've just got so much damage already being done. Big shade into the main base as well, and just like that, it is game over. The good old Glaives and Immortals. It's not the most popular build in the current meta, but it can still catch you off guard if you're not careful, and well, that was an excellent example of exactly that. I mean, it went downhill as soon as those 2 adepts in the main base got so much damage done, right? And then the follow-up just is nearly impossible to hold.
Yeah, that felt really... That felt really funny where both players didn't play optimally, to say the very least. Like, obviously letting those 2 adepts in on Jieshi's side, and then a very late response to the adepts on the other side. And then battery overcharge gets popped and doesn't get targeted down, but it doesn't matter because there's so many units. Like, it was just a, it was a lot of, I think it was this was, you know, an early morning type of game. Obviously, it's not early morning where they are. It is, in fact, probably, it's like the evening, like late in the evening. But there's a very different thing getting into a competitive mindset. So I hope at least both players will maybe shake those nerves off and get things going for game 2, because we are getting into, it's going to be Crimson Court.
Yeah, first time we're seeing that map here today, but we did see it a bunch so far in this tournament already. Very fun map, actually. I think this is one of the better maps. Probably my personal favorite when it comes to just standard macro maps with a bit of a twist from the new set. And it's exciting to see that these players are apparently happy to play a Protoss versus Protoss on it, but I'm definitely, I'm with you. Like, that was not the cleanest game. There was certainly room for improvement on both sides, and ultimately it was Jieshi right there who came out ahead, but he also ended up, for example, having those adepts slip into the main base, right? Now, Obviously, you may be thinking like that's a very easy mistake to make, because that is something that only takes like half a second to slip up with, but it is something you have to constantly deal with Protoss versus Protoss. It's just one of those threats that's, well, basically present in every single game that you play. So you always have a probe on, well, hold position there to complete the wall off and prevent that from happening, and seeing those units shade in, it always is a little bit painful.
Yeah, it always is, but I mean, ultimately, a dub's a dub. And even if you make them, that's the thing. Sometimes you can't play perfectly. It's being able to adapt on the fly, and this man was able to do it. Spawning up the top right for Dragon Kites of Gaming, it is Jieshi in the red.
And his opponent, playing right here with the blue Protoss pieces. Not a Terran player, but his name is SCV. Be really fun if those are just his like initials or something, you know? Like, it's not actually Space Construction Vehicle. It's not even a reference to a Terran unit. That'd be so cool.
He's just like, everyone's like, oh man, I love your name. It's so funny. You're subverting expectations. And he's like, what? I don't, what do you mean?
That's just my, you know, those are just my initials, yeah.
My name's Sean Caleb Babbitt.
There you go. He's got a very American name.
Yeah, it's super American. It's really
surprised.
It's his parents were they loved to subvert expectations too, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
I've already forgotten what name I said.
It started with Sean.
I don't think the
the odds of it being Sean are very good, but
Sean Caleb Babbitt.
It could also just be that he's a Terran player. I mean, we used to be a Terran player once upon a time, right? I mean, we have heard of a Zerg player from Italy who also has a very Terran-like name, but then with a bit of a typo in there, so it's not unheard of in the StarCraft community.
That's true. I also just realized I said Babbitt, but it's V at the end, not B. I just... I
didn't know exactly what you said, but I figured you said it correctly, but I did notice something that sounded a little off.
Something sounded off, yeah.
It's all right.
Space
SCB.
Construction Vehicle.
SCB, good to go, sir.
Yeah, exactly. That's the excuse I can make. We are going to see a little bit of a switch up for the first time in this whole shebang. We've got both players opening up quick Stargate. Now, this is unlikely to be Phoenix Wars because it's not the 1-gate expand version that, you know, kind of propagates that whole thing, but it's still technically a possibility.
Oh, Phoenix Wars are a very awkward occurrence in StarCraft 2. If we get there, we can talk about it at length, because it's a really funny thing. I always love watching it, even though it's one of the worst feelings when you have to play it, because it's just so difficult to, well, obtain the victory in those types of matches. But it should be an Oracle here, I would imagine, for both. Yep, there it is indeed. Double Oracle, makes a lot of sense. Now, there is a moment that when you figure out, hey, my opponent is playing, you know, a Stargate 2, that you do follow it up, for example, with an Oracle, or with a Phoenix of your own, because it's really good to counter the opponent's Oracles, and then sometimes you sort of get stuck in a limbo, where you have to keep building those units as well, but so far we're not there yet.
No, and it looks like with a quick Twilight Council from Jieshi, we are saved from that. As Zombie Grub would say, just the worst thing in history. She is not fond of the Phoenix Wars. Although, to be fair,
I like seeing it like, you know, like every couple of weeks it's fun. If it's like a regular occurrence, it's just, okay, we're both sitting there. We're just making Phoenixes. Is somebody going to make the Fleet Beacon? Maybe you shouldn't have. It's also so messy.
It's definitely one of those things that what makes it beautiful is its rarity, for sure. Now, this is a kind of an interesting start here because, of course, one player did open up Stalkers, one player opened up Adepts, and those Adepts did get gunned down very quickly. So SCV losing those first two units, and Jieshi with a very quick blink, and the fact that he went for those early Stalkers means he gets value from it as well. This is a pretty nice start for the red Protoss player, considering they started off not mirrored, but somewhat mirrored a little bit.
No, you're absolutely right. Now it's two Oracles inside of the main base, though. Okay, we do have to target fire properly, and there we go. Ooh, don't lose one of the Oracles. That is a bit unfortunate. You really want to keep those alive because they put on so much pressure. Even just occupying a bunch of Stalkers is huge. Decides to go back in for the natural right now. Okay, 5 workers here is not bad, but I do think losing an Oracle is kind of rough. Then again, though, Jieshi obviously also opened up Stargate of his own, and he is actually just going to make a Phoenix to get rid of these units. And that will allow him to, well, at the very least, he's hiding. Yeah, close to the trees. Don't know how there isn't any, you'd imagine he gets stuck in the branches somewhere, but apparently not an issue.
Yeah, that that would be quite interesting.
Getting a bunch of leaves stuck in your engines seems like a terrible idea, but...
You just have this mechanic where like the unit just has like a 20% chance of just slowing down and just being kind of caught. Speaking
That's
of being
what we
caught,
need. We need RNG.
Yeah,
our
right.
StarCraft games. Yeah.
Oh my god. Oh, people would love it. They would love it so much. I mean, in Brood War there is the 50% miss chance for the high ground. Because you
know what? I'm actually glad they got rid of that with StarCraft 2, because that is one of those things that can just make the game so crazy. Although, yeah, a little bit of randomness can certainly make the game more fun, but I don't think StarCraft 2 is a great fit for it.
I'm glad that it's gone the way of less RNG and more more finite stuff. Now we do have the Dark Shrine completing, but there is a quick robotics facility, a relatively quick robotics facility for SCV, and it is going to be Observer first. Not going for that Immortal, not feeling threatened. You know, not feeling like his life is threatened in any way, but we are going to see the Phoenixes providing high ground vision. This could be a big play into the main base with these Blink Stalkers. Potential to pick off a few probes if SCV is not quick to the draw.
There go the Dark Templar. The Observer, by the way, did spot them, but it decided to go across the map. There you go. It does need to turn back home. It's a very messy situation right now, though, because there's suddenly action inside of the main base, too. Jieshi is forced to get on out of there. Probes are falling, but it looks like, yeah, they've been handled relatively well. The third Nexus, by the way, for SCV going down in the vertical position. Still one of them going to town in the main base. Ambitious recall.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. That was like, okay, I've killed this thing. I'm gonna recall right now, and just very unfortunate luck. Kind of. We talk about RNG, but you can roll the dice and you can introduce a little bit of RNG, not knowing exactly where your opponent's units are. Jieshi comes out of this with a 10-worker lead, though. This is a real nice position for the red Protoss player, and SCV is gonna have a pretty difficult time coming back in this game. And he's gonna try to do so with the robotics bay. Interesting.
Yeah. We haven't actually seen a lot of Disruptor play yet in this entire tournament, which is quite interesting. I mean, not at least in this matchup. For some time, obviously, it was all about the Stalker and all about the Disruptor, but it's lost a bit of popularity, at least in like the, you know, quote-unquote earlier stages, I guess, of the mid-game is what we can say. But it is, of course, a transition that we do see quite a bit. If you need a comeback mechanic, that's the one, right? In this particular matchup, if you can get a good Disruptor Nova, it can certainly bring you back into the game. It's not like he's super far behind here either. Looks like actually Jieshi has stopped making he stopped making SCVs. Now I'm getting the names tripped up, though. He stopped making probes a little bit ago, but yeah, he should probably continue building them.
Yeah. I mean, you can kind of sit on a relatively low probe count, especially in this matchup if you're only on 3 bases, you don't tech up super hard. But I do think Jieshi is... I mean, there's no reason to not be taking a 4th Nexus right now, and as I say that, he takes actually the high-yield gas base in the middle of the map. What I'm really worried about for SCV right now is this big gateway explosion that's come online. It's 9 gates to 4, and +1 weapons in charge are about to complete. This is a really strong timing. And how many Disruptors do we have? It's going to be at max 1 by the time charge completes, and it's just going to be popping out. And not really in the safest position either. Plus, there's a Phoenix that could potentially lift it and disable.
Absolutely. Charge is now finishing up, so now obviously Disruptor is nice, but it's going to have a hard time grabbing a lot of these units when they have so much mobility. So those units in red, they're going to be fast, they're going to be very nimble. There is going to be a Nova available. Phoenix, okay, lifts it up. Look at that sideways lift as well. Too cool to even look at that Disruptor.
I don't actually like that lift, though, because the Disruptor hadn't fired its shot yet, so it doesn't get any value from it. I feel like that just kind of threw away the Phoenix, and now he doesn't get to lift with it again. There's still a lot of kill potential right here for Jieshi, but with a second Disruptor and some very patient play... Oh, that is going to force a big blink forward. Now with the second Disruptor out, that's a huge Nova. What was Jieshi thinking with that blink forward? That was not it.
Maybe he thought that first Disruptor had just spawned, but The second one was already available. He may still just simply have the numbers, though, despite that massive Nova. Yeah, GG is cold. And ultimately, he just had enough stuff, right? And sometimes a game of StarCraft 2 is just decided by having more units than your opponent. And, well, that's what ended up happening here. But that was a very, let's call it a feisty blink. A very dangerous one, because it really did make the game more difficult than it needed to be.
Yeah, like he went from having an overwhelming army to having the same amount of army to having more production, so it didn't matter anyways. But it was like, it felt like the kind of thing where a prize fighter is like, hey, watch this, coach. And then he steps in and the guy like punches him like 6 times in the head. And then he's like, ha, he's tired now. And then the other guy just falls over and you're like, well, I guess you're right. I guess you're right. Obviously, it's not quite the same, but that was... It's weird to see such a big disruptor shot and then see the end of the game right thereafter.
Yeah, I guess it was just... the advantage that Jieshi had been building for himself over the 10 minutes or so that followed before that, this game being 10 minutes and 13 seconds long. The Nova there didn't really matter as much in the end, but not quite as rock solid, I think, as we expected this series to be. Yeah,
it's, well, I mean, both players definitely showed some nerves, and that can happen for these super high impact matches, because these are really important matches. But at the end of the day, it really only matters who wins, as long as you can, in the later stages of the tournament, kind of find your groove when you really need to. That's the main thing. But, well, Jieshi is able to get the job done. For now, we are going to once again go to a quickie lil break, and we will be back in, once again, 5 minutes or so. Stick around for what is going to be a very fun match, MiorMica versus XY. Welcome back, everyone. We are here for a new series. It is going to be a map taking, once again, another new map that we're just having for the first time today. Very cool that we've already gotten quite a bit of map diversity. Have we had a repeat of maps yet?
Ooh, just in the first 6 games of today, or I guess the first 5 games of today? You may actually be onto something. I don't think we have. No, do we have Oceanborn twice? It's funny, like it's not really been that long, but
yeah, but
the games are already starting to blur together.
It kind of feels, yeah, we have had Oceanborn twice. Good call.
Yeah.
I guess Oceanborn is like such a generic map for me at this point that I almost don't notice its existence, you know? Like I'm just like, oh yeah, here we are on Oceanborn again. Like there's the big thing overhead, the Leviathan.
You know, I would not be brave enough though if I was XY to play Dynasty against MiorMica. I feel like MiorMica is such a dangerous player, and then when you give him these strange new maps, he can cook up anything, right? Like we don't really know what he's been practicing over the last couple of weeks, ever since the new patch went live and ever since the new maps are available. I would go with like a more standard map choice if I was him, but I'm excited to see what maybe he can make work here with those very quick golden minerals in Dynasty in particular.
Yeah, I'm excited to see MiorMica cook. I wanna let him cook. You know, I wanna see him come out here with something real brainy. And he is a player that, I mean, he is a player that brainy doesn't even come close to covering it. He is, you know, he loves his 2-base Hydra builds. He loves these weird like off timings. And you look at them without playing against them, and you're like, this guy is crazy. He's just he's just a psychopath, you know? Like he's just doing things and they're insane. And then you play against MiorMica and he just pummels you and you're like, oh, well, that didn't feel good. And
it's funny because like a lot of players would consider especially the Hydra to be maybe not the worst Zerg unit, but it's definitely at the bottom tier, right? Like if you can play all these really good Zerg units, why focus on the Hydra so much? But MiorMica seems to absolutely love that unit. And it turns out when you get it early, right, and suddenly it can be very scary. So a lot of just funky build orders that can really catch you off guard. I have a hard time imagining if you were to do builds like that against, for example, a Clem or, for example, a Maru, that it's really going to work particularly well. But that's also because, you know, those are probably the 2 best Terrans in the world right now. So it's really quite difficult to imagine those two maybe clashing and then playing against those threats. But if you're not quite prepared for it and you don't really know exactly what MiorMica is cooking up, it just gets you off guard so easily. It's fun because a lot of the strategies, I guess, in modern day StarCraft can look very predictable, but you never really know what you're going to get with MiorMica.
No, you certainly do not. And even speaking to the point, if we rewind the clocks, we're going very far back, like very, very far back. And, you know, it was group stages of a tournament. But MiorMica, I mean, that's what he's most famous for a very long time, was when he 2-0'd Maru at WESG, I think 2018, with like 2 weird Hydra builds. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, even Maru can fall victim to this absolutely wild mix-up player in the form of MiorMica. So it's really cool to see.
2018 isn't that long ago, right? It's like, like what, 2 years steadfast?
Yeah.
How long has it been? About give or take.
Yeah, it can't be more than I mean, yeah, like I'm.
Legacy of the Void came out like 4 years ago. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. Yeah, when
it's actually crazy how long this game has been around for now, though. Like we're coming up on nearly a decade and a half of competitive StarCraft 2, and there have been so many games played over the years. It's just there's such a rich history because a lot of these pro gamers have been competing for quite literally 10 years now or more.
Yeah. And the crazy thing to me is that I look at some of the players that have been like, oh, this guy's been around forever. For example, one of them who we're going to be casting in the next series, the last one of the Asian region, Jim. I'm like, oh man, Jim was there at the beginning. He was one of like the guys, you know, he must be real old now. And I look at it and I'm like, he's like 28. He's like, he's not old. I'm like,
no, we are old.
We're old.
That's what it comes down to.
Yeah.
There's some players out there. That's something that sometimes surprises me too, when players are like, you know, they're just born a few years before Wings of Liberty came out. Like, we have some players in the community right now that were, let me see, players like, for example, Iba. Yeah, Iba has been really making a name for himself over the last couple years. Born a year before Wings of Liberty released. That's so crazy to me, because I remember those metas very distinctly, right? I remember what the game used to be like, but yeah, it's been a long time of StarCraft for sure at this point.
The game is definitely, what's a good example? What's someone who is like aged so gracefully? Oh, Marissa Tomei. The game is like Marissa Tomei, where it aged so majestically, and you're like, wow, you look better than you ever have, you know? Like, you're like well into your 50s, and you're putting these, you know, 28-year-olds to shame. Like, you're like, oh man, Spider-Man's aunt is so hot now, you know? And they're like, wow, I can't believe they made Aunt May so young. And it's like, dude, she was like 56. Like, she's just out here killing it. But yeah, that's kind of what StarCraft 2 feels like a little bit, because I feel like with Legacy of the Void, the economy, well, actually for me, the economy changes. I was never the biggest fan of them, because I was like, oh, 6-worker start. It gives me so much time to like think about my life, you know, but I know I'm in the minority. But yeah, everything else about that, the fact that bases mined out quicker, the fact that the units became like less deathball-y and there's so much more room for plays, StarCraft 2 really is in its best self right now, you know?
Yeah. No, it's absolutely right. And it's funny too, because like if you look at other games that came out around that same time, around 2010, they graphically at least don't look nearly as good as StarCraft. Now, at least in my mind, right? Like, a lot of that is subjective, I guess. It's just personal preference. But I really think that StarCraft 2 is like graphically also aged very well, because I don't think anybody's ever gonna call this like a ugly game or like a not necessarily good looking game. And that's something that Blizzard has always done really well with their games, where they age gracefully, graphically as well.
Yeah, it's really nice. It's really nice when games... The funny thing is, I like don't even think of the graphics of SC2, but like, yeah, it does still look very good. And like the maps and some of the textures and shading, like it still looks so pretty. And it's nice to have. But we have filled enough time. I have blathered on for long enough, because we are now ready to get into the game. And it is going to be kicking things off here on Dynasty. And here we go, spawning up in the top right for Invictus Gaming. It is XY.
And his opponent down here in the bottom left-hand corner, probably already eyeing those golden minerals. We're looking at MiorMica. You know, sometimes I play quite a bit of Zerg myself, right? Whenever I feel like the games aren't really going my way. For years now, I've been looking at the MiorMica replays to become inspired once again. Because sometimes you kind of get stuck playing the meta, and the games may not necessarily be going your way. And MiorMica is like the light at the end of my tunnel, you know? Whenever I'm like trying to figure out what should I be doing, MiorMica is ready to show me the way. So I'm excited to see what he's going to be bringing here. It's going to be a pool first into a gold base. All right.
Yeah, MiorMica's always been a pool first enjoyer. He likes getting an early set of lings to deny SCV scouts. This opens up into a lot of different potential plays. Like, you can go for a very quick Roach Warren and try and, you know, just kill your opponent straight up, or try and put on some pressure. And as we say that, there is going to be a quick Roach Warren. And honestly, that makes a ton of sense on Dynasty, because chances are the Terran's going to want to expand at that gold. And Roaches are the only unit that can really hit from the other side and try and punish that.
I wonder, he could even go just straight for the main base too, because there's a chance that XY is just going to double down on defending this particular section of the map. There will be a Reaper Scout, so at the very least he should get a feeling of what's going on. But very frequently on this map, you will also be scouting for those golden minerals instead, right? So Yeah, we already are, but just 2 minutes into the game, and we're already seeing that Roach Warren finish. A handful of drones are going to make the transfer. That's going to make that Roach push even more scary. He is waiting for the supply, though, because he needs this hatchery to be done.
Yes, needs that hatchery to be done. Oh, no, hit C.
Return it!
Oh,
yeah.
No return cargo.
Oh, no.
I wish I had the prices right, like, do-do-do-do, for this
All right, so the
moment.
Reaper's actually got to go for the main area right now, but he's not going to find out about these roaches anytime soon. So it's actually not been even, it's just 2 roaches. This is a mind game within a mind game.
It really is. He's just gonna pressure the gold base, do what he can, I guess, to deny mining. And to be fair, Terran, unless they rush it, oh my god. Oh, this is amazing.
I mean, this looks like a 7 roach rush, right? Maybe even a 9 roach rush. There's a bunch of different varieties. It's just 2 roaches with link speed on the back of this. Cyclone coming up. He is basically throwing his entire build order to Terran that is out of the window. Goes for a starport. Probably thinking about making a tech lab and adding on a Banshee. It's just this. This is all it is.
Yeah, it's actually gonna find a kill as well. Oh man.
Poor CV. Look at that guy.
He just crumpled on the ground, poor thing.
Just sunbathing for a little bit.
And the Queen, now MiorMica not going to use that trick that, I think you're mostly going to use it in ZVP, but it's a trick that I believe Lambo...
Rainer posted that, right? That was actually kind of cool. You can squeeze it to the other side of the minerals.
Yeah. I think Lambo was the first one to figure it out. I'm not sure. It's hard to say because you never know who actually like pioneered it. I know Rainer posted it, and I know it's pretty neat, but
there's a fusion core set fast.
That there is. This is very interesting because we've got a very quick double Evo coming out of MiorMica. So he was hoping to, well, he's hoping to get a head start on upgrades that may not even help him so much because this can very definitely go into mech.
Yeah. Like, well, it could just be a single battlecruiser, I suppose. He doesn't really know XY that is exactly what he's playing against, so he will go for a 3rd command center right now. Obviously, he's figured out that the roach aggression is not nearly as scary, but judging by the fact that he took that really quick 3rd gas, this is certainly going to be battlecruiser play. It could always be like Liberator range, but I guess after the nerf, it doesn't really make a lot of sense. I think he's going to be queuing up a BC here after the Banshee, which is also a unit we haven't seen all too much. So that's kind of cool, because normally MiorMica is the one we're looking at to really decide what the pacing of the game is going to look like. But I think in this case, XY is ready to meet him head on. Now, that gas geyser is telling, though. Just seeing that gas so quickly is a little funky. There's 15 SCVs, by the way, in there. It's a little much.
He's just hiding them. Hiding them there against the Ravagers. Obviously needed to wait for that Banshee. This was, even if he loses both these Ravagers without getting any additional kills, which is exactly what's going to happen, this was such a high value play. The amount of mining time he denied at that gold base, like if we look at the resources mined, like this is a great start for MiorMica in terms of economy. But he is going to need to figure out about that BC. He did cancel Overlord's speed, which was something he was initially producing. Still no salvage on the bunkers, by the way. This is very strange, and it does look like it is going to be mech. We've got an armory coming on in. I'm not really sure how powerful mech is on Dynasty, but I wonder if this might be more of a, I don't think MiorMica is so good against playing against mech, instead of I think mech is really good on Dynasty.
So here's the battlecruiser. It's funky to go for a battlecruiser after the Banshee. We don't usually see it like that. Scanning the main base reveals that there's really not that much available right now. Obviously, the Spore Crawlers are here because, well, there was a Banshee, so at least he is sort of prepared against this. But nice targeting here. Hold position on that battlecruiser, already getting 5 kills. There's really no anti-air, so one of the downsides of the way that MiorMica plays is that you don't have that, like, 8 queen count, right? We don't see nearly as many queens as you would normally expect from a Zerg at this point in time, and there's his beloved Hydra then coming up, but Hydras are also a pretty terrible unit against battlecruisers. Luckily for him, it's only going to be a single BC, but I wonder if maybe we should have made a second.
Yeah, I'm curious. Obviously, that would have slowed down his transition into his regular mech play. We are going to see, Lings trying to dive bomb this natural, but that is a lot of dead Lings for basically no gain. 35 Lings. That can't have, that wasn't just there, was it? Oh man, that's
I think,
a lot of
he
lings.
swooped in earlier too with a very similar looking attack.
Okay, it must
So
have
I think
just
that's ultimately what threw him off a little. Yeah, now 1-1 is coming up too. Those bunkers are still sitting around, by the way.
Yeah, this is such a strange game already. Like we've got some nice harassment coming in on the gold base, and that gold base has been denied for a very long time. This battle cruiser finally getting forced away. It killed
10 kills though.
It killed quite a bit. Surprisingly, it only killed 2 queens. It felt like it killed more, but I guess MiorMica just had so few queens. Despite MiorMica outmining his opponent by a decent amount, I am concerned about his relatively low drone count. And as I say that, he is starting to drone up a little bit more, but this is already a very strange game. That is what I'm comfortable saying.
Yeah. And it's due to the new maps, right? Like, obviously, the strategies here that both players have decided to go for are ultimately results of these new maps. And it's exciting that we have seen them pop up in so many of the games. So Dynasty is probably, look at that Overlord, basically invisible. It's like a toddler playing hide and seek, you know?
Yeah.
Like the feet are sticking out from the bottom of the curtain. That Overlord is practically invisible, guys.
They're making eye contact with
Mark
you.
was really good at hide and seek, dude. He found it immediately.
Yeah. Toddler makes eye contact with you and is like, "You can't see me," addresses you directly, and you're like, "Well, you're 3, so I'm not gonna be a jerk about it."
So he's actually going a second battle cruiser and the Yamato gun upgrade right now. This is the strangest timing to make the call, but I think he's doing it because he saw that his opponent is going Hydras, and he's thinking, yo, Hydras are not... Like, do you unironically go Microbial Shroud now too? Like, what is the play?
I mean, I do not like
that
Hydras
made you
against
feel dirty,
BCs.
didn't it? Yeah. This is a very funky game at this point, but I don't see how, like, a lot of Hydras are going to be good against a whole lot of battle cruisers.
I mean, he's going for a huge drop of lings, but that still doesn't address the problem of, yeah, how do you get on top of the BCs with tanks defending them? Oh man, that's a lot of tanks in the main. That is a lot of tanks in the main for XY that are not really in position. Okay, there we go. They were like that is so much of his army. MiorMica may be able to get a lot done with this ling drop in the back, because I don't think there's really any defense. Yeah, 2 missile turrets. As long as MiorMica doesn't fly directly into those, there is some high potential of these lings doing a lot.
As
I say that, he flies directly into them.
Not to go, but this is still going to deal a lot of damage, though. Those Zerglings are not messing around. +1/+1 on them. The Hellions are available too. Here come the Hydras from the front, pushing into so many siege tanks though. That is gonna be a lot of death on the side of the Zerg. I guess the battle cruisers are being used in the meantime to try and, well, get rid of those links. Oh no, lift up on the command center. Don't lose the command center. Okay, he does lift it here in the end. Look at that SCV repairing it. Oof. It's all so close.
This is a very intriguing game right here. This is a game I did not expect to see. I mean, it makes sense for XY to play mech, because MiorMica is a player that does not prioritize creep spread. And that's not even me saying, like, that's not me casting aspersions. That's not me casting shade. He just avoids it generally. He's like, yeah, I'd rather fight on your side of the map. I'd rather get in your face. XY...
He's making Marines right now, by the way, which is kind of funky.
Oh
so he doesn't have any
is.
Marine upgrades, but he's just filling them with the bunker. Like, or he's just filling up the bunkers he's building right now. Very strange. Very cool as well, though. I guess he's just trying to play survival, right? Like, just try to get maxed out with Terran Mech, and ultimately, MiorMica is going to have a lot of trouble with that. Now, MiorMica is slowing that down a ton, though.
Yes.
Overlord drops are dealing so much damage.
He's killed 46 SCVs in this game. This is actually significant damage. There's only 3 factories for XY. XY is playing like the weirdest... I'm glad you noticed the Marines, because I was not really paying attention to this. He's playing the weirdest, like, pseudo-hybrid mech. And that bunker buying a lot of time. There's not a whole lot to buffer for the siege tanks. So he needed that little bit of time in order for the BCs to be able to teleport forward. Is MiorMica...
chase this, right? Like, XY has got a much better army. He can just fight this straight up. I don't think the battle cruisers really need to be this cautious. He's just adding on more and more. I mean, he doesn't need to be too aggressive, I guess, but it feels like he could certainly just chase down the Hydras, because the Hydras really aren't good at anti-air.
They're not great, no, but I mean, they are 1-2 Hydras against 0-2 BCs. And anytime that you have, like, the BCs attack so often that armor upgrades are a problem for them. But yeah, I do wonder if he could get a little bit more aggressive against them. It's honestly, it's a game state that I am not particularly familiar with. A player... well, we've probably never seen this before, actually. Like, even these players... Because Dynasty has only existed for so long. No Drilling Claws means that Widowmine does get killed off.
So I think what XY is trying to do is just max out. That is his main goal here. Max out, get all these upgrades going, and then try to move across the map with like one bulldozer of an army. He is taking so many SCV losses, though, throughout this game so far. 75 already. He does have a bunch of mules, so those are going to make it a bit easier, but those Lings are not messing around. This is, by the way, Hive Tech at this point here for the Zerg player, so I really think we should see Adrenal Glands too, even though the Lings are already dealing so much damage, but it's going to be Hydralisks and Vipers. It makes me... I don't... Maybe he can just suddenly gun down all of those battle cruisers, right? That's nice and all. Oh, we've got a secondary backup Hydra then coming up.
That is such a strange move. Oh, he almost gets it, but not quite. Obviously, that BC is not very vulnerable, or not vulnerable for very long. Yeah, maybe he's planning to abduct. Honestly, like, the biggest issue is not even the siege tanks right now. It is the battle cruisers, or at least it feels like it. The tank count keeps getting cut down over and over again. If MiorMica's Viper control is on point this game, it feels like there's not a whole lot XY can do to stop him from getting bullied just over and over again.
I'm a little surprised with the timing on the +1 air. I feel like he could have started that one up a long time ago. If we're going to commit to this much, but these units are still not messing around. Shortest little abduction ever. Ultimately, it will end up going down, but that is a lot of Zerg units. Those Vipers sticking around for much too long, too, and, well, they are going to get killed. These are all very expensive losses on the side of the Zerg. He does have so many bases, though, and, well, he does have, well, 79 workers, too. He's just massing Hydralisks.
So the funny thing is right now as well, there's a scenario that happens on Dynasty where, because the minerals on the gold, the ones that have less minerals mine out quicker, they're all beside each other. It opens up a back door. So MiorMica is doing this weird thing where he's denying the gold base mining, and it's actually making it harder for him to attack because, yeah, you can see right there, those minerals are actually very close to mining out, and XY would almost do MiorMica a favor by mining them out, but I think XY has decided to stop doing so.
There we go again, though. BCs, oh my god, just barely escaping. No, that was too ambitious on that one for certain. I don't think you can really just go mass battle cruiser against this, but here we go again. We're pushing Hydras into battle cruisers and siege tanks and the planetary fortress. All of this is making me very uncomfortable. Those fights have been going well up to this point, though. Now MiorMica is getting absolutely shut down, and XY finally can start breathing again. I feel like he must have been on edge for the last 10 minutes or so, but that was the defense he was hoping for.
Yes, that was the defense that really allows him to stabilize. But even as that happens, it means there's no tanks at his pocket 4th base. Or at least not no tanks, but very few defenses at his pocket 4th base. And MiorMica is going to find more damage once again. However, that trade was so brutal for MiorMica before this one, trying to attack into that 5th base, that I think XY is now at the point where he can afford to take those losses and still be just fine. MiorMica, oh man, he was doing a lot of things really well. I was kind of not believing my eyes for most of this game because he was just playing pure Hydra Ling and making it work against a player that was going BC tank. But all it takes is one overcommitment, and it was a big overcommitment, and he ends up losing out hard. Now, I do want to point out, MiorMica never got Adrenal Glands, and he hasn't added on +3 melee yet either. So his Lings are, well, they could be a lot more effective than they currently are.
Yeah, absolutely. That Adrenal Glands upgrade is so powerful. We're now going Ultras here. Okay, there are some abductions, but there is the... That's such a funny interaction.
Yeah.
We have not really seen a lot of battle cruisers over the last half year or so, right? They've been a pretty rare unit, but okay, those abductions are really quite sweet. I'm still a bit afraid that if the BC count just gets big enough and if those upgrades are good enough, that the battlecruisers just murder everything here.
It does feel like that, but we're not quite at that point yet. That was still good, I think. I mean, it's honestly hard to say. I'm not even sure who I like this for more at this point, because the game has just gotten so messy and off kilter. MiorMica, though, he is refusing to tech up and taking a lot of losses during all this. He's added the Ultra Cavern, which is... I mean, it can be good if you can land some blinding clouds and the BCs, you know, close the distance. But not even BCs, the Ultras close the distance. But that is a big ask. Look at this, 18 siege tanks on the field right now.
Yeah, it's an excellent unit here. I like what XY is doing, by the way, too. He's purposefully not mining the golden base much anymore to make sure that that wall does not go down. Now, if we're going to be using our siege tanks like this, though, okay, I was going to say, if there's a Viper nearby, this would be a disaster for XY, but it looks like this time around he manages to escape. These Hydras, are they going to get... Well, I don't think they're going to get lucky to escape, but maybe they can kill the Command Center in the process. Not quite.
Oof. That one doing a weird
by the way,
front
he's
flip.
next door neighbors now with an Ultra Cavern. I don't know if he realizes that, but there's an Ultra Cavern right over here. It's a weird spot for that Ultra Cavern.
This is the most Mio... Oh, and there it goes. This is the most MiorMica game right now. And the double abduct instantly erased. Now, that does mean the teleport is on cooldown. We are going to see a jump forward, big blinding clouds, but the tank line's pretty deep, and he doesn't have enough Viper energy to keep pushing. So he just ends up getting pushed back again. This is such an expensive game for MiorMica. And XY keeps securing bases. That's what MiorMica needs to deny most of all.
148 Hydralisks have been killed in this particular game. I wonder if he would have spent half those resources onto Corruptors. He could have just killed the battlecruisers a long time ago. XY has lost a couple of them, so he's lost 4 BCs in total in this game. But that's the problem with the Hydras here. Like, they're not really that powerful against the battlecruisers in the first place. And assuming XY micros the units correctly... Oh my god, here we go again, though. He should not really be losing that many of them. Another small little jump this time around for a Thor. As the Hydras do find an angle, obviously XY has been focusing his defenses on that base in the bottom right-hand corner of the map, and unsieged tanks are not that great against Hydras. What an absolute mess. The battlecruisers, they're on the other side of the map. I don't know if they actually have their recall available right now. Yeah, they do have technical jump, but at this point, they're just deciding they're going to kill drones.
Yeah, this game has gone from messy to messier to messiest. As... I still feel like this is very good for XY, but I'm not certain. Like,
But there's no answer for the battlecruisers. That's the problem, right? Like, those battlecruisers, there hasn't ever been a good answer for battlecruisers. He's going for the 3rd Hydra dead of this game, by the way. He still has a backup Hydra dead. I'm not sure why. Okay, anyways, doesn't matter. He loves Hydras that much, and apparently the Corruptor is not an option.
It's a no-go unit. Well, you can't win the game with a Corruptor. Who could do that? 23 drones going down in total.
Make it work. There's been so many siege tank losses too, by the way. We're now all the way up to 26 siege tanks down in a single game.
Still quite a few on the field, though, and they do, like, once they get their 3-3 upgrades, even if the Hydras are on 3-3, like, the siege tanks just become so... Their upgrades scale so powerfully, because, of course, you get more bonus with that. Oh my god, another Hydra Den falls, and there's still the original. Like, oh, that is very funny. This game is just bonkers. And look at that building armor at 21.5 minutes.
You know, I really liked what MiorMica was doing earlier with the Zergling drops. I wonder if he could have continued some of that as well on this section of the map in particular. Like, there's a lot of room for night display here too. All of those things to get those Hydras into, like, because we keep running them into siege tanks, which has sort of been working most of the time, but it's been so messy, right? Pushing into a sieged up Terran is so difficult to do, and especially with a relatively flimsy unit. I don't know if I love it, but yeah, this is a MiorMica game to a T. In case you're unfamiliar with the name up to this point, this is an excellent example.
Yeah, this is a textbook MiorMica game. We see this game once every like 6 months. MiorMica is like, yeah, I had 4 games like that yesterday. Like this is the most normal Tuesday for him ever. Oh, this is a big find on the BCs.
Wow, very slow reaction too. That's all of the battle cruisers going down. And you know what? That actually makes this game 10 times more playable here for MiorMica, because we're almost at 200 dead Hydras in this game. He can start overwhelming this quite nicely. At this point, there are still 16 siege tanks up. But the problem is, at this stage in the game, right, when you're Terran, you have to cover your bases, and you have to spread yourself so thin. So that entire bottom right-hand base, which is basically the only mining that XY really has at this point, that base is pretty much unprotected. I think if MiorMica figures that out, he can just send his entire swarm over in that direction and shut it down.
Yeah, that's the trick, though, is getting that info, getting that intel. Oh, was there no... Was there teleport on this one? Like...
Do you think Microbial Shroud would have been good? I was kind of joking earlier, but I mean,
it probably would have been helpful.
I think Corruptors makes it easier, but if we're gonna really be forcing the Hydra...
Yeah. The one thing about going Hydra is that you do only have to focus on the ground upgrades. You know, you don't have to get those air upgrades. I don't think that necessarily makes it the right call, but as many of the BCs have fallen, even with XY trying to rebuild them, I'm starting to believe... Oh, and there's one of the mineral patches was mined out, and now the floodgates are open. There is not a whole lot to defend the actual main.
This is so messy. I mean, there are still some siege tanks. The Hydra's into a choke point.
Yeah, those minerals help a lot. The little minerals at the top of the ramp, they really create a true ramp scenario where it's not...
What a game. Yoink.
Oh.
Yep, there's 2 more
and
BCs
teleport.
Going down. No, not so much because they have technical jump.
Oh. God, this is one of the games of all time.
This
Absolutely.
truly is one of the games of all time. Yeah.
I say that a lot, but this is a good example. Finally, Hellbats coming in. No blue flame for them, but they are going to help dealing with those lings so much. Good concave for MiorMica.
Yeah.
He cannot continue to push forward into a...
You say that, there's no siege tank. Like, he's not sieging them up, so they have been single targeting these Hydras for a bit. It makes it all so messy. Smart servos together with pre-igniter over here. Okay, that's what we're doing now.
It's a very interesting...
derping into tall grass.
It's a very interesting order of operations that XY has gone through. The building armor, and then it is very funny. It's so weird that he refused to build Hellbats for so long, but now that he's building them, like, he can actually push forward and deal with the lings a lot more effectively. Doesn't have to just kind of keep the lings from getting on top of his army. MiorMica, it's kind of felt like he's been pseudo dead for a while, but he keeps making plays. And, like, I don't know if it's just him throwing... I don't know. I think if XY secures this last base, there's going to be not a whole lot that MiorMica can do. He has mined some of the resources there. Oh, nice little Widow Mine shot. Drilling Claws was researched, by the way, so those are perma-cloaked mines now, and that Widow Mine has been there forever. It's raked in so many kills over time. 28 kills on that Widow Mine.
This has got to be such a stressful game for XY, by the way. Like, he's been... I think he's had the game-winning strategy. It's just that the execution has not been quite as clean as he wished it was, losing so many tanks in the process, and ultimately he is indeed committing right now to those Blue Flame Hellions, which I think is an excellent choice. That base at the bottom, so this is a split map on Dynasty. It's so funky. Like, it's apparently this base over here that will likely be the game-deciding one. Planetary Fortress is coming up here too. MiorMica did mine about half of those resources, by the way, which is really quite substantial. I wonder if MiorMica should take those golden minerals that XY never took. I think he should take this base.
Absolutely.
Yeah, he should mine it from the left.
Yeah, and exactly. High-yield gas base. I was just going to say that high-yield mineral or high-yield gas is so valuable. Now, XY, I think he's recognized that, and he's setting up position to try and deny this. We do have to mention, of course, MiorMica has spread approximately 3 creep tumors in this game, so... There's not a whole lot of influence for him on the map. Oh.
Problem though with XY going up north is that this entire base at the far south is very unprotected. It's really only just a planetary fortress right now. Now this is only about, you know, a dozen Hydralisk or so, and SCBs are having a grand old time.
Blinding Cloud?
Blinding Cloud? Yeah, would be really good.
We have it. It's there.
Yeah.
I guess he didn't want to, so he just loses a couple Hydras, never kills the base. And now MiorMica, as the Yamato kills that last Viper, he drops below 100 supply. XY gonna deny this mining on the top side. I think the Terran has finally done it here. I think he has finally squeezed enough blood from this stone. Actually, no, he's squeezed enough stone from his blood. It's like there's just so much. But
it has been a pretty crazy set of games.
My God.
Or it was first game rather for this particular series.
Yeah, this is game one.
Yeah, these siege tanks have been absolutely lethal for such a long time now, right? And we have seen probably, there's the GG. We've seen probably about 20 siege tanks too many go down in this game because they were either unsieged or just kind of stuck in a corner. But ultimately, XY does obtain the victory. But I can imagine this is one of those games where XY's heartbeat has been at like a solid 160 for the last 20 minutes, you know? It's one of those games that MiorMica plays all day, every day, and XY has probably not played a game quite like this.
Yeah. Yeah, the MiorMica, it didn't matter what the problem in that game was. The solution was always to attack. Like, he's like, oh, BCs are harassing my mineral line. Well, it's time to attack. He's like, you know, I have 2 roaches. Well, it's time to attack. You know, just it didn't matter what the situation was. And for the first, like, 14 minutes, I don't even know when that one attack went in on the 5th base. Let's say the first 13, 14 minutes, everything was going very well for MiorMica, hunky-dory. Yeah. And then he tried to break that 5th and just absolutely shattered his army on just the most powerful defensive setup.
Yeah, there are a lot of things on both sides, I think, that could have gone so much better, right? So for the Terran in particular, maybe going into those Blue Flame Hellions and Hellbats a little bit quicker would have been super helpful, but also just sieging up the tanks a bit more efficiently would have been super good. I think for MiorMica, adding just a handful of Infestors in there to prevent that tactical jump on the battlecruisers could have been super good. Unironically, I think Microbial Shroud in the main battles would have been super helpful as well. There are so many moving parts in this particular match that we just watched that it's really quite difficult to analyze, because I honestly did not think that the Hydra Ling was going to be quite as effective as it ultimately turned out to be. That's also due to the fact, though, that we didn't see air weapon upgrades until like minute 20. So those battlecruisers were fighting like +3 armored Hydras, and they didn't really deal nearly as much damage as they should have. And yet there were like, what, like maybe 8, 9 of them out at that point?
Yeah, it was. This honestly was a very confusing game, because I'm with you. I don't think I've ever seen pure Hydra Ling, because it was for a very long time pure Hydra Ling. Eventually, he did add on the Vipers, but even then, the spellcasting was kind of few and far between. I don't think I've ever seen pure Hydra Ling do that well against mech. And kudos to MiorMica for finding so many of the openings that he did and putting so much pressure on XY, such that XY couldn't build a 4th and 5th factory for so long. So every siege tank loss was a big deal. It was just, that was one of the most, that will probably end up being the most bizarre game we cast today.
Yeah, very likely. I don't think we're going to be able to top that one. You know, one thing I'm a little bit concerned about, Cephas, is that there are a couple Zerg players watching this and are like, oh, so that's what you do against mass siege tank. You go Hydra Ling, you just send in the Hydras through the choke points, up a ramp. If there's battle cruisers, just make more Hydras. I feel like it's one of those games that you don't necessarily want to, you know, feel too inspired by some of those decisions. Even though they ended up working out quite well, it's very difficult to look at that game and the individual engagements, I guess, in isolation, right? Because there's so many different things that could have gone, well, horrible at multiple moments. Honestly, for both players, it's just been, it's been kind of crazy. But hey, very fun. Apparently, game number 2 is going to be on a more conventional map, though. It's going to be Oceanborn.
So clearly that means this map is going to go 45 minutes instead of 28 and a half, you know? we're going...
Don't forget, by the way, this was a 2 roach opener. Like, this was a 1.5 minute roach warren into a 2 roach opener to throw XY off because he thought he was going to go up against, well, I guess a 7 roach opener minimum.
And it was really effective at, like, disrupting not just XY's build order, but also his mining. Like, he was not able to mine from that gold base for minutes. And even though MiorMica never ran away with worker count, he was still kind of running away with the actual overall economic position. It's a game. We will probably never see a game like that at the competitive level, maybe ever again. Like, that might have been a once in a lifetime type of game. Yeah, because if it's not for that map, the map being the way that it is, that also isn't a possibility. Like, you can't deny the Terran's natural base because he did take the gold as his natural. You can't deny that on any other map, I don't think.
No.
I don't think there's a single map where you'd be able to do so and you could do so safely.
That's why I'm surprised XY didn't veto it, though. Because, like, you're going up against one of the craziest Zergs out there. I believe we're going to have some Bly games later, too, so maybe he will disagree with me on that one. But you're going up against one of the craziest Zergs. I think you should be playing the Oceanborns of the map pool, you know? You should play, like, the most conventional maps possible, because if we would have seen even just a semblance of that game on a map like, for example, this one. Okay, anyways. Oh, we got to remake it? All right.
Oh.
Yeah, apparently players not quite ready there. We will be getting into this game in just a second once more. Little bit of miscommunication. Happens sometimes. Luckily, we were only like 30 seconds into that match so far, but... Yeah. Anyways, there's so many things that could have gone differently there that I think if MiorMica decides to play a similar strategy on a map like this, he's gonna get torn apart by siege tanks. But
oh yeah, I mean,
maybe I'm wrong. I guess we'll see.
No, you're 100% right about that. It's like, you're not going to be able to... Oceanborn is such a good defensive map. Like, you're not going to be able to find those gaps. It's not necessarily that there's any one particular siege tank position that's really good on Oceanborn. It's just that trying to crack bases and trying to spread a meching Terran thin is just not going to happen. Now, we do have to mention that they were both playing kind of cross-server, and that one was played on Singapore server. While that is relatively close to the Korean region, that could have played a factor for XY playing mech. He might have decided, like, I don't want to have to micro-bio. It could... I do think more so than anything, it's the matchup. Like, he's specifically playing the player as opposed to playing, like, anything else. But obviously, we'll see on Oceanborn. But I wouldn't be surprised if he goes back into bio, because it is just such a good, you know, bio into ghost mech map. Like, and XY has already shown in the regional qualifiers and just his general playstyle, and also in game one, that he has no issues taking the game very long. Like, he is totally fine, and that really is the antithesis of how MiorMica, I think, wants to play.
No, you're absolutely right there. We'll have to see what he's been cooking up right now for Oceanborn, because I don't think we're going to quite see a quote-unquote normal game, right? We're definitely going to see something funky. You know what's so interesting to me as far as those MiorMica strats go is that they're so opposite, or polar opposites, of what the normal established ZVT matchup really looks like. Most of the time, we will see a whole lot of queens with a heavy focus on creep spread, a lot of quick expanding, and MiorMica does the exact opposite. He focuses on tech, and then he loves transitioning towards the Hydralisk, and it just... Out of all units, you love transitioning to, you know? It just feels like such an interesting choice, but he oftentimes makes it work, and it's... Yeah. It makes me realize that sometimes we think that StarCraft 2 is almost like a solved game, but I think these MiorMica games are really showing us that, no, there's a lot of juice that can still be squeezed out of a lot of strategies and a lot of build orders.
And here he is spawning up in the top left. It is the Zerg juicer MiorMica playing for Team Gosu. I like the way you put that. That's a very... I like that a lot. I like that comparison.
He's making a Hydralisk smoothie. That's what he's doing.
Yeah.
His opponent in the bottom right, playing with the red SCVs and winning game number 1 there in the end. We're looking at none other than XY's main comment center.
And yeah, he is looking to say, "Oh, I'll make your Hydra smoothie. I'll put him in a blender. Don't you worry. I will take care of that for you." He really did. I wasn't keeping track of it as much as you were, but you were 200 Hydras, and there's still at least another 25 went down after that.
Yeah, we must have gotten up to like 250 or so. There were a lot of dead Hydralists that game.
That was a bonkers one. That was absolutely just... that is probably a number that we also won't see matched in the regionals. I think that will end up being the craziest game of the regionals in maybe until playoffs, because playoffs can, you know, things get a little different there, but it's either way, we got a full MiorMica experience in a single game. Like, we really got to know what it is to watch a MiorMica game.
Absolutely. Well, let's see what XY decides to go for over here, though, because we've been talking a lot so far about MiorMica. I don't think XY really had a game going there where he was super comfortable about it all, but he ultimately did play the correct strategy, right? I think his execution, he would definitely agree that it wasn't quite as perfect as he would have liked to. Problem is, of course, for him that you don't really get a lot of practice playing that sort of, or playing against, rather, that sort of style, so you really have to be... You really have to be playing on MiorMica's terrain, I guess, his home server, and the exact time that he plays at to get practice against that style. But ultimately, he was freestyling a little bit, and he managed to make it work. Now we're going to have a quick triple CC opener. I'm assuming this is going to be into quick benchies, just because it's such a solid, well-rounded build. I think if I was XY here, I'd be aiming to try and play a bit of a longer game once more. I don't think you really have to be... too concerned with ending this game early. As long as you keep the scouting up and you don't get caught off guard with any crazy timing attack. And judging by the fact we have a pretty normally timed third base here, I think XY should feel comfortable.
Yeah, the only real deviation is that XY went for 2 Marines before swapping on with the reactor on the factory. And that's just to be a little bit more safe against a pool first opening. Because you don't know if MiorMica's done some weird, like, hey, I'm going to sneak, you know... 8 Lings across the map when your Reaper's not suspecting, or even honestly just 4 Lings across the map. 1 Marine is not going to handle that very well. 2 Marines just makes it a little bit comfier during that little timing, especially if you're opening up 3CC. So I like the small little adjustment, but I would like to see exactly what you're saying, which is, yeah, Cloak Banshee. And against MiorMica, and for me, nothing else really makes sense. If you're going to play 3CC. MiorMica, though, he's going to do the same thing he did in game number 1, which is an extremely fast double Evo. These are the most absurdly fast Zerg upgrades. Like, no one else does this.
Yeah. Like, we used to see this, and again, I'm old man loco here, but I remember we used to see this sort of stuff in the early days of StarCraft 2, where... At the very beginning, nobody really studied each other's replays that much, right? Because nobody really knew exactly what was going on. Sometimes the MiorMica games kind of remind me of that a little bit, where we're looking at a Zerg player who hasn't really looked at what the other top-level Zergs are going for, and he's just sort of winging it most of the time. He's like, no, this is what we're all supposed to be playing. But this is kind of like, it's one of those things. We have decided in about, I want to say 2011 or so, that... pulling the drones out of gas after mining the first 100 and then focusing on droning is the quote-unquote correct way to play.
Yeah.
But MiorMica just takes that rule. He's like, yeah, no, I'm not gonna bother. I'm gonna leave them in. I'm actually gonna take more gases, going double upgrade super quick. Then we're following it up with a lair. I'm assuming here it's gonna be a Baneling Nest right about right now. But honestly, I don't know. It should be a Baneling Nest in my mind. So you can go into that, well, Ling Bane style pretty easily, but. Well, so far it hasn't started yet, so I guess we're just... Oh, there it is. Okay. I think we're still going to see a Hydra then here in just a moment. But all of those decisions are just a little crazy.
Yeah, they undercut the traditional strengths of Zerg, which is, you know, you drone to the last second that you can, and then you start making army units. Now, there are some Zergs that shuck that traditionally anyways. I would say Dark is one of those players who's like, well, I like to build a couple extra units. and take really good fights. He searches for really good fights. MiorMica is a little bit similar, not maybe as much finesse as Dark, but he does like going for these very aggressive plays and trying to establish map control and set his own tempo. But when you have something like this happen where you lose 8 lings, 9 lings, or 9 drones right away, that is a big problem. However, on the other side of the map, the Hellions, they got surrounded somewhere, and this is a lot of damage coming in against XY. The drones are quite a bit more replaceable than the lings than the SCVs at this point. This is a lot of damage that XY just took. I mean, they both took a lot of damage, but I feel like...
Yeah, no, I understand what you're saying.
If it was anyone other than MiorMica.
Yeah, it's also funky because this is not likely going to be Zerk now transitioning towards, okay, more workers. We're going to try and get up to 80 drones, right? Like, he already has a plan, whereas XY is going to, you know, he's going to have to do the thing that every Zerk player or every StarCraft player really hates, right? He's going to have to think. He's going to have to think, what do I want to do right now? StarCraft players, we're all pretty decent at playing the game when we know and we've seen the situation before, but when you're constantly forced to react to what your opponent is doing, you're going to have to think, okay, what is my next step going to be? It's all so very messy. So he went super quick. Let me just recap this. He went super quick 1-1 upgrades, went a quick lair on the back of it, and then the late 2-2. Like, why are we now going into a +2 carapace, but not... Okay, there's the second +2 melee, but there was such a big delay between those 2 upgrades that ultimately getting the 1-1 that early doesn't really make a lot of sense.
Oh, boost just got used. Oh, no. And this is what MiorMica likes to do, is he likes to be on the map, and in weird places at weird timings. XY was not expecting those Hydras there for sure. But you are right. He had the money to start 2-2. He had the money. It shows like an order of operations, and it shows a little bit about how MiorMica thinks right there. Yeah. Because he really does want to be up in his opponent's business, causing a kerfuffle.
He's adding on more factories, by the way. That is already factory number 3 at this point in time. I always wonder if that's a little mistake, that he was just planning to start up the second one, but I think he's seeing the focus on Hydras again, and he's thinking, yeah, that group of Hydras, I don't think we're going to see MiorMica switch into anything else, so I will just be prepared to make a load of siege tanks if I need to. Either way, so far it's just Hydraling Bane, right? It's just a different way to getting there, but Hydraling Bane is a very common unit composition.
Yeah, and we were we were kind of poking fun a little bit at MiorMica's creep spread. Look at his creep this game. Even though he's only got maybe 6 or 7 active tumors, he's got some great creep spread right here. Does snipe down a medevac. XY got some lings before this. Actually, quite a few lings before this, so it still ends up being not too bad for XY. But MiorMica, he's got a lot of control of this map. The problem is, it is still Oceanborn. And it is still going to be difficult to prevent the Terran from taking a 4th base, from taking a 5th base, from really grinding you down with this mass siege tank bio play. But, I mean, XY does need to... I think he needs to accelerate his expansion a little bit, or his expansion timings. Like, this feels like a very late 4th base.
Yeah, he's definitely playing pretty slow, and he also needs to calm down with the SCVs a little bit, because he's all the way up to 90 at this point, which is a ton. So he's been sitting at about 85 SCVs on triple command center for ages now, and that's... yeah, certainly a massive oversaturation, right? And that puts MiorMica here in a bit of a better position too. Just focusing on 3-3 research now, going into the Ultra Cavern. I think this is MiorMica playing, in his mind, the most standard game possible. Yes. Right? This is him playing like what is considered to be a normal game, even though it's still a little different than we would see, for example, a Serral or a Raynar play it, but it is still, yeah, it's still with all of the same pieces. They're just taken at a slightly different order.
Yeah. It's still going to be an aggressively kind of angled setup, because he goes for those ultras instead of the lurkers. He goes for, he goes for the 3-3 instead of adding +1 missile and +3 carapace. Like, he does little things that are MiorMica-isms. And I
like that term.
It's got a so if it were a magic card or a trading card game card, it would have like a 10% chance of just stun locking the opponent for 2 turns because of the confusion it causes.
Yeah, because players have to think, right? Like, again, every StarCraft player's worst enemy, having to think while you're playing the game. My God, it makes it so difficult.
Oh, this would be such a huge
pick-off. Would be amazing.
Oh,
yep,
that's
gonna be able to pick
so
that up.
nice.
Now, I guess MiorMica would rather lose the melee upgrade than the armor when going Ultras, but anyways, XY is making the transition here towards those ghosts, and those are going to be so nice. He's basically just going ghost to siege tank, by the way. He's got 14 siege tanks at this point in time. There's no way you're going to push in here, MiorMica. No way that's going to work out for you.
I'm pretty sure what MiorMica just achieved with that attack. So he killed 1 siege tank, 2 marines, and canceled an auxiliary command center. Like,
no, he opened supply.
Oh, he opens. Oh, yeah,
massive transition towards Ultras. That's
exactly
what just happened.
Yeah. I will say the ghost count is not super high. Is he going for any Vipers right now? The answer is unfortunately no. I mean, with so many siege tanks, you need Vipers against this, right? Like, imagine blinding clouds in this position. But without
I
those,
guess Ultras can lead the charge quite well. It's just that this kind of reminds me a bit of that old school, like it's a bit more of an old schooly style, right? Something we used to see a couple of years ago. Terrans are so good these days at adding on those additional command centers and just building up the economy, even without really needing that many SCVs. So XY at 91 workers, by the way, building 4 additional command centers. Even if these Ultras overwhelm a CC or 2, he can just replace it very easily. Look at this. We have a planetary fortress in the choke point.
Yeah, and that shows he knows who he's up against. There is a counterattack on the top side that is going to find quite a bit of value. 17 SCVs go down, but in a weird way that also almost does XY a favor because his SCV count was too high. This is going to be some very nice damage coming in from XY on the top side. He's already killed 1 base. He's going to find a little bit of static defense and a few drones as well. Ultralisk does manage to give a few more hugs than I think the Marines would like, but that was a really nice counterattack from XY. He did lose his 5th, though. I'm actually not sure whose position I like more, given the game state.
Yeah.
I'm
with you, yeah. He's pushing in once again. MiorMica going through all of these choke points that the command centers are creating. The one tool here that's missing for XY is the Liberator, right? So we don't have a lot of ghosts. Instead, we have a lot of siege tanks and no liberators whatsoever. Most of the time, the Terran late game in the current meta would involve both ghosts and liberators at this stage in the game. But I don't think we even have a fusion core. I think we're still sitting on just a single starport 2. So that's making this game very tricky. Now 6 Vipers are coming up as well. I wonder if XY should start up that transition here a little bit. He goes for 1 liberator right now. All right, well, that's not going to change all too much, but having a bunch of them flying around the map and just set up here for the defense is super nice. Like, he's turtling, but it's on 4 command center, right? Or maybe not 4 command center, but 4 base. So he's making a ton of planetary fortresses and whatnot, but MiorMica has the entire map.
That he does, but now the ghost count of XY is very high. Oh, looked like a lot of friendly fire was going to kill some ghosts there, but only 1 of them going down to friendly fire, it looks like. And this drop that comes in from earlier is going to get some work done. Oh, if he could find a Viper with this drop, that would be amazing. And there he does get it. MiorMica, well, I know whose position I like more now. Before that attack, I wasn't too sure. But yeah, XY is now in a fantastic position in this game. He's gotten up to that ghost count. I agree. I would like to see the Liberator transition. But honestly, with what MiorMica's been playing, if you hit your EMPs and deny the Vipers, tank Ghost will work. I
think XY is going to need another 2 bases here momentarily, though, and that's going to be really quite tricky. He needs at least that base at the 6 o'clock position that he previously held. He's making so many command centers that fast. Like, he's spending money like he's never going to run out right now. He's taken out several credit cards to build he's got too many of them. There's still 1 command center set up in the natural 2 that doesn't even have an orbital command grown on top of itself yet. Like,
He's got 4 command centers that don't have anything. He is finally starting to morph some of them into orbitals. And there's one going into a planetary. But yeah, this is He's got more command centers than I have brain cells right now. Like, he is just drowning in command centers. That's a reference
He's got
to
14.
I stole that one from Uthermal. Shout out to Thermi. He used that joke. I need to give credit where credit is due. He came up with that joke. I'd be stealing it otherwise.
Fair enough, man. He's almost got as many command centers as he's got siege tanks. So he's got 17 of those.
That's actually wild. He's going for the old 18, 18, 18. The 18 siege tank, 18 ghost, 18 command center build. Oh my god, he actually does have more command centers now.
Yes.
Than siege. Yeah, wow. Yeah, because he's got
there is
5
such a thing as
planetaries.
too many command centers, okay? Like, you wouldn't believe it if you see Maru and Clem play it, but there is a certain cutoff point. He adds on another one. I think aiming for aiming for like a dozen orbital commands is nice, right? Adding, oh my, okay. You also do need mineral fields to actually be able to make up for all of those costs, right?
Yeah. The thing is, if MiorMica doesn't take either of the bases on XY's side of the map, like, and XY is eventually able to get them, like, this is just not going to happen. Look at this sneaky little 4 ghost hit squad.
Do we have any nukes at all? No, we don't have any nukes.
And only 1 Ghost Academy. Once he gets up to a 6th base, thinking about adding on nukes is a good thing. The thing is, I think he's so sure that MiorMica is just going to attack into him. It feels like XY is just so content to just let MiorMica break himself on XY.
So I think what MiorMica should do here, strategically at least, is take one of the bases that Terran is likely to be taking next. So it's going to be either the top right one or the bottom left one, right? So he's going to be aiming for this expansion. I think MiorMica could have had both of those bases, or at least one of them, for quite a while.
Yeah.
Because that is ultimately going to break that, turtle situation out of this spot, right? Because he needs... Okay, we're just slow pushing with an orbital command now. Did that orbital command just reposition a little bit further forward? An orbital slow push. All right. I like that XY is comfortable playing, with this strange style. I feel like most... Okay, no, don't make another CC. I think MiorMica is actually doing him a favor there. Like, we're just getting a bit carried away now. He's comfortable. He starts up another one where the previous one just ended.
I like what Mapu is doing. Every time a command center starts, he goes to a command center that's not being used. He's just like, well, it's in the budget. That is going to be an attack that finds one of the many planetaries.
Look at the supply count. He just lost so much.
Yeah. Yeah, that was a couple of units and a building that went down for 3 Vipers, 5 Ultras, 3 Overseers, and a ton of Lingbane.
That is kind of insane. I think stealing one of the bases here of the Terran is pivotal. MiorMica can get away with this if he can mine out one of the bases that is ordinarily considered to be the Terrans. But if XY grabs both of those bases, so half of the map, he's gonna be A-okay. He's got about 1 million mules here that he can make use of, so he can...
He's just
Look at those guys having a grand old time. They're running away. All right, they actually... Somehow that Ultra lives. Oh, a revenge.
Oh. But it's revenge at a cost. And that was a lot of lings that go down for units that should have died kind of for free because they were surrounded. There was just no detection. Now the drones running into the firing squad. Oh, God. This is...
Sentries may have gotten a damage buff, but they've got nothing on those ghost auto attacks.
Yeah. Ghost auto attacks are so legit. The bonus versus light is so strong.
They're having a grand old time. They're usually used for their spell casting, but they're still very formidable. 11 Ultras coming up and a Brute Lord transition on the horizon. MiorMica realizes he needs to shut down this position. So at this point, it's kind of looking like XY is not necessarily looking to just take half the map. He's adding on 6 more command centers. Stop. Why we're going 30 command? Like, what is the goal here? We're making so many command centers.
Does he have like a bet with his friend? He's like, watch this. I can win a game of StarCraft with 50 command centers on the field. He is actually losing a fair number, and the ghosts are a little bit exposed. Siege tanks are unsieged. This is probably the best fight MiorMica can find. He is going to find a lot of those tanks. But then the ghost turned around.
You know, the only way in which I see MiorMica winning this game at this rate is if XY gets too carried away making infrastructure. Like, he's preparing a city for 1 million inhabitants, but nobody's moved in yet, right? Like, this is insane. He's building highways, interstates, everything's set up, but there's nobody living here. Why are we making so many? I think it's still fine. Ultimately,
it is still, that's the thing, it's still
creating
fine.
Choke points.
Yeah, he's like, I don't know what that siege tank in the top left was doing. That was a very far, that was really, yeah, wow. I like that.
You know, there's going to be a moment where we have to lift off all the orbital commands and just make a line in the middle of the map. We can make a wall of command centers.
He can. I mean, he's like, he is literally slow pushing command centers at this point. Like, and it's working, and it is going to continue working if we don't see a drastic change from MiorMica. Like, Lingbane Ultra is not doing it at this point. Like, you need the Vipers to either shut down the tanks, or you need Broodlords to deal with those tanks, or Infestors to catch the ghosts. Like, MiorMica's army is just incomplete, and XY is just like, okay.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna thrive then. I'm just gonna flourish.
Still no Liberator transition though, and that surprises me a little bit. The fact that we're still not like, if we're planning on turtling up, right, and we're doing this slow push, shouldn't we always have Liberators on every single one of those choke points as well to really hammer home to the Zerg that it's not going to happen?
Oh my! Look at his army right now. Oh, hold that thought. We do see the tanks once again. They are going to get kind of swamped here. Ultras actually do once again find a lot of an opening, but with no catch on the ghosts. They just turn around and they shred everything. So
XY's bank is surprisingly small because he invested in about 20,000 minerals worth of command centers here. which causes this game to be surprisingly close. If you look at the banks right now for both players, neither of them are maxed. How do we have so many orbital commands but we're broke?
Look at the spending tab right now for XY. I never look at this tab, but it is ridiculous how high that number is. 28,000.
We're up a little bit of cash, and now finally +3 also starts up, by the way, for the mechanical
armor,
units.
The funny thing is, yeah, that's off of one armory, so it's just been working overtime the whole time.
Yeah, I guess. He didn't have the money, okay? He couldn't possibly afford it. That would have cut into his command center budget. He couldn't afford the second armor.
This is like Goody with siege tanks, but a player with command centers. He's like,
no, you don't. Oh, okay. Well, yeah. I'm gonna shut up about it now, but I'm losing my mind here with the amount of command centers made.
All right.
XY recently uninstalled like City Skylines or SimCity off of his computer, and he wants to play a city builder. And you know what? I can't blame the man. Those games are pretty fun.
They are pretty neat. Yeah, they're usually you play them.
Next game is Roller Coaster Tycoon. I don't know how he's gonna do it, but I'm excited. He's gonna sell tickets for the Terran base.
Oh man, these Broodlords are gonna have the worst time. Oh god. Oh man, I want to get off of Mr. Bones' wild ride. it's over. Oh.
So did XY ever go across the map in this game?
My question is, how many times did he step in front of a command center? How many times did any army unit of his take a position that was further ahead than a command center? Not many.
Insane. What a game. What a game. The most surprising thing to me, though, all jokes aside, is that we still never had that Liberator transition. Like, if your main concern is fighting against that style from the Zerg, right, where they're suddenly hitting you at so many different angles, Liberator seemed like such a no-brainer to me, but I don't think I've ever seen a game Stepfest where we have more than 30 command centers built. And yeah, apparently this is the one. It's XY who ends up winning, though, 2-0 over MiorMica, just completely shutting down this Zerg playstyle.
Yeah, that was genuinely something else. I've never seen a Terran do that and not make Liberators and experience so much success. Like, that was just a really great situation for XY. Like, he just really understood. He understood the assignment. You know what I'm saying? He knew what was expected of him, and he knew what to do. But yeah, that's gonna do it for that series, and we will have one more series in the Asia region before we head on over to EU. We're gonna go back to another PvP between Jim and Firefly, but we'll be back in 5 minutes. Thank you very much for hanging out. I'm Steadfast. I'm joined by Loco, and you're watching the ESL Regionals. And we are back with another match, the last match of the, well, of the region here. It is going to be MiorMica. Oh, no, not MiorMica. I've got MiorMica on the brain. It is going to be...
Are you still thinking about command centers too? I think when I'm going to close my eyes tonight, I just dream of command centers.
Yeah. Going to dream of command centers. I'm going to dream of not making a spellcaster and trying to blast my way through it. MiorMica is a man after my own heart. You know, just that that refusal to accept the call. But I do really think that XY played the player extremely well there. I think he understood his opponent very well. But yeah, we're going to be starting things off with another match here. Last one of the region. It's going to be Jim versus Firefly. And that one will kick things off on Alcyone. What are your thoughts on this Jim coming back after kind of not being around for a little while?
Yeah, I haven't really seen that many of his games recently, so I'm excited to see how well he does. Now, of course, Firefly has really been making a name for himself, so we'll have to see how good he currently is. Just to clarify, by the way, after the Asian region, we also have 8 best of 3s today on Europe, so it's not like you're going to have to leave this stream whenever this is over. No. We're going to be here for basically the remainder of the day, so... we've got 9 additional series of StarCraft coming your way here. With the first one being a Protoss versus Protoss for Asia. Certainly should be a fun one. But yeah, what do you think? Jim going up against Firefly. Those are, in my mind, almost like an old name going up against a bit of a newer name, right?
Oh, very much so. Yeah, this is one of the first like Chinese players in StarCraft 2 in terms of kind of international notoriety in the form of Jim. Going up against, I would say, the most recent, relatively well-known, obviously the most well-known Chinese player right now is Oliveira. Like that's just the state of things. You know, he's a household name at this point. But I would say Firefly is like the new hotness. He's the next gen, and he's really been kind of making some. He's been making some waves, I would say. And I'm excited to see what he can do here. Oh, was having trouble there. Okay, we're good. We're good. I had a brain moment.
Team. It's okay.
Yeah. All right, and here we go. Spawning down in the bottom left for Offside Gaming. An offshoot of Onside, obviously. It is Firefly in the blue.
And his opponent in the top right-hand corner. With the red Protoss pieces, we're looking at none other than Jim's main Nexus.
Jim...
Back to basics. Back to Protoss versus Protoss.
Yeah. Yeah, it's exactly. Everything goes back to PvP. This is only our... So after this match, we're only halfway through the PvPs on the day. Despite finishing 3 of the matches, we got another 3 in the European region. But for now, I'm quite intrigued to see what Jim is going to look like. I know Firefly is very much a wild card in this matchup. He is a player that would, against, for example, MaxPax's proxy, or MaxPax's low ground 1 gate expand, he would proxy both of his gateways on the map.
Yeah.
He has come up with some very unique and inventive solutions to MaxPax's style of play. And it actually, I think that is part of the reason that MaxPax is starting to high ground expand, where he was always low ground expanding before. I don't think that's the only reason, but I think that is one of the contributing factors. Is he's like, oh, this has kind of gotten figured out a little bit, so now he drops the gateway on a high ground.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. He has been changing up his play style a little bit. We bring up MaxPax because his PvP is considered to be amazing, but he's always played it a little bit differently than the other high-ranking players. And well, so far, we have a bit of a delay right there on the Cybercore. I was trying to figure out exactly why. I think Jim was just a bit delayed on it. He was just 10 seconds or so later on the Cybercore research, which is never really, or not the research so much, but the start of the building itself, which is never really that great of a sign, but shouldn't be the end of the world. But it is something that we'll have to keep an eye out on, because those little differences and those little timing changes really do add up over the course of a game. We have Jim going for a cheeky little proxy on the left side. Is that what we're doing?
Could be. He starts up a Twilight Council, and oh, is this just going to be for a delayed scout?
I guess so,
Probe? Yeah. I mean, it still could be a pylon. He still could have plans on doing like a Dark Shrine or proxying a third gate and getting very aggressive. I did cast Jim's qualifying match versus, I believe the player was Kingslayer, and that was a PBT. And he was very decisive. He was like, he felt confident with his moves. And then in a... Hold that thought. We're actually going to see a probe leading the charge, but it gets blasted. And there's a shield battery, so this should be fine. Oh, and in fact, Firefly taking a fair bit of damage on one of those stalkers. Oh, a lot of damage, actually.
Yeah, you have to target fire here if you want to do anything, right? Just standing there. No, we're going to actually proxy, by the way, a Dark Templar Shrine, and then also a gateway right next to it. So he was thinking about proxying it over at, I guess, that top left-hand base, but he decided, no, I'm going to go one expansion further south. This is... ever so slightly north of the natural, though, so if Firefly sniffs this out, that proxy is in a world of trouble. But luckily here for Jim, those stalkers are just going straight back home. Maybe an hallucinated Phoenix, though, can pick up on that.
Yeah, it'll depend if he decides to go either A, across the map, or B, try and skirt around on the bottom right. This is a build that Zest used to do all the time, proxying that additional gateway and the Dark Shrine with it. And with no robotics facility, we're about 10 seconds away from hitting GG time right here. We are so close to this actually just being game over.
There is no form of detection right here for Firefly whatsoever. He's looking for a third Nexus. Now Jim is feigning that he needed to back up, but he actually wanted that base, right? He wanted to make sure that that expansion is down. And at this point, there's no Stargate, there's no Robo facility, so there is zero detection. There's no force, there's nothing. That means that Firefly is going to have to GG out in 3, 2... Okay, no, I started too early. Maybe you can give it a shot, Steadfast.
I think it's going to be 5-15.
Well, now there's one in the main base. He desperately did start up a forge. Obviously, this is a important tournament, so he does not want to tap out. But the problem is there is no detection. In the meantime, there's also stalkers over at the third base. Yeah, invisible units are good when you don't have any vision.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised he hasn't GG'd. Because that robotics facility has already been depowered. He's going to build... Okay, he builds a forge and he's got a cannon. Oh, Blink even gets denied.
Yeah, that's it.
Look at this, the DTs. They're just killing the units.
Yeah, in the meantime, the third Nexus has also died, so this is an absolute disaster.
Wow.
It happens sometimes. You get caught off guard by a cheese and you didn't go for a Stargate. GG is cold. You just have no detection at all. No Robo facility, no Stargate. And just like that, Jim wins game number 1. Okay, well, that's how it's done apparently, Steadfast.
Yeah, very well done. Obviously, that was a build order win because there was no detection. And proxy DTs that are unscouted is... Well, if you can't see them, you can't hit them. But that's still very nice for Jim. That's a big confidence booster. That's going to start him off real strong. And if he were to pull an upset versus Firefly, because Firefly I do think is one of the heavy favorites to make the playoffs, and one of the players that can definitely give Oliveira a run for his money in the region. I mean, this is kind of exciting for Jim.
No, absolutely. Protoss versus Protoss is a very volatile matchup, but these days, usually these sort of builds are countered, but yeah, Firefly clearly having a bit of a misread on what that game was like, and he was aiming for a very nice and early third Nexus, and then found himself against a bunch of invisible units. It happens sometimes, it's one of those unfortunate moments, but yeah, you brought it up. Zest is a big fan of that, and it still works.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. It's so uncommon for it to happen at this level these days, but it is not... It can never be ruled out. It's exactly. You have to respect the potential that your opponent could just do something like that. And if you don't, well, this is kind of the result. But I'm not too concerned, honestly, just yet. It's ugly, for sure, but we're a ways away from this becoming a problem just yet.
Absolutely. Now you just need to win 2 games in a row. I do still think that Firefly is the favorite going into each individual match, but Now suddenly, though, Jim does have, well, more cheese potential, right? He's going to be able to bring more cheese if he wants to. And, yeah, it's up to Firefly to play a safer build, something that is going to be a bit more well-rounded against practically everything. But then, obviously, if you're going up... If you're trying to be safe against everything, you usually end up losing against an economy-based build. And at the very minimum, this is going to give Jim a lot of maneuvering, right, in this series. He can do whatever he likes here in game number 2. Could play super heavy into the eco. Could play another cheese if he wants to. And that's quite a bit of variety here. It's going to be Firefly who will have to play defensively, so... It's a good confidence booster for sure here.
Yeah, it's an amazing confidence booster, absolutely. We are going to be getting into Oceanborn as soon as the players are ready. It's funny that Oceanborn has become the standard map now. And it makes sense. It honestly makes a ton of sense. It's the map that players are super familiar with. Obviously, it's going to be one of the 4 that will be picked. Site Delta, that would be the other one I would expect that people would be like, yeah, this is fine. But a lot of people don't like playing low ground in PvP.
Yeah.
So they don't want to have to be, confined to having to do the 1 gate expand. So as long as one player doesn't want to play that, it'll get vetoed. And then Golden Aura is kind of a very turtley map, so that would make sense that one might get vetoed. And then Alcyone...
Makes sense.
I mean, Alcyone, we played it last, so it was in there.
That's also certainly a popular map choice here if you don't want to play anything all too crazy. Either way, Oceanborn is going to be game number 2, and spawning right here in the bottom right-hand corner, we have none other than Firefly in the blue.
And his opponent spawning up at the top left for PCEC, which I don't know what it stands for, but it is Jim. They got a cute little gummy bear as their logo. Look at that. And that little guy. What's he doing? Is that a teddy bear? Is that a gummy bear? Who knows?
On his Liquipedia page, apparently it's team so far away. At least according to his Liquipedia page. I'm not 100% sure if it is completely up to date, no?
Huh? Fair enough.
Actually, no. It says team so far away, and he apparently there's a little bit of a... yeah. So it says under his team section on Liquipedia that he's in team so far away, but then in his history, he apparently left that team on the 5th of March, and indeed he is part of PCEC, which is a Chinese semi-pro team.
Yes, okay. They did try and qualify for World Team League. I think they got eliminated before Code A. But I'm not 100% certain on that. I could be incorrect. Code A, there's a ton of teams that kind of spring up to try and qualify for Code A. A bunch of players that, maybe don't have contracts with big name teams. They'll get together and they'll do their thing and see if they can put together an impressive run and, maybe make Code A, and then if they do really well, maybe actually make it into the World Team League proper. So it's kind of neat to see the effects of that. We do see Firefly was prioritizing minerals just a little bit more in terms of mining. He actually didn't fully saturate his gases right away. Not the biggest of deals, but it does, kind of show itself in a little bit of extra gas going towards that sentry for Jim, and still having almost the same amount of gas as his opponent.
Absolutely. Sentry, of course, very nice to have right now. We could already see it being quite tanky as well in that previous game. So Stalker now is going to be a necessity to try and get rid of that pylon. Both players just trying to be a bit annoying, right? That's basically the main goal here in the earlier stages of this matchup. Right now, though, Jim is going to start banking up quite a bit of money. Firefly does not actually cancel the pylon. I think Jim is okay with that.
Yeah, I think generally speaking, it's obviously annoying to have your Nexus delayed, an extra 5-10 seconds, but I don't really think it's worthwhile to let the pylon finish. Maybe he was thinking there was less units. Maybe he was thinking Jim was cutting combat units more so than he was.
Yeah.
Or maybe it is possible that he just actually didn't click to cancel. Are
you suggesting pro gamers make mistakes?
I would never.
That is not allowed.
in a game where you have to do, to be competitive, approximately 5 things per second, you're saying that the pro gamer missed one of those things? Oh my God.
Man. It is possible. I'm with you. It could have just been a mistake. Maybe he did it on purpose, though. We did see a couple of the gateway units getting cancelled as well earlier on in this tournament so far, right? Where they start up a unit in the gateway and then they cancel it for the ever so slightly faster Nexus. So there are still a few considerations here that Firefly could have made. But yeah, I think it's most likely a mistake.
Yeah. Hopefully it's not an indication of nerves. He's been a player that, despite not having any like offline experience, it feels like he kind of has a little bit of swagger to him. Like, it feels like he's like very confident player. He does things that are super wild and out of the ordinary. And for example, he is going to be going for a little bit of a Sentry Stalker push here. Obviously, he's got the Twilight Council behind this, but I think he wants to see if he can, one, was looking to cancel an early base. 2, oh, he's going to drop some cheeky force fields and grab his opponent's sentries. Oh, Nelly, that's a nice pickoff.
Yep, they were out of range of that shield battery. A little bit too adventurous, and he immediately gets punished for it. Third Nexus starts up. This time around, we do have a nice and early robo facility as well, by the way, for Firefly. Not messing around with any of those units once again. And this fight, yeah, it's also going really well right now for the Blue Protoss.
Yeah, he ends up getting a 2-for-1 trade right there, which is really just fantastic. It started off with him not having the best concave. One of his stalkers that he was trying to micro back getting caught. But it actually turned into a very good, kind of a strong out micro. Like, that was actually just Firefly then out microing him after the first stage of that fight. And Jim kind of lacking a little bit in the micro department there. Now, where Jim has a big advantage, his +1 is very fast. But I still like the tempo, and I like the way Firefly's played. He is going to get into the natural. Only going to be able to get 3 probes with this. It's not so bad for 2 adepts. I mean, it's definitely better for Jim, but it does keep his economy a little bit, stilted, and it provides a scout, sees that blink timing is done, and Firefly is going to know, like, yeah, you've got blink, cool, okay, so do I. Let's go blink stalkers.
Yep. We're going to be doing this blink stalker dance here in just a moment, but with Firefly having a pretty sizable advantage at that point, or at this point here, it's going to be quite tricky for Jim to defend against it. So he's going into charge together with the Immortals as well. Obviously, he will have the advantage, assuming that the fight is going to take, well, place on his side of the map, which it most likely will. He's going to have the advantage of being the defender. So far, though, no static defense yet over at the third base, is there? Oh, there's 1 shield battery, okay. So at the very least, he's got something there, but that's very easy to pick off if Firefly manages to get close to it.
Yeah, we are going to see Jim going straight up into all of his additional gateways before taking the 4th base, because he's kind of behind from those early skirmishes, from those early sentry losses, and doesn't necessarily feel like he can do too much. Force fields, that's a... I think he was just literally being like, oh, you're right there. I gotta go. Bye, see you later.
Yeah, sometimes you can maybe slice off a unit or something, right? But he's mostly just threatening because he still has so many gateways on the production tab.
Yes.
So he just wanted to scare his opponent a little bit, make him sweat, and ultimately really just transition towards a very quick 4th Nexus and then additional gateways.
It is worth noting, by the way, that Jim is playing 2 gas, so he is going to be going very heavy into charge lots behind this with a significant delay on tech and a lower stalker count in general. So Firefly, of course, the relative standard is to play 3 gas as well, and you're still probably going to be going for charge lots. But because Firefly got those early advantages, he felt comfortable and confident to go for the 4th Nexus before adding on his additional gateways. And that's a big advantage when your opponent is trying to play this high charge lot style. It's going to be really tricky for Jim to find an opening or find momentum.
No, you're absolutely right there. So Firefly is building up that economy as well at the bottom base. Luckily for Jim, though, he did not get that expansion denied. Not adding on any additional gases, though, so really just sticking around with 2 gas this entire time. He does have those faster upgrades, so ground weapons level 2 is now already finishing here for Jim. So those zealots are going to be packing a punch. He's not really going to have a lot of unit variety here, right? So Firefly can start preparing for that too. Already has got the Templar Archives here. Archons are not a bad choice whatsoever. And even though he's a little bit ahead, Jim, that is, as far as the upgrades go, it's nothing really to write home about. It's about maybe a 20-second lead or so.
Yeah, and if he can't force a fight, you know, in basically right this instant, the lead evaporates, and it's going to be a big tech lead. There's going to be Archons to deal with the mass charge lot of Jim, whereas the mass charge lot of Firefly, I mean, there's no real answer to it. Ooh, Firefly going to get in here, will depower 2 gateways right away. And this is very dangerous for Jim. Meanwhile, there's a cannon on the other side that's going to help defend this. This is going to get actually super chaotic right now.
Yeah, Jim should be stepping forward with his main army. Now he steps forward again, but I think he could have gone after that Nexus at the bottom of the map. Instead, we're apparently aiming for a bit of a main fight. A couple Stalkers in the main base are going to be able to make short work of those Zealots. Zealots in blue also helping out, of course, cleaning up all of those units. And in the meantime, Firefly is still demolishing that main mineral line. Oh, Jim is in so much trouble here. Hallucinated Archons just to rub a little bit of additional salt in the wound. Makes it impossible really for Jim to engage, and he decides to recall with some of those units, but unless we can chase down... Okay, getting the Prism is nice.
Yeah, but I mean, he recalls...
Yeah.
And he just lost so much economy. Firefly didn't really lose anything of value. Man, I don't know.
Got 1 million minerals in the bank too, by the way. We really need to make sure that we start spending that here ASAP, because you know Firefly is 100% coming at this point in time. I mean, he should certainly be at least aiming for a bunch of worker kills, if not a Nexus itself. If not, honestly, the game, right? So there's 4 additional gateways coming up.
Oh, and the force fields, they're just going to lock him out completely.
No
yeah, exactly. Firefly is chilling.
Absolutely. There is another Nexus just fired up here to the right of this location, but I think at this point that Firefly has more than enough units. He's playing this cautiously because we have perfect vision of the map, of course. We can see exactly what's going on. But with a 50 supply lead, he can't really lose anymore in this particular matchup. Unless there's like a half-dozen disruptors waiting off to the side. He's probably waiting like, hey, where's all your gas going? How do you not have Archons? How do you not have disruptors? Well, turns out there were only 2 gas geysers in total here for Jim.
Yeah, that was very well done from Firefly, and we can. This is why I wasn't particularly worried after game 1 for Firefly. At least, like, he's got some very funky builds and he's very aggressive, but he's also a very solid player, and he is certainly capable of maintaining that poise. And right now, I kind of hope we see something a little bit, another curveball from Jim. If he's gonna, he doesn't necessarily have to cheese, but I do think he's gonna have to do something to find an advantage somewhere. Whether that be, you know, a greedy build order or maybe some hidden tech, maybe proxy oracles. But Firefly just looked way too solid in that straight up macro game.
Well, you're absolutely right. Playing a straight up game here, maybe not necessarily the greatest choice against a very solid macro Protoss. By the way, shout out as well to the guys from the Liquipedia page, because apparently the Liquipedia page of Jim has already been updated. It now says indeed that his team is PCEC. So those guys, the unsung heroes of the StarCraft community. You know, I used to think that websites like Aligalek and, for example, Team Liquid, for like the first 5 years of me watching this game, I thought they were automatically updated. I didn't realize that this was a thing that people had to manually edit, because you never really hear a lot of people talking about it. But there's guys out there watching every single tournament, updating literally everything on the fly, and apparently same can be said for Jim's Liquipedia page right now.
Ah, that's so cool. The Liquipedia folks are tireless. They are just an absolutely... It's got to be one of the best, you know, places on the internet in terms of just the consistency.
They're so quick.
Yeah, like they're so quick. It's a free service. It's just an amazing thing, and huge shout out to the Liquipedia guys. And there's so many of them. But thank you so much for what y'all do.
So indeed, PCEC is going to be Jim's current team, and well, we'll have to see if Jim can bring it back here. He looked pretty solid in game number 1, catching his opponent off guard with a bunch of Dark Templar. wanted to just play a straight-up macro game in game number 2, and he didn't do poorly. It's just that he didn't do quite as well as Firefly did.
Yeah, and that's the thing is sometimes you can feel confident in your play, but it doesn't matter if you feel confident if your opponent is just straight up better.
Exactly,
now,
yeah.
There's no guarantee that that's the case, but game 2 felt like a pretty solid statement from Firefly. Let's see, because we have spawning up the top left for PCEC. It is Jim.
And his opponent, down here in the bottom right-hand corner, it is Firefly. In the blue.
I always have the instinct when I hear the name Jim, or say the name Jim specifically, to say Jim Rising. I always, my brain just wants to put Rising in there.
I always immediately think of Pokemon gyms. Because I've always wondered why the pronunciation of GYM and JIM are basically identical in English. Makes no sense in my mind whatsoever, but I guess it is what it is.
It's because our language is broken. It's just, it's fundamentally designed to be just a hassle.
There's somebody behind the scenes designing the language.
We need to find a guy who did this.
I guess we are going to have to go after a lot of people at that point, huh? But
it's the same guy that made the original Swarm host, isn't it? He's responsible for the English language.
The Firefly, or was it Fire? No,
Fire
what was
Cake.
it? Mana versus Fire Cake. That's what it is. Yeah, not Firefly. That's the Protoss player. Haven't heard of Fire Cake ever since that game, really.
He was a really good player for, I think, the very beginning of Legacy of the Void. I remember watching the very beginning, and him and Solar were like the two Zergs. Like, they were the two Zergs at the very, very beginning. And then damn it, there I did it. Fire Cake was like, oh man, I modeled my style after Solar. And then they played each other in a tournament because they were both playing really, really well. Like, it was like round of 16 or round of 8. And they both did the same thing, except the first deviation was one of them did like a Baneling drop and then one of them did a Roach drop. And it was Solar who did the Roach drop. And that was where it was like, okay, yes, we can see that one of these is the student and one of these is the master.
Sent straight into retirement, apparently, from that moment.
Yeah.
Jim, by the way, going into a Stargate opener here this time around. So a little bit of a change.
This
you were talking about him throwing maybe a bit of a curveball. Is this what you had in mind? Or?
Yeah, and especially because it's off of a Stalker Sentry opener. So it is going to be the kind of thing that, you know, maybe could catch an opponent off guard because maybe they see the hallucinated Phoenix that, maybe Firefly sees the hallucinated Phoenix that Jim went for and, you know, is like, oh, okay, you're not going for any super quick tech behind this. The problem, of course, is that Firefly, oh no!
Whoa.
Well, that's a different problem.
Out of the window now. Unless these adepts don't quite get within range right there of the Stargate, they've already seen it. Yeah, this is it's really quite unfortunate because that now makes, well, the defense so much easier. 6 probes as well is a lot, and one of them even got out.
Oh man, that is so much damage. I was gonna say it would already be a little bit of a problem because there's double Oracle or double Sentry on the other side. But now it's so much worse that he didn't even have to hallucinate, and he was able to get that info. Like, this is just a disaster for Jim. Down 10 workers already. Shield battery and the natural to support those sentries. He's not even able to get the probe there. This is such a brutal. This is such a brutal position.
So Firefly is on the back. It is going into that blink research. The only problem here, I guess, is that he doesn't have detection. So maybe he's thinking about game number 1, but other than that, he's not going to need it, obviously, in this particular match. I think attacking as soon as that blink research is finished is an excellent opportunity. There will be a couple oracles out. You always have to respect those because they can still swoop in and kill an entire mineral line if you're not careful. But This is certainly going to be an uphill battle right now for Jim, who's behind as far as that tech goes here, because he will probably want to go... Oh, no, don't
lose it!
Oh, losing one of those oracles is... Well, I don't want to be too dramatic and cool with game deciding, but it would pretty much be the end of that aggression. Anyways, Jim that is, wants to get into Blink here eventually himself too, but he's going to be so far behind in that department. Decides to go for a third Nexus. Firefly is going for a proxy gate. I think that this is going to be nearly impossible to hold.
Yeah, this is such a scary situation. If Jim goes right into Immortals, maybe there's a chance.
Yeah, that's what he does. Now Blink is spotted, but he loses one of the oracles. Good targeting right there by Firefly.
Very well done.
We're at about halfway right now on one Immortal. This third Nexus is certainly not going to happen.
No, he has to give that up. But behind this, Firefly's already got his third Nexus down. Obviously, it's a little bit later, but I don't think Jim can contest this. But at the same time, I don't think he can let it go either. We're going to see, a nice Immortal keeping that, or a nice force field keeping that Immortal at bay. And, that's a very aggro Blink. But yeah, there's not enough to actually cover the Immortal. And with the Guardian Shield, he still has enough Stalkers with the help of those sentries to win this fight too. Firefly is just going to take this one down. Jim had a tough decision to either give up the Nexus and fall way behind, further behind in the game, because he was already behind, or fight and hope for a mistake.
Yep.
Unfortunately, he wasn't able to find that
Blink
mistake.
For a little bit looked like it was going to be a bit too much, right? But the Guardian Shield is really powerful. And don't forget, the sentries are actually putting in quite a bit of work. You look at these fights, you're like, the sentry just kind of tickling those units. It actually tickles them pretty aggressively these days. So, even though Firefly did fall 1-0 behind in this series, ultimately he wins 2-1. And yeah, in just a straight-up game, he looked like the better player for sure.
Yeah. And then when things got, he looked better when things got a little weird. He looked better in the straight up game. Jim, I mean, kudos to him. He grabs that one game. That's nice, but it's definitely a tough scenario. We are going to be heading on over to the EU region now. I think we're only going to be taking a very short break because, we are already about half an hour behind schedule, but that is what can happen sometimes when ZVT players decide to...
We got to experience 30 minutes of building command centers, okay? We had that going for us.
It was honestly, it was a beautiful city that XY made. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to get anyone to move in there, but it was a nice little setup. And that is going to sum up the region for us for now. And I think we are going to, head on over to EU in just 5 minutes probably. Yeah, just 5 minutes on the timer.
Perfect.
And we are back now for the EU regionals. We just wrapped up the Asia regionals. Had some fun matches there, a lot of PvP, and one somewhat drawn out PvT, I think it's fair to say, or sorry, TVZ, I think it's fair to say. I'm, of course, Steadfast, joined by Loco. And before we switch things up completely, let's just take a look at the standings real quick, or yeah, standings of the Asia region. So of course, this is a new graphic that they came up with in order to more easily explain the ESL format, and it's pretty cool. I actually like it a lot. So you're looking for blue. You want to get blue, and you want to avoid red. You don't want to be one of those players that goes to 0-3. You want to be one of those players that goes to 3-0, 3-1, 3-2, make it to the playoffs that way. But yeah, that's just about it for now, as we don't want to take too much time because we've got ourselves a match coming up.
Absolutely. After some Protoss versus Protoss on the Asian server, we're now going to start off with a little bit of PvP as well on the European server, although usually there are some deviations. We do see, usually at least, the European players play a little bit more of a macro-focused style. Like yesterday, for example, we did see some... Well, I guess today we already had a single sentry expand. But anyways, we had some triple sentry openers, which is kind of fun. But either way, game number 1 of our first best-of-3 series here on the European server is going to take place on Crimson Court. So immediately jumping into one of the newer maps, which is always nice to see.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of this one. It's
same.
It's interesting because there's already a couple of changes that have gone through. You mentioned it previously while we were in the Asia regionals, but it's worth mentioning again. They are reducing the number of rocks, and in order for consistency's sake, they have not done it so yet on the ladder. It hasn't taken effect yet in the ladder, but it will be taking place soon. But they have already made that change to the tournament prize pool. So instead of having what was originally, I think it was 4 sets of rocks to get through, and then the current ladder version is 2. Now there's only 1 set of rocks to get through in order to open those mid paths in the middle of the map. And personally, I think that's probably a good call. I think that's... Yeah.
Now, it takes too long, really, to kill it. So usually we currently only really see those rocks going down on the ladder, especially when... You know, you're sort of in the neighborhood and you happen to have a large army, but it's not really something you can strategically decide to do in the earlier stages of the game. But little tweaks and little changes to the maps are still taking place, which is lovely to see, of course. Nice to have ESL on top of that and make sure that those maps are going to be updated. And apparently we're going to get those updated versions as soon as they are double-checked as well onto the ladder very soon. So some small adjustments just to make the maps even better. And... I think every caster that I've asked so far, every player that I've asked so far, not every pro gamer necessarily, but everybody seems to overall be a fan of the new maps, just because it's creating more and more variety. At the very least, as a viewer, I think it's a lot of fun, because you really do have to change your strategies up quite a bit.
Yeah, I would say you definitely do. It's definitely something you got to make some adjustments for. I think especially maps like Post-Youth, Dynasty... and even I would say Crimson Court for sure. They all do kind of encourage that outside-the-box thinking. But let's see. We've got one of the top Protoss players in Europe starting things off here for Team Liquid. It is Skillous in the blue.
And his opponent in the top right, it's Bats playing with the red Protoss pieces.
And he has gone for a very quick probe scout. This is super fast. Now, I wonder if the intent was to try and steal the gas, or if he was trying to fake a cannon rush, or what he was trying to do with this. But regardless, we have this kind of being figured out here by Skillous overall. Good job. He prevents the gas steal. That was good stuff. A+.
Yeah, getting your gas stolen is super annoying, right? Maybe he's taking it a little bit earlier now than he originally really wanted it to, but it doesn't really matter that much. He's going to be able to grab that gas geyser. Getting it stolen really does slow you down quite a bit, but ultimately, no mistake made right there. Other than that, there's really no real reason to be scouting quite this early. There is going to be a scout as well from Skillus, just to double check that everything is normal here as well on the other side of the map. And it's going to indeed be a double gateway into a Cyber Core here for both players. So basically the strategy we see in probably like 9 out of 10 Protoss versus Protoss games right now.
Yeah, yeah. If it doesn't have max packs in it, then chances are...
And it's not a ladder game, so there's no cannon rush.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, exactly. Jeez. It's either got to have max packs or it's got to have low ground ramp. So
yeah, like
a map like Site Delta, yeah.
Yeah.
Is there any other map in the pool right now? I mean, there's obviously Post Youth and Dynasty that are both. They have like basically main ramps. Like Post Youth is its own thing, and then Dynasty is its own thing. But you're not gonna one gate expand, I think, to the gold on Dynasty because that wouldn't work like at all.
That'd be very risky.
And Post Youth, you just are always going to one gate expand, I think.
Yeah, it's funny how over the years we've had so many map pools where we do have quite a few of them with a ramp leading down as well from the natural. But right now we don't seem to have all too many of them. Bit of variety there too. Ultimately, that means that the double gateway start will likely be the standard for a while here, at the very least with the current map pool. I don't really see that changing all too much, but there's of course a lot of deviations that you can make from here. It looks like it's going to be an expansion here for Spats. Fair enough. There's a lot of resources saved up as well for Skillus. So we'll have to see what he decides to do here.
Yeah, this is really interesting here from Skillet or from Spats. He's gone for a 4 adept opener.
Ooh.
Oh wow!
I think he had the wrap around there, didn't he? But he moved.
I'm not sure because it looked like the Stalker couldn't be in the middle. But it looked like he did. Yeah, it looked like that should have been a dead Stalker. Oh, nice job right there from Skillus with the Deeks. Kind of outmaneuvering. Oh, okay, will still lose it. But he gets a lot more value, I think, than he should have been able to.
Yeah. No, absolutely. Getting 1 Stalker right there for 2 Adepts is not bad, especially since Adepts do tend to fall off the longer that a game of PvP goes on. Of course, we have seen players mess around a little bit as well with that Immortal Glaive Adept push, and he's actually hunting for the Stalker. Okay, well, he finds it. Luckily for him, the Shades have already been activated, though, so Skillus is going to be able to keep it alive. And the units will not go into the main base, also not to be underestimated. Much faster robo facility here, by the way, for Spats, so going to be able to start teching up.
Very quick here. That makes me wonder, yeah, I was going to say, we might just see an Immortal, and we might just see him try and go for some early aggression here. That's... I mean, Spats loves his War Prisms. Ooh, nice job from Skillus right there. Waiting for where the Shade would probably go. Gets the interception. That's some top-tier play right there. Great stuff already out of Skillus. I'm really curious, yeah, if this is going to be a big attack. You mentioned the Glaive Adepts. We do have a quick Twilight Council. Spats really does love getting aggressive.
Yeah, I think that's the best follow-up right now. If he wants to try and win this game, but then suddenly losing a bunch of those Adepts is quite painful. So far, he's lost 3 of them, which really does add up, and I don't think it's going to be the last of it, as another one does fall. He really wants to slow down these Stalkers, but lovely micro here, all things considered, from Skillus. Skillus is happy to lose a Stalker or 2 if he can get this many of those Adepts. It's actually going to be Blink. He actually just decides to go straight Blink here. Maybe the original plan was to go into Glaives, but after losing those Adepts, he decides, nope, we're not going to do it.
That's very interesting. It was 2 Stalkers for 6 Adepts. That is an incredibly good trade for the Stalker player. Obviously, like you mentioned, those Adepts fall off, but it doesn't mean you want to lose them for free. It's 400 resources more. Like, that is a significant difference. Now, Spats did go for a War Prism after the 2 Immortals. This makes me wonder if he's going to try and do something a little bit fancy. But Skillus is actually the one who is getting very aggressive. He's got that War Prism. He's going to be able to blink into the main base. Oh, a force field on the ramp would be huge.
Oh, he's going to get it. He does have it. There we go. Good pickup as well. Saves a bunch of the units, although we may have to continue microing for just a little bit longer. Shutting down the pylon would be nice, but he doesn't really want to take the chance. Defensive Prism there really coming in clutch.
Yeah, without that, he is locked out of his main base. And he did keep it well positioned, so even though it was, you know, a little bit uncomfortable with that force field getting landed, did
he just kill his own
battery?
He did.
He
He just killed his own battery with the Immortal, didn't he? I think he was on a tech move on it already, and he solved the attacking units on the low ground, but then the Immortal, apparently stuck in the main base, decided to come and finish the job that he accidentally begun.
Yeah, it shows that Spatz killed 225 minerals and 50 gas and only killed 1 Stalker, so that you add the extra 100 minerals to that. So he killed his own shield battery for sure. Oh man, great little play right here from Skillous. He might get a little bit trapped, but he can technically still blink out. Oh, Spatz will go for the chase.
29 workers, though, at this point. It's just nothing to write home about. This basically turns into an all-in.
Yeah.
Spatz pretty much has to win with this particular army of his, but I don't think he's got the numbers. Warps in 2-3 additional units. Fair enough. Disruptor already available here for Skillous, by the way. Not slowing down as far as the advancement of that goes. And that now is forcing the Protoss player in a red back, but he needs to do something here. Now, there are still a lot of units, though. Yeah, suddenly those reinforcing Stalkers show up. This is basically an all-in here, but he's got a scary army.
He has a very scary army, and that was a very bad blink from Skillous. Oh, very aggressive blink coming in from Spatz. He's going to take down his opponent's Immortal. He's got 3 Immortals to 1. Takes down the Disruptor. Spatz is going to maybe do it right here. Disruptor will get 2 Stalkers. Is that enough to hold? The probes are actually going to be very helpful against the Immortal, but some good War Prism Micro. That blink, that's not enough. Skillous is going to be forced to tap. Spatz. It all came down to that one bad blink, I think, where Skillous tried to kill the Prism, wasn't able to get it, and Spatz all of a sudden just wiped most of the army.
I wonder if he overcomplicated it a little bit too, though, going straight into those Disruptors. If he just had Immortals, he obviously didn't intend to really force his opponent into that all-in there, but those Disruptors, they're nice, but they do focus a lot of your attention on, well, for example, not your Blink Stalkers, right? And sometimes an aggressive blink like that can cost you the game. So Spatz probably did not necessarily anticipate himself winning that game there either from that position. But sometimes, well, when the opponent makes a blunder like that, you can come back.
Yeah, and the best thing you can do is when your opponent makes a mistake, like don't stop them. Get out of their way. Like, let it happen. Now, obviously, that was Spatz, like attacking when that happened, and it kind of forced the error, but still that was unfortunate because Skillous up to that point had played an extremely clean game, and you hate to have one of those games kind of go to waste. Hopefully he's able to refocus and get into game 2 and not let it affect his mental too much, but good job from Spatz to turn a very low percentage win into a dub.
Absolutely. Players are asking if we are ready too. We are indeed going to be loading onto Golden Aura here in just a moment. Spatz suddenly found himself with an opportunity, right? It's kind of amazing. Like, sometimes you can kind of feel like your game is over, but a lot of Stalkers actually still came across the map. When I first looked at that army that Spatz actually brought, I was like, okay, that is not looking all too good. But then when the rest of those units regrouped with the main army, I mean, yeah, he just ended up with so many units there, and that one aggressive blink was just not quite necessary. So it's actually Skillous who's currently 1-0 behind, even though he's the favorite going into this match.
Yeah, and was in a good position for so much of that.
Like the first 98% of it.
Yeah,
it turns
pretty
out
much.
the only thing that matters is the last 2%, though.
I mean, there's something to that for sure. And we'll see if this man can build on that. In the bottom right, it is Spatz in the red.
And his opponent, all the way in the opposite corner of Golden Aura, we have Skillous.
Yeah, I'm really... That's such a shame. That's such a shame for Skillous. Like, great job from Spatz, but that's a loss that, especially when it's the very first one of the new season, can kind of linger in your head a little bit. Because it really was just like one misclick where he didn't kill the Prism. Either A, if he doesn't commit in for that, I think he's probably fine. And B, if he actually kills the Prism when he goes for it, I think he's fine too. But yeah, that was a rough one. That was a real rough one.
Yep, sometimes the nerves can get into your head a little bit as well, right? Anyways, now it's going to be Spatz who has a 1-0 advantage, and that does give him a couple opportunities. We already saw Dark Templar catching the opposing Protoss off guard earlier today as well. I would not mind seeing something along those lines here as well from Spats, and he may just be cooking like, he may be cooking something like that up here, as he does go for one of those proxy pylons. Pretty common strategy, of course, in this particular matchup, even if you don't go for any sort of real proxies. Skillus is certainly going to be counting the pylons around the main base here, and he will see that one of them is missing. Otherwise, the opponent would be heavily supply blocked, but it's going to be a robo facility. Okay.
Yeah, Spats is he is one of the OG proxy robo players. He may not be the king of it like an Arog Fire is, but he is definitely extremely adept with that proxy robo play. He's really deadly with, you know, with a 3-gate robo or with just 2 immortals and a prism. Skillus can certainly answer him, but I do like this decision to go for this when he's up 1-0. However, that is a great scout. Oh, and an instant Stargate.
Yeah, he's gonna see this coming in from a mile away now, and immediately fires up the Stargate at home, which is of course an excellent choice. There's a pylon over here to provide vision that will allow those stalkers to shoot across those rocks, which is really quite cute, because killing that pylon is going to shut down the production on that robo. And honestly, that is going to be a disaster as far as this proxy goes. Now, Spat's already anticipating it. He's making some backup pylons here too, but this is certainly not going as smoothly as Spats had anticipated.
That was a 300 IQ play for sure, because the amount of time it would have taken him to get around those rocks and how much more exposed he would have had to make those stalkers would have made it very dangerous for him. As it is, he's able to slow down the first immortal from hitting the field for a while. We do see Spats on the charge. Will be able to find one of his opponent's stalkers, but Skillus is going to turn around, kills a stalker of his opponent.
I think he should have killed at least one more right there if he would have shaded a little further forward, but that Adept decided to sleep on the job for just a little bit with the shade. Skillus has decided to go for a defensive Void Ray, by the way, which is exactly the reason why that Stargate is so handy against Robo facility units, because there are no Robo units that shoot up. So at this point, Skillus is going to feel pretty comfortable as soon as that Void Ray spawns, and we're going to even make a second one on the back of this too, just assuming that the opponent here is completely all in. And there's that prismatic alignment activated immediately, and the Immortal's just not fast enough.
I mean, this is so good for Skillus. It was already quite good when he got the jump on this, but there's only 2 gates, so like Spats can't even get a lot of units. He is just going to go for a very risky play. And honestly, considering how kind of set back he's been, I actually do like it in concept. I don't think it's going to work for him, but I think it's the best move he could maybe go for, and it could catch his opponent off guard. And actually, oh, never mind, Super Battery.
Nicely done as well. Battery Overcharge is going to save that Void Ray. The rest of the army isn't even a necessity, as Skillus decides to send everything that he's got across the map. At this point, the unit count is just not quite there here for Spats. That second Void Ray, by the way, is going to be protecting home. Okay, well, now the recall here may very well prompt that second one to go across the map too. Aiming for one more hit. There you go. He does ultimately fire up that, or shut down, I guess, fire at that one thing, as the Prism is going to take the job of the pylon for just a second. But nice control by Spats, though, really making a game out of a very bad situation.
Yeah, and that, just by forcing the units to stay at home, now getting the jump on these stalkers. Good job right there from Spats. I still think this is really tough for him. Really, really tough for him, but being able to wipe out a good portion of the army of his opponent, I mean, it's still so tough. Like, the tech is so much worse for Spats right now. He obviously has that robotics facility, but it's unpowered. And I love this decision from Skillus. Like, he doesn't need to win the game right here. Just expanding behind it is going to make things... Well, it's going to make sure that he doesn't lose the lead that he's kind of carved out for himself.
Exactly. It's very easy to get carried away with the offense, right? And then we already saw a couple things not quite going his way. Yes, it could have been a win at this point, but sometimes it's time to call it quits when it comes to the aggression.
Yeah.
He went for a Robo facility and a Twilight Council on the back of this too, so it's not like he just was making non-stop Void Rays there. And again, maybe he could have made non-stop Void Rays and he would have been able to win the game already, but Why really take the chance when you already have an advantage? So now he's going to be ahead, not just as far as the tech goes, but he's also going to be ahead as far as the economy goes. And building up that additional pillar of StarCraft is very handy. Now, Blink is going to be an opportunity, I guess, here for Spats, but blinking into somebody who's, at that time, probably going to have at least 3 Immortals is... What do you do? I'm not sure.
It's a bad time. And because Skillous was able to... He was able to take his base relatively quickly, it will kick in by the time that blink is done, basically. Like, it's already basically going to justify itself in the next, 30 seconds.
Yep.
So it's not even like Spatz has a timing where that base just finished and it hasn't, maybe paid off for itself with a couple extra shield batteries or an extra immortal or what have you. Like, it's justified itself already. So Spatz really going to need to channel some magic here to make something happen.
You're absolutely right. So at this point, the longer that the game goes on, the more supply Skillous will be able to gather compared to his opponent. He just simply does not have the economy for it. Spats that is. So he needs to get something done, and he needs to get it done ASAP. Now, he does have the opportunity to blink into the opponent's main base. That's nice. Okay, grabs one of the Stalkers there for basically free. Problem here is that the army for the player in red is just not quite big enough. So there's the 3rd Immortal. There's a half dozen shield batteries set up too. You can't get in there. But you also need to get in there because the alternative is, well, you slowly bleeding out over the course of the next few minutes. Skillous doesn't really need to attack, but with him having that 2-base economy versus Spatz's 1 base. And he keeps checking, by the way. There's always scouts on the other side of the map, so Skillous knows exactly what's up. He can start just fighting this army even without that static defense. That's a little risky, though. There's an aggressive blink forward. Gets 2 Immortals right from the start. Void Ray falls. 3rd one. Okay. 3rd one of those Immortals also goes down. I mean, best case scenario, I would say, for Spats, but it's still not enough.
Yeah, that's just a matter of Skillous knowing the game state and saying, yeah, maybe this is a little bit inefficient, but this makes sure that you don't blink into my base, catch me moving out in a weird position, and then things get really weird. Like, this is Skillous saying, okay, yeah, you kill my Immortals, but I also kill like a good number of Stalkers. He's got to be real careful because now things get a little bit dicey.
Like, in my mind, that's the only way he could lose. You know, like if he throws away a bunch of those units for essentially free, like, yeah, now he can't really be caught off guard, but that was also pretty risky. There is a Dark Shrine on the back of this. Obviously, there is detection available as well for Skillous. He's got that 1 observer. It's currently on the other side of the map.
Oh, okay, that was a weird
is going to continue trying, blinking about half the units in the main, but he gets scouted. Yeah, he got scouted and he GG's.
Well, I think he messed up the blink a little bit and just said, yeah, no, can't do it. Which
fair enough.
I mean, that's fair. I didn't think he was going to be able to do it anyways. You are right. That was a little bit of impatience from Skillous, I think.
Yeah, like he had good numbers, right? Like he had enough stuff there in the end, but I've seen a lot of games where you're like, okay, yeah, no, this is the way that I can force the win, and then it horribly, like, it ends up being the only decision that allows your opponent to get back into it. So it's sometimes a little bit scary, but either way, that means that Skillous manages to even up the score right here in this best of 3 series, and our final game here is going to be on Ghost River.
Yes, it is. One of the new maps. I mean, that's we got a more than 50% chance of getting a new map, but Ghost River it's a pretty neat map. I think it's a lot of reasons why we're probably going to see it frequently in like PvP especially is that there's nothing that makes you want to veto it. You know, a map like Amphion, there's those minerals in the natural that make you not really want to play it because something weird could happen there and the pathing is really weird. And something like, you know, obviously we already talked about Post-Houston Dynasty. They're both a little bit funky. You don't necessarily want to play those maps. And the European mantra has always been, and I'm sure you know this as well, being a member of the European ladder, and I'm once or twice dipping your toes in NA. The European mantra is much more stable and like much more solid in general without taking as many risks, I feel. So it makes sense that this is the one that we end up seeing.
Yeah, I think for Protoss versus Protoss, it's also quite a predictable map, right? There's not that many scary things going on here. So it makes sense to see Ghost River, but it's just exciting to me that we have been seeing these maps so far. I mean, the new balance patch, I gotta say, the new balance patch and the new maps have been working out really well, it seems like, overall. Yeah, good step in the right direction, exciting games. I'm sure not everybody, as far as the pro gamers go in particular, are maybe enjoying the new maps quite as much, but it's been a lot of fun as a caster and as a viewer to see all of these maps develop. And well, we talked about it already before, but I was a little concerned that, especially for these big tournaments, that we're going to see all of the crazier maps just getting vetoed after vetoed after vetoed. But apparently, if you have enough of the weird maps in a 9-map pool even, we will still see them pop up all the time. And very frequently, it's actually 2, sometimes, you know, even all 3 of the maps in a best-of-3 series on the new ones, which, yeah, it's very nice.
Yeah. Yeah, very much so. And with that, we are getting into the 3rd match of this series. Spawning up at the top right for Team Liquid. It is Skillous. Nikita in the blue.
And his opponent, all the way in the top left-hand corner of the map. This is Spatz. How German do we have to get with the pronunciation? Spatz.
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 Feel like I thought you were gonna go in like the direction of just like very like intense, like Spatz.
Apparently before he used to go under the idea of still Spatz, but that was S-P-A-Z.
Yes.
So he apparently added a T in his nickname. I was gonna say, I feel like something has changed ever so slightly. It's technically the same pronunciation, but I can imagine in the past, before he added the T, a lot of non-Germans would be pronouncing it as Spaz.
Yes, that was, yeah. And he
yeah,
was...
So we want to force the T in there.
Yeah, exactly. I like the I like the concept of it just being more emphasized this way. Like,
yeah,
like they're just like, yeah, no, this is how it's said. This is what we do. This is where we go.
Next up, there would be an H right next to the S, you know, to make it Spatz, to make it even more German. We keep on adding a letter every year.
S-C-H-P-A-T-Z-Z. Spatz.
We go back to like the early days of the internet where everybody had like random letters duplicated at the end of their nicknames, or a bunch of those were the days. Underscores everywhere.
Uppercase
Sadly,
X,
I don't think you can
lowercase
add
X.
those to your. Yeah, I don't think you can add those to your StarCraft username, can you? I don't think you can have like underscores, for example, or like a dash. You used to have many of those nicknames.
I don't think so.
The olden days.
Yeah, no, I think you're right about that. I think that's something that has gone the way of the dodo.
Yeah.
Spatz, by the way, is going to be going for the...
You don't have to shout it.
Just blow out the eardrums of everyone listening. He is going to be going for the Proxy Robo once again. But this is something that Proxy Robo enjoyers love to do, is they love to still go for the Proxy, but put it like way out in the middle of the boonies, just way out on the middle of the map.
I feel like it's not even a you at this point you could probably have put it in the main base, and the rush distance
it's closer.
is like nearly the same.
I think it's actually closer from the main base. Like
yes.
The warp prism, because it would fly direct, would get to the bottom of your opponent's main base quicker. But in terms of like the actual rush distance, I think the natural ramp, or like from your own main, is closer.
Is definitely shorter. Yeah, no, for sure. That's actually kind of crazy.
That's really funny.
And Skillous is headed in that direction as well with one of his units right now. He may just get a glimpse of it. The probe is scouting.
Oh my god,
excellently played right there. Skillous sees what's going on. He's going.
No, he didn't.
Spatz is here. Wait, he didn't see?
He didn't see it.
What?
How does he?
Huh?
Eh? Nani?
Okay. Well, that felt like I didn't even bother selecting the probe and putting the vision up, but that should have been. Oh, that was actually so incredibly close. Well, there will still be a random
he sees it now.
Map, though, so, yeah. Fair enough.
A stopper just popped
trapped?
out. Yeah. That's kind of nice for Skillous. Oh, almost gets both units. Now, the Oracle is going across the map. Is there a shield battery in the main mineral line? There's a shield battery somewhere. There is... How much energy is on the Nexus? Not enough to pop battery overcharge yet. So Skillous goes right in and turns on the Pulsar Beam. He will burn through most of the energy before battery overcharge can be popped. He's going to get at least a couple probes regardless.
There's the battery overcharge. Still going to be able to continue dealing some damage, though. This is giving Skillous quite a bit of time, I guess, but he needs to defend against these Immortals, and these Immortals are going to be really scary.
Yes, that is going to be quite difficult for him. It's only one Immortal for now. Third gate is about to complete, but with a Void Ray completed at home, high ground advantage, this looks very comfy for Skillous, and he's got his own robotics facility. Yeah, I'm liking the position for Skillous a lot, for sure.
He also snuck in a proxy panel right now, by the way, in the opponent's natural expansion, which is really quite nice. Just sneaking a few adepts into the main base, for example, not a bad choice at all. That one's a little... That Stalker got to retire, apparently.
Yeah, that Stalker is actually just trying... Like, it went down to the pool, like the little lake on the bottom, and was just trying to figure itself out, you know? It was just like, I just got to do some thinking.
It's a fast-paced world out there, Steadfast. Sometimes you need to just sit there and think for a little bit.
You were just on a stroll in the middle of the map, and an Immortal walked up and punched you in the face like 6 times. You almost died.
You'd be
life
sitting
flash
down by the
your
beach
eyes.
as well for just a moment, or at least it's a little lake area, I guess.
I'm gonna fight an Immortal. Oh, Immortal's got hands. It's still looking for this proxy. It still hasn't found it.
He's very close, but Stalkers apparently don't have the vision, as we do have a bunch of adepts going into that main base. Okay.
Oh my god.
Crisis management there, Spats. Oh, the stasis ward actually puts in a ton of work.
Yes, it does. That was a lot of adepts for Skillous. That was 4 adepts that didn't even... I don't even think they killed a probe. No, that one... wait, how many probes have died?
6 in total.
Maybe he got 1 probe.
Yeah,
but
I think he got 1. I think the Oracle earlier must have gotten a couple additional ones.
Yes, yeah, it got a few.
All right, so this is the moment where Skillous is expanding behind it, though. So this is certainly going to be when Spats has to pull a trigger, right? Like, he can't just continue warping in units. He needs to get something done with it eventually. He has been making quite a few probes. He's just going to expand himself, too.
Oh, wow.
He's so far behind economically, though.
Yeah, down 9 probes is a really big problem for Spats. We do have these sentries for both sides. Force fields are going to be really critical. There are 2 Immortals to 1. But of course, that War Prism can be very handy, and the force fields are very good from Spats to start things off. Void Ray has to kind of stay back, can't get drawn out. That was a good start for...
There's the Stalker!
Oh,
no! Oh, man. The Philosopher Stalker finally came back home, but... Poor guy. I recognized him by his shields.
yeah, right? Yeah, the HP was absolutely blasted. This is a little bit scary right now for Skillous. Ooh, force field on the ramp going to come on in, but it's not perfect, and that means the units get down. Good micro there, saving the Immortal by Skillous, and now Spats is in a ton of trouble, I think. I think that was his biggest opportunity.
Yep. Natural expansion at this point, of course, also done for Skillous, so he's going to finally be able to make use of that oversaturation that he's had for some time. Probe doing a little bit of a dance just to complete the wall off here. But now it's soon going to be Skillous' opportunity to go across. Okay, he does get a good force field down. A couple units will have to pop out of that prism just to save the Immortal right there. A lovely control by Spats, but problem is, the longer that this goes on, the economy is just going to kick in for Skillous, right? So he's... Spats that is right now, he's going into the charge research, which is nice.
Oh!
Getting a prism. Okay, that's sweet. That takes up robo production time, of course. And
there are 2 observers that see everything, and Skillous does not have an observer, so he's been at a vision deficit this whole time, and that's been allowing Spats to confidently make some of the plays he's made. Even though he wasn't able to get that force field on the ramp that would have been potentially game-winning. Ah, man, I don't know. Ooh, this is going to be a big stasis ward.
Not again, not again! Oh! This one's even bigger than the previous one. That's so much damage.
Terrible, terrible damage. Spats does find a position in the natural. Oh, stasis.
He wants all of them.
Wait.
Well, it worked.
Okay, no, it got a different probe. I was like, that's not supposed to reapply the stasis ward. But it put another Yeah. I got a different probe.
No,
Okay,
it's
okay.
a different group of them. Yeah.
Yeah. But I saw like the bar reset, but it's because there was a probe occupying the same space that a different probe was.
They were stacked on top of each other?
They were stacked on top of each other, yeah. Behind this, Spots is actually just going to take a third. Oh, this is kind of cute. This might be something that Skillous is not expecting. And Spots, it's not really his MO, generally speaking. He is oftentimes a very two-base committed player. Not usually the kind to expand in a situation like this, but he is going to pull the trigger. Skillous, though, look at the sentry count right now. 6 sentries right now for Skillous, and there is a lot of army power for the Blue Protoss.
Problem is, though, the opponent has a bunch of them, too. We have another big stasis. Ugh. Man, this game, if those stasis wards did not go down, the supply count would probably look quite a bit closer here.
Yeah.
Does have that nice and early third base, though, and he has had all of that vision here now denied, but overall, he's really been making a very nice game out of this, I think. Like, this wasn't looking all too great for him just a few minutes ago, but he's been making some solid progress here, all things considered. The question is, though, can he keep that third Nexus alive? Because Skillous is now going across the map. He's playing defensively for a long while. He's going to find this third base, and he's going to try and work on it immediately.
Yeah, and no additional Immortals were created from that proxied base. We do see the force fields very good here. Hallucinated Archon not going to break those force fields. The one on the left will, but with Blink, with the Immortals, this is, I think, just too much for Spots to handle. The charge lots got on top of those Stalkers, but they just had the Blink available, and they just get out of there. Battery overcharge not really contributing enough to the fight. And Skillous looks like he is going to be able to survive this scary situation. And at the very least, he is going to kill this third Nexus. Spots, well, I don't know if Skillous needs to let him survive. I'm pretty sure Skillous can just push into the natural and end it right now.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what he will do. I mean, there are a couple Archons in the mix, but there's no good answer against this Protoss army in blue. Those Immortals have been putting in so much work.
Another
stasis ward. I feel like half of the workers have not been mining in this game half of the time. GG is called. And ultimately, it is Skillous who obtains the victory in this series. He had to fight for it, but I think ultimately he did play really well.
Yeah, I think he played a great game right there. And that was a really good fight, though. Spots created a lot of opportunities for himself that if Skillous were just a little bit less sharp, would have taken the game in both probably the second and third games. Obviously, when you get the scout, though, on a proxy robo, it's always going to be difficult to get anything done against a player that's as strong and as competent and solid as Skillous is. But yeah, that was a really competitive series. I was a little bit worried that Skillous might have been a little bit too strong, but no, it was much closer than I expected.
Absolutely, yeah. No, that was a fun series for sure. We had a lot of different dynamics right over there, right? So a bit of a different approach than what we saw on the Asian server, with less of a focus on, for example, Dark Templar here. But yeah, good to see the different regions playing the matchups ever so slightly differently.
Yeah, absolutely. And thank you once again to our sponsors here for the ESL regionals and the ESL Pro Tour in general. Blizzard Entertainment, Monster Energy, the U.S. Air Force, and the ESL Shop. Big thank you to everybody who helps us do this beautiful thing, this game we call StarCraft that we're all so in love with. And the next match, after we take ourselves a little break, is going to be Gung Fu Banda versus Young Yakov. And you are going to want to stick around for that one, because that one is going to be, I think, a rematch of a Big Brain Bouts match. That was a real banger. And I'm just always been a fan of Gung Fu Banda.
A couple months ago, apparently. At the time, it was indeed Gung Fu Banda who ended up winning it. But yeah, that is indeed a rematch from earlier this year. Nice catch.
Thank you. Yeah. All right. We'll be back in about 5 minutes. All right, we're back for another series here. The hits start rolling, and they just keep rolling. It is going to be Young Yakov versus Kung Fu Panda, as we mentioned. Yeah, this is going to be a pretty fun match, I think.
No, absolutely. I think it should be a very good one. I mean, Kung Fu Panda, of course, a name that we have seen for, well, quite a few years at this point. Young Yakov, still relatively new player, I guess, in that regard, although he's been playing this game at a high level for, well, quite a few years himself as well. At some point, though, I'm wondering, right, is he going to have to change his username? So right now he's 19 years old, but at some point, right, when you're like 24, are you still Young Yakov, or do we just switch to Yakov?
That's the question that has been on everyone's minds for years. Philosophers, tech analysts.
Even that Stalker in the previous game.
That's what it spent most of its time at that reflecting pool. That's what it was thinking about. When does Young Yakov just become Yakov?
Yeah.
And that's why it was late getting home and got blown off the map.
Well, yeah, we forgot about that part. I mean, it's all right, I guess.
Yeah, but in all seriousness, yeah, this is a really cool matchup because these two have not been active at the same time, except very recently, because Young Yakov has only kind of made his presence on the scene known in recent history. He's only kind of started that rise, and Kung Fu Panda has been... He's been one of those players that, while he still is absolutely a pro gamer, he doesn't necessarily play full-time like a Clem or like a Skillus or any of the players that we see, you know, grinding out the weeklies every week. He is a player that comes in a little bit more frequently for just like regional play or bigger tournaments.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is going to be an exciting match. We haven't seen exactly what these guys are cooking up for tournaments like this over the last couple of weeks. So we'll have to find out together exactly what they'll end up going for. Game number 1 is best of 3. Good old Oceanborn. Certainly the most played map today.
Yes, and I think that's going to continue probably for the majority of the tournament, but without further ado, we're getting right on into it. And here we go, spawning up at the top left for Berserker Esports, it is Kung Fu Panda.
And his opponent, down in the bottom right, representing the Platinum Heroes, it's Young Yakov.
Kung Fu Panda has always been such a cool player to me because it always felt like he played the game. And I've said this a few times before, and I'll say it again because why not? He's always played the game in a way that it feels like if a Terran player were to play Protoss and play it like Bio, he plays Protoss like it's Bio. It's super fun and cool.
Yeah, it's become a pretty popular style as well, right? We've seen quite a few players focus on the more zealoty and stalkery type of armies where you just send masses of units to the opponent. Zerging a Zerg can be kind of difficult though, right? Swarming them can be a bit tough, but so far not a bad beginning right here for Kung Fu, as we do have that natural expansion being blocked. A lot of the Zerg players at the pro level have been favoring a 15 hatch opener, but I guess on Oceanborn it is okay to get your natural blocked and to go for the third base as the first expansion. It's one of those things that can be quite annoying to have to deal with, especially if you will go up against, for example, Glaive to Depths or really any sort of aggression where the units have to be able to maneuver around a little bit easier. But Yakov apparently not too concerned about it, just fires up the third base as his very first expansion and goes into the gas in the spawning pool, and he'll connect those bases later.
Yeah, I think it all comes down to kind of personal preference for what each player really wants out of the matchup, out of the game. Because if you open up with that Extractor Trick 15 hatch, unless you go for a super fast gas, relatively speaking to what the build would be, such that you would get that 330 ling speed timing, it makes it so that you can't necessarily, like, you're going to have a later ling speed. You're going to have it sometimes 4 minutes, 4 minutes 20, 4:30 even. I've seen some players play even later than that. And if you do that, then it does open things up to either a depths shading into your base anyways, although I don't think that's the bigger risk. It's more so that you can't punish a super greedy third Nexus. So some players just prefer, they're like, yeah, it's uncomfortable having my base blocked, but I want that 330 link speed timing. I want to be able to establish myself and manage to deal with those first couple of depths. And I think it's, for a while, it felt like every Zerg was going to be doing this, and that was just going to become the new norm, but I think it's kind of tilted or slanted a little bit back to normal. But as I say that, this is quite a few Lings actually coming out of Young Yakov.
Yeah, it's important he does not lose any drones to just 2 Adepts, as they do get into the main base, and that's one of them going down. Second one falls as well.
Oh, he gets a
losing
third
3
one.
workers. Oh, that would be... Okay, 4 in total would be insane, but 3 is already quite a bit. Oracle, though, the main downside of losing those Adepts is that taking the third Nexus now becomes a little bit trickier here. Oracle, as a matter of fact, is going to be parked at the third base location rather than harassing, so... Yeah, I guess that takes the wind out of the sails of the Oracle for just a little bit. It'll now not be used as an harassment tool here for just a little bit. Instead, the Pulsar Beam gets activated over here. So far, only killing a single Zergling. Okay.
I will say that damage was big damage, and he did commit to those extra lings. Like, instead of making, 8 or 10 lings, he went up to 14, I believe. He's lost 3. He's got, he went up to 14. So that's effectively as though he didn't build, 3 extra drones. So he does need to get a little something done. And, I mean, picking off a pylon, picking off a probe, forcing both oracles to turn on a lot. Actually, hang on. Those oracles are, like, completely drained. Did he just leave them on forever?
I think he reactivated it a bunch of times. Yeah, so these oracles are not going to be used for harassment here for the next minute or so, which is, you can't even use them for defense right now. Those links have been incredibly obnoxious.
I was going to say, if Young Yakov was really wanting to, he could have made an extra, especially because he killed the pylon at the third and there was no third oracle, he could have made an extra maybe 10, 20 lings, and that's a big difference between 10 and 20.
Yeah.
He might have been able to deny that third.
Yeah, he doesn't know that there's no third oracle, I guess, right? So it's a bit of a chance that he's taken, and he already kind of overmade them a bit earlier, so I don't mind the decision for him to relax for a little bit. He's not just making the transition towards a Roach Warren and a Lair and all of the rest of those regular things.
It's just more so, it feels like Gung Fu Banda kind of left himself exposed if it had been something like that. Like, that was very, very risky. But as I say that, we are going to see 3 drones getting taken down by these Adepts. And the Oracles and the Naturals. So Young Yakov actually pulled the drones. Like, I think he just misclicked. Because he pulled those drones away from the Spore. And so he ends up losing quite a few of them when they're not covered by the Spore and there was no Queen there. That is actually quite a bit of damage that was somewhat self-inflicted. Oh, no shield battery. So the probes are going to pull into this.
It's charged, by the way, on the back of this as the very first upgrade. We're going all the way up to 8 gateways here, too, so he's ready to deal some damage on the other side of the map. There is a Roach Warren, of course, done, and +1 and Roach Speed are coming at this point in time, but there is certainly going to be a timing window here where Gung Fu Banda can potentially deal a lot of damage. There is that Robo facility that is not quite done yet, so he's not going to have a War Prism with these units if he decides to go right now. So I actually don't mind this. Just wait for another round of Warpins. And then, well, I'm assuming we're going to go for a Prism. Are we just going to send...
Oh.
We're just going to send it right now?
That is something that some Protoss players have started doing recently. Players like MaxBax have been starting to do this a fair bit. This is something an NA player named Heaven loves to do. Oh, look at that little wall from Young Yakov. That's beautiful. A couple of Evo chambers blocking. He already had roaches that would have probably been able to deal with this anyways, but make sure he gets the most cost-efficient defense that he can, and Gung Fu Banda really has no choice but to run away. We do see it looks like 4 drones. I think that must have been the Oracles that got the kills, but it's just going to be a handful of Zealots in the main base. Queen does get assassinated.
16 drones, by the way, in total. And, well, if the Zealot is any say in the matter, there's going to be a couple more on the back of it, too. So 17, 18 drones killed at this stage in the game. 19? I mean, that is a lot of workers getting... Double digits is what you're aiming for, right? 19 is really quite solid, and considering he has only lost Zealots and then also a bunch of Adepts, I think this is not going poorly here for Gung Fu Banda, but he's going to have to be very careful. Young Yakov right now ready to, well, go for an attack with +1 is it's finishing up right now. Roach speed is already done, and we have a couple dropper lords. So we're going to be bringing the queens as well as the overlords themselves straight across the map. Cute little play. One overlord apparently did not quite make the cut. Okay, you guys are going to go to the natural expansion. Fair.
Yeah, this is the German taxi. It's a little bit different, but it is still going to be with, actually, it's a German Autobahn. It's a German taxi on the German Autobahn. Damn, that's just, he's saying, Gung Fu Banda, you're the German player. No, I'm the German player. Taking a page out of Lambo's book. But, of course, there is this counterattack that Gung Fu Banda was, well, it's not even really a counterattack. It's just an attack. He was just going for it. Recalling the Stalkers into the third
is really not that amazing. Does he have enough at home here to defend? There's the battery overcharge, but it instantly gets sniped. Queens apparently picked up for just a moment. In the meantime, those roaches have arrived over in the natural expansion. I think those are almost more important than this fight over here, because Young Yakov not achieving too much in that location just yet. Although now with all of those important Protoss units running out, okay, this is actually starting to really hurt. Zealots in the meantime down on the other side. Okay, roaches pop out right in the middle of them arriving. Sometimes you need to get a little lucky.
Yeah, a little bit, but he still has to be microing those units, making sure they're actually fighting the Zealots and kind of getting themselves in a good position. Gung Fu Banda blinked in on top of the army at the outset right after he recalled, and I think that's the only reason that this has gone so poorly for him. Because I looked at this and I'm like, okay, Gung Fu Banda, he kills the base, he gets the recall, he's fine. But then, because all of his Stalkers didn't have Blink available, and he'd kind of blinked into a position where all the Roaches were firing, like Stalkers have the range advantage against Roaches, he's created a really difficult position for himself. And Young Yakov, I think I think Gung Fu Banda underestimated him. Oh, no pickup.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. I don't think that Blink was very good whatsoever. I looked at that same fight too, and I figured it was going to be okay there for Gung Fu. Although maybe killing the Nexus, or the Zerg Nexus, the hatchery at the bottom of the map, was a little bit greedy. But luckily for the Protoss, though, he does still have another base. And that one, Young Yakov did not quite realize existed, I don't think, until just now. And that's going to make that... It's going to make the advancement here of the Protoss economy actually manageable once again, because he still has a 2-worker advantage. It's nothing to write home about, but I think Young Yakov intended on winning the game now with that attack, since he doubled down so hard. Now it's a bit of an awkward scenario where he just still has so many Roaches and Ravagers, but I don't think Gung Fu really needs to be too concerned about this army, does he? Like, this is a unit composition he should be able to beat.
It's the scary thing is that he has to be in 2 places that are rather far away.
Yeah.
But Young Yakov not going to try and go into the natural. That Oracle was, of course, keeping tabs on him. Another Dropper Lord being created here by Young Yakov, and I wonder if that's just going to be like another Roach drop or maybe a Ling drop into the natural. And yeah, it looks like, oh, okay. two Lings and 3 Roaches, very much a Motley Crew type of drop into the natural. There is that shield battery there.
Nest. I would have liked to see a couple Banelings maybe added into the mix as well, but sometimes those Lings can really help out.
Yeah.
Now, suddenly, though, it's crisis mode here, right? For really both players. Gung Fu really feels like he needs to get that 3rd Nexus back up, and he does start it. Young Yakov remaking the 4th base too, and I think ultimately I'm liking this position a little bit better for the Protoss.
I think so. I think I like it, especially since, I mean, we do have +2 missile on the way, but obviously that's only going to affect the Roach Ravager. That's not going to help out for the Lings and Banes, whereas Gung Fu Banda's +3 is going to affect all of his ground units. So that is going to be just a little bit more value. We do have a strong timing. You mentioned asking for Banelings, and with Baneling's speed getting close to completing, Young Yakov's timing is going to be quite powerful. Oracle will turn on its Pulsar Beam and try and tickle away at these Ravagers, and that will put a pseudo-timer on this attack. Force Fields are very good, though, keeping a lot of the Banelings out of this fight. And without the Baneling speed, I mean, that was...
Yeah.
That did not feel like the fight. Oh, but oh my...
That Archon just got picked up and saved by the Prism too, and then after chasing it down, he decided to drop it back onto the ground only for it to get biled. But that fight took place before Centrifugal Hooks was done, right? And that really makes those Banelings, well, significantly better to attack with. Young Yakov losing a bunch of those expensive units. The problem right here with this Zerg army is that he's playing a unit composition that's really awesome with like 80+ workers. But he's doing it off of 57.
But he is going to hit in here before Storm is done. Battery overcharge will get taken down almost instantly. And Gung Fu Banda got caught away from his prism, so there was no way to save the Immortals. And just like that, it just gets absolutely swarmed, flooded, and taken down.
Wow, there was not a lot of longevity with that Ling Bane-based army, but Young Yakov, well, he found his opponent way away from the static defense. There really wasn't a reason for Protoss to be that far forward, and in the blink of an eye, he was right over that army, got a semi-surround on a bunch of those units as well, and then, well, ultimately a lot of those expensive Protoss units just fell. That's an unfortunate situation, though, because that game was very playable there for Gung Fu, but just a bit too far forward. Loses, Archons and Immortals for free, and then suddenly that attack is no longer something you can really hold.
Yeah, I think that's 2 times in the game, twice, where Gung Fu Banda kind of saw the army of Young Yakov and underestimated it both times. Honestly, maybe even 3 times that he did that. At least, for sure, when he blinked in front of the Nexus, he underestimated Young Yakov's army. And to be fair, so did I. But I think without that blink, I think it's fine. And then, so yeah, that move out where he doesn't have the prism, where he doesn't have the... He's just not near his batteries. Like, I don't know. He was getting Storm, he was getting +1 shields. Right? Yeah, no, that's the thing.
Unless you feel like you can pop all of the force, or you're not afraid of the opponent because you can force field those ramps, but if you're just sort of parking your army in a location where you don't have the advantage of the static defense, it just makes it, almost a little, you need to almost get a little bit lucky at that point as the Zerg, and, well, ultimately Young Yakov did manage to find the opportunity there, but he was on the brink of, I feel like being eliminated in that game, but he got it done.
Yeah, he really had... Once Storm completed, that army got so much worse for Young Yakov. But Gung Fu Banda, we'll see if he can focus back up, because he is spawning up at the top right for Berserker Esports. Well, it's the aforementioned Gung Fu Banda.
And his opponent down in the bottom left, not going for the gold base as his first expansion. This is the... Oh, wait, no, he's going for the faraway gold base instead. All right, even better. Yes. We have none other than Young Yakov. That is pretty wild. So we were talking about the new maps a lot over the last couple of broadcasts. It makes a lot of sense because these maps are a little bit funky. I would say that this one is one of the strangest ones. It almost feels to me like a 2 versus 2 map that managed to sneak into the 1v1 map pool. So there's a free-to-take base with 3 golden mineral fields, well, on the same area, there you go, as the main. So every single game that I've seen on this map so far, it seems players just take that expansion as quickly as possible because it's super safe. Right now, yeah, Gung Fu Banda took a bit of a double take right there with the probe as well, right? He's like, wait a second, something is a little off here. The timing here is certainly indicative of a hatchery first when I look at the spawning pool, but okay. It's going to be a gold base first, because that is one of the structures as well that is, or one of the setups rather as well that, well, our Zerg player is going to make use of. And Protoss is going to have a mirrored location on the other side of the map, and he probably won't be taking this spot until probably his 4th base at earliest.
Yeah, this is a super weird map post-youth. For me, it's the weirdest map in the pool by a lot. And it's not just because of the gold base in the middle. It's not just because of that half gold in the main, although those are contributing factors. It's the fact that it feels so weirdly cramped while simultaneously feeling like... So it feels cramped in that sense. It's good for force fields, but it feels uncomfortable for Protoss to cross the map because there's a lot of relatively wide open positions when you're crossing. It feels like no one is really comfortable on this map, you know? And that creates a really neat dynamic.
No, I fully agree with you, especially a little bit later on when all of the rocks and the mineral fields and whatnot are mined. Then suddenly the map feels very different than it does right now as well. Either way, those golden minerals here, there's 6 of them in this section of the map. They are going to be returning 7 minerals a trip rather than the conventional 5. So Young Yakov is going to be able to make, well, use of those very easily. The only problem is that this really is far away. this is not just your regular third base gold, right? Which we see quite a bit in modern map design, but it's really far away from the main. So multiple creep tumors are going to be used in order to connect those bases with creep. And it's also that gold base is also down to a low ground. So if Gung Fu Banda decides to make a push, he can actually get down into that area of the map relatively easily. It looks like instead he's just letting the Zerg player get away with it. He just wants to play a quick third Nexus here as well. 345, 350 or so is the usual time for it. But not only is the gold base far away, this expansion is actually also quite a reach from that main section.
Yeah, it really is. It's a far cry away. And there's also not really anywhere that you're comfortable to wall as a Protoss against Zerg.
No energy. He has no energy on the Oracle.
Oh my god, he did it again. Oh.
I think he just did not deactivate it.
That is a big problem. Gung Fu Banda has not yet been severely punished for this, but if he keeps doing this, like, this is... Young Yakov's going to recognize it, and he's gonna take a big advantage with this.
Absolutely.
One thing I do want to mention about the gold base is that your creep spread gets developed so much earlier forward. If you can hold it, I mean, what a wise statement Steadfast makes. If you can hold the gold base, it's really good for you. But if you can hold the gold base, this one in particular is really... It makes the map so uncomfortable for Protoss to do anything on.
No, I know what you mean, because especially when Zergs take it as like their fourth or maybe their third, usually the creep isn't quite that far forward and it's difficult to contain that spot or to really defend that section of the map. And taking it as like your very first expansion, I guess, allows you a ridiculous amount of creep spread.
Yeah.
Because already Young Yakov is crossing the halfway point. Exactly,
that's what I'm saying. It's like super far forward. Now we are going to see these Oracles getting a fair bit of damage in the main base. 6 drones going down. That is quite nice.
Oh, don't lose it. Okay, well, the Queens, they stepped a little bit further north. I think they would have been okay. But...
Yeah, I think that was... What was the HP on that Oracle? It was not particularly high. No more than 3 shots, I think. Yeah, it looks like 25 HP on that one Oracle. So yeah, 3 more shots would have done it. That's... Well, as long as you get out, that's... That's all that matters.
That's the most important part right here for Gung Fu, that's for sure. He's already going into a Templar Archives, by the way, so Blink together with the +1 and then already a Templar Archives. It's the upgrade he wanted in the previous game. If only he had it.
This is such a strong style of play as like macro-based Protoss. Like, it is just so incredibly powerful if you can get up to that Storm, which you should be able to do on 3 bases pretty comfortably. Classic kind of pioneered the style. And it's extremely powerful, but obviously you don't want to do it every game because then, you know, you run into the risk of being blind countered. That is something that's really important against Zerg, is that to have a lot of different strategies. And I think that's why the player Hero does so well. He is so build order diverse. But as far as standard play goes, this is fantastic. We've got another Overlord speed. This is going to be another German taxi, I think. Does he even need to? It's like the creep is already there.
Basically has creep. Yeah, he has creep over at his opponent's expansions. Like, we can bring the Overlords to maybe bring a little bit more of it forward, but do we really need to drop? Unless he wants to go into the main base, I guess he can sort of like elevator units into the main if he wants to. But yeah, +1 is finishing up. Roach speed is finishing up. I mean, he's certainly ready for a push.
I'd love to see him just drop 8 lings into the main and just while the attack is going on, like, see if he can't, you know, really get his opponent. Ooh, Stasis Ward does grab a couple of units. Storm is not yet done. This could be the timing that Young Yakov needs to punch his ticket for a series victory here.
Absolutely. He's trying to push forward right now. Okay, those Roaches do find themselves in a bit of a stasis. Storm is going to finish up in 8 seconds. Oh my god, the Templar are barely surviving, but now it's done. And only... 1, 2? Yeah, 2 storms.
He storms the stasis Roaches.
Those units don't take damage while in stasis.
No.
GG. Wow.
Well, I said it was a good build unless it gets blind countered or hard countered, and that was a pretty damn hard counter in terms of timings. Storm finishing.
Unfortunate right there.
Yeah. That Storm played no factor in the game whatsoever. That was the perfect timing for Young Yakov to hit against that. That could not have drawn it up better.
Funny because it's the same situation as we had in game number 1, even though Storm was 10 times later in that game than it was over here. But ultimately, yeah, Army gets caught off guard and the fights take place just seconds before Storm finishes up. And sometimes, yeah, you catch your opponent right at the perfect moment. I don't think Young Yakov knew exactly what he was playing against, but, well, he caught his opponent off guard and he immediately punished him for it. And that was a very quick 2-0 win.
Very well done by Young Yakov. That was extremely well done, because I was. That is the kind of player that he will need to beat if he's wanting to make the playoffs, and he hit his timings really brilliantly. Even in game number 1, when things got really complicated, he was still able to take it down. So good job by Gung-Fu, or pardon me, by Young Yakov, and he will go to 1-0 in the group. And we will go to a quick little break and be back with Lambo versus Petit Drogo after this. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everyone. I am Steadfast, and I am, of course, joined by Loco. Loco, how you doing? I heard you snacking a little bit. You got some food?
Yeah, I had like a chocolate Easter bunny somewhere, but I think my girlfriend put it somewhere, man. So I had to make do with some other snacks that I wasn't anticipating. But I'm all right. How are you feeling right now?
You know, I'm a little bit tuckered out. I didn't get a ton of sleep last night, so you know, I was just excited about the ESL Masters, but I'm ready for the upcoming match, which is going to be Petit Drogo versus Lambo. And I'm sure that one's going to energize me a little bit. This one's a bit of a classic matchup with Drogo not playing as much as he used to, but he was still able to qualify in via the closed qualifier, I believe, and should be a pretty good match. I do think Lambo is definitely the favorite here, but Drogo, sometimes you can have that thing where you don't play a lot and it makes you a better player.
Yeah, I've personally never really experienced that, but I have seen it with other players many times, where they don't play or they don't really, you know, practice very much, but they just sort of watch the game, and somehow it kind of like resets some of the bad habits that you may have been forming, I guess. But personally, I've stopped laddering many times, and then I come back and I play like I've never touched a mouse and keyboard before. But yeah, Drogo definitely seems to have some of that for sure. Like he did the same thing with like home story cups in the past too, where he doesn't really play the game for a while, and then he comes back and he looks really competitive. So I haven't really seen him play all too much lately. I believe he's studying full time, but yeah, Lambo as a full-time competitor, right? He should be the favorite going into this.
Yeah, I would definitely think so. But we will see. As we have spawning up in the top right, it is the Frenchman, one of the progenitors, the creators of the baguette style of Protoss. It is Petit Drogo. And his opponent in the top left, from Germany, we have none other than Lambo. One of Europe's greatest Zergs. It's kind of unfortunate, though, being a Zerg player, I guess, at this level in Europe, because yeah, guys like Cyril, guys like Reyna right above you. If they were not around, I think Lambo would get a lot of cheers from everybody at every tournament he goes to. Now, obviously, he still does. But yeah, those two, they do tend to steal the spotlight a little bit. They cast a very long shadow. I think especially Cyril. Anyone would agree that when you're when you're compared to Cyril, it doesn't matter how good of a player you are. Yeah. You're never going to look as good as you actually are. But with all that being said, Lambo has been a kind of leader of Zerg. He has kind of, you know, dictated a little bit of the evolution of the Zerg meta in Europe. With those European Zergs, he's kind of led the charge. It's been really cool. Yeah. He's even done some coaching as well with the top-level players, not just, you know, when he's playing events, but also, yeah, whenever he's, for example, eliminated out of a tournament, he is definitely the one that a lot of people will seek counsel from. So he knows the game extremely well. He's a very intelligent player for sure. And I think that, combined with the fact that Drogo is, yeah, just not playing the game as much as he once used to, I feel like it's going to be an uphill battle here for the French Protoss, but I'm certainly excited to find out. So we do find ourselves on Ghost River in game number 1. Now, we talked about the maps at length. I don't really want to discuss it all the way once more, but this map has one big issue for Zerg, and that is that there's only 1/3 base option. So yeah, sometimes that leads towards like a really quick lair, which is what we saw some of yesterday. Lambo is just going to give it a try, though, see if we can grab this. But if the Adept, like, you can pylon block here and then send the Adept in, and it's actually quite difficult to get the 3rd base secured. Yeah, it can be quite a hassle. Lambo did build the 4 lings. He actually kept 2 of them hidden. It makes me wonder if he was maybe trying to bait out that pylon to be like, oh, I can DPS it down. But on a map like Ghost River, if he was playing that kind of gambit, it does feel a little bit like, well, you're playing with fire a little bit. I'm sure he would know the timing, so I wouldn't even want to really question that. But it's the kind of thing where it definitely makes things a little bit uncomfortable. So far, first Adept will get deflected, only getting a single Ling kill. Good saves from Lambo. Absolutely. In the meantime, by the way, it's a Void Ray first. Okay.
Void Ray first always, or Void Ray first rather, not Void Ray first. Anyways, it always indicates to me that he's trying to hide something, right? This is always screaming to me, at least, that Protoss wants to go for something cheeky. Now, they really don't have to, but it always does feel like if you could choose between a Phoenix or an Oracle or a Void Ray, right? You should probably go Oracle every time, and Phoenix, yeah, pretty solid too, but the Void Ray is not usually the best all-round choice. Now, of course, it does have a bunch of benefits. It can deny Overlord scouts really confidently. And I guess on this map, I mean, the air-to-air rush distance is incredibly short. If you can get another Overlord, it might actually be totally fine.
I was just going to say, where the Void Ray really feels great is when you find two Overlords, and one of them went down before the Void Ray was scouted. So Lambo didn't know he needed to keep that Void Ray back, or that Overlord back behind us. It is going to be a very quick second Stargate and a Fleet Beacon. We do see Lambo, though, getting the jump on these Adepts, and that should allow him to deny this third base for a little bit of time, but it's already late. This is already a very late third base. You mentioned in the previous series that usually it's around 345 to 350, and if you don't see a Nexus by the 4:45 to close to 5 minute mark, you've got to be thinking, like, alarm bells have to be ringing.
Yes, 100%. Like, you see a Void Ray first and the delayed third base. You can't scout what's going on inside of the base, but it's got to be something weird, right? So,
yeah.
Do we have a lair started up yet, by the way? We do not, and that really does slow this down here quite a bit for the Zerg, because it's a Tempest rush.
Yes.
Drogo here is rushing out Tempest. Now, once he can go up to about 5 of them, he can start practically one-shotting everything. He just needs to point his... Oh, getting the council? Okay.
Oh, that's
council,
nice.
That would be huge. I thought for a second it was going to be a kill on that base, but he's hiding them. Yeah, he wants to just get as many of them as possible, and it is a good map for it.
Yes.
I just am not sure if it's the greatest strategy against one of Europe's best Zergs, but without a Spire, you can't really shut these units down, and a Spire is minutes away.
Well, the thing about this is that with the Void Ray, this looks like it could have been a charge lot all in, which is what caused Lambo to build that early Roach Warren and now to go for a bunch of Roaches. And now these Tempests are going to show up. They're going to start clicking down drones. This is pretty nasty to deal with. Now, the Tempests are pretty flimsy, but as they get into the corner, they will be able to harass 2 separate bases. This is so nasty right now. The only thing that's missing is actually an Oracle.
Yes. He does not have vision of these queens, so the Tempests are one of the few StarCraft units that can shoot away further than they can see. It is a bit of an issue you run into. Now, he really needs a Spire. A Spire is basically a necessity in order to counter these units reliably. Hydras are not a good option here. We have, okay, +1 together with Blink on the back of it. Even with, though, killing a bunch of these drones and maybe getting a queen or two, it's still such a late third Nexus for Protoss, right? So it's not like economically he's really in a good spot here when he kills a bunch of those workers. I think you can just replace any lost workers here as Lambo and wait until the Spire is done. Now, the Lair and the Spire do take ages to finish, but you should get there eventually. Oh, don't lose a Tempest to a queen.
Oh, wow. Okay, he's keeping them just barely alive. Will overstay a little bit. There's that quick acceleration that was buffed a few patches ago, coming in to help that Tempest get out of harm's way. Honestly, this is pretty darn good damage. It's like Lambo has not yet taken a 4th base. He's got a drone on location for that. He has droned on, but he's got the Spire about to complete. But the transition in towards Blink Stalkers is nearly done. And I think Drogo's just going to try and absolutely smash through Lambo with a big Blink Stalker all in.
I don't think he had vision of the Spire at any point. Ooh, Void Ray over here. Okay, this is actually really quite nice. I would love to see a recall on those Tempests in the top left. If he gets a kill on this base and this transitions towards Mass Stalker, it's going to be really tricky. I mean, +1 is only just now starting up for the Zerg missile. Yeah. It's going to be really difficult for Lambo to hold, I think, a big Stalker push.
Well, and for me, the more important thing is that he doesn't have Roach speed.
Yeah.
He doesn't have Roach speed. He doesn't have a whole lot of creep. This looks so nice right now for Drogo. Lambo is in a ton of trouble. He droned up to 80, and he can't actually even make use of most of them because his 4th base was denied again. Drogo is going to have a really nice position from which to attack. Oh, and he's going to go after the Spire and will be able to down it in 3 volleys.
I mean, there's not that many Corruptors. There's 8 of them in total. If the Stalkers kill 1 or 2, I've got a feeling... Well, unless the Tempest just fight the Queen straight up. Okay. Got a feeling maybe the Tempest could get some more value moving forward. This is still a fight, though, that's taking place on creep.
It's not... Yeah, the Tempests don't even matter at this point. There's just too many Stalkers. I think Drogo's going to do it right here, right now. Lambo's going to be forced to pull the drones into the fight, but there are so few Roaches and Ravagers in the actual fight. Roach speed will complete now, but Drogo's timing... Oh my goodness, he came ready to play. Great build for the map, and honestly, great execution too.
Yeah, really lovely work right here by the French Protoss. GG is cold. It's Drogo who wins game number 1. Very fun, man. The new maps, I mean, I'm gonna keep bringing them up, but they're delivering. This is not something you would really do on any other map, I don't think, but the distance and the way that the map is laid out, especially the distance between the naturals, just, yeah, really lends itself for a strategy like this. Very cool stuff right here from Drogo. I think the vast majority of people have their money right here on Lambo, but it's Drogo here who's now leading this series 1-0.
Yes, it is. I was not expecting this, and I think a lot of people, like you said, are probably not expecting this either. This is a pretty wild turn of events already. Damn.
Yeah.
We are going to see Site Delta as map number 2. But he's got to be feeling a little bit rocked back on his heels right now. This is a very uncomfortable position for him to be in because, yeah, he is playing full time, like you said,
yes.
And going down 1-0 to a player that you in your head are probably like, because even though Drogo, it's the skill doesn't disappear, you're still like, oh man, I just got like, I'm down 1-0 against a retired player. That can be what plays in your head after a map like that. The big thing is you just got to be like, okay, I got caught off guard. The build was good. It's a weird map. He did an all-in behind it. Forget it and move on to game 2.
Yeah, Lambo definitely can be an emotional player like that sometimes, though, where he can get stuck in his own head like that for certain. So we'll have to find out if the French Protoss has managed to get it done this time around, too. He's going to be the one spawning right here in the bottom right-hand corner of Site Delta. It's little Drogo.
And his opponent spawning up at the top left for the Shopify Rebellion. It is Lambo. In the blue. And very lovely stuff, though. I really like it because you already brought up the potential for a Zealot follow-up, right? So the Tempest into like a Zealot charge all-in is not an uncommon style. It's not the most popular style by any stretch, but Lambo would have been... Or sorry, Void Ray rather, into a charge all-in. Yeah, not Tempest into Void. That would be insane. Void Ray into charge all-in is not uncommon, so that's ultimately why Lambo was pretty late right there with the lair and all of the additional tech. And that allowed this Tempest to put in so much work, and then to transition from the Mass Tempest into Blink Stalker is also a strange transition, but I think Drogo really nailed that timing. He found his opponent before any of those important upgrades were done, because Lambo went Lair with his next 100 gas, then he went into Aspire, and then he saved up resources to be able to make a big round of Corruptors. And ultimately, the result of that is that he's late with the +1 missile, and he's late with the Roach speed. So, honestly, really clever style right there from Drogo. I don't think there's a build similar to it on Site Delta, but we'll have to see what he's gonna bring here. Yeah, I wonder if he's going to go for something like a quick Void Ray into Charge Lot all in this game after being like setting the expectation. And Lambo, because Lambo built a fair number of Roaches defensively. Like you said, he delayed that layer. He delayed his drone count. Like, he's not going to want to do that again. And if Drogo can somehow represent a certain build and then go for this like razor sharp all in, I don't know, man. This could get very scary for Lambo. But like you said, I don't think there's anything really specifically on Site Delta that works particularly well. It's just that It's just a map, you know? It's not like Ghost River where that pocket in the back for the Tempests is so powerful. Or, you know, the rocks around the third base make it uncomfortable to deal with Blink Stalkers if they can just kind of prevent surrounds easily, which they can thanks to that map terrain.
Absolutely. Now, it is going to be a Stargate opener once again right here for Drogo. That is not much of a surprise, especially not on a map as big as this one. But yeah, there's already a rally right here. You see that rally point of the Stargate on top of that, well, Overlord? I've got a feeling this may indeed just be a Void Ray once again. I do think Void Ray into a charge slot all-in would be quite clever here. Any damage, though, is nice. There's the Void Ray once more. I don't see him playing Tempest 2 games in a row. I'd be very surprised. It just doesn't really make a lot of sense on this map. I mean, it could still sort of work.
It would be, it'd be so crazy if he went for that.
Yeah.
Like, there is sort of a pocket where you can hit the third mineral line and sort of threaten the main with that dead airspace, but it's, I mean, it's not bad. But yeah, it looks like we're not going to see that because we do have an Oracle coming in behind this. And I do believe that Lambo checked that. Yeah, he saw that an Oracle was producing. So that's okay. That's good information for him.
Okay. So really nothing all too crazy now. We're going to see about a 4-minute third Nexus right here for Drogo, who just took it. There are quite a few Zorklings, by the way, out on the map, and they are going to get across once more. There's that Oracle. Going to need to be used defensively. Hello.
Oh.
Ooh. Okay, well, that's going to be a kill on that base. Or
Oh,
really? Could we not have committed to it?
Absolutely. 100% he could have for sure gotten that. That was a very late reaction from Drogo. Oh, but he's going to draw. Okay, well, Drogo turns off the Pulsar Beam. But no, there's too much HP on it now. Oh, man, oh my God, this Void Ray has 4 drone kills. Oh.
Okay, well, we've had a lot of drone kills, but now it comes at the cost of a Void Ray.
Huh.
Couple of sloppy moments right there for Drogo, though. He definitely is going to have to play a little bit cleaner than that. Sure, he got away with the Nexus now, but that could have been an absolute disaster for him.
Honestly, it was a little sloppy from both players.
Yeah,
on that
losing
one.
4 drones to a Void Ray is also kind of wild.
It's so easy to forget how quickly Void Rays kill drones. We are going to see a nice little... Oh, that's huge. Oh, that's so big. Okay, well, that's very good for Lambo. He's going to be really happy about that. There's no air units right now. There are 4 Adepts, and that's it. If Lambo were to decide to get it very aggressive, like, just pull the trigger, go pure Roach.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if Drogo could hold it.
It's charge slots, by the way, as a follow-up right now, together with, well, both types of Templar, apparently.
Yeah.
We're going to go for Dark Templar and High Templar. So he probably wants to get some Archons going as well. Can actually morph a Dark Templar and a High Templar together, which we rarely see, but it's an interesting follow-up here for Drogo for sure, but him losing those very expensive Protoss units really does put him in a weird spot, because Lambo can just, for the foreseeable future, do whatever he likes, right? There's not really a whole lot that... Okay, well, apparently what he likes here is making a Spire, but there's really not a whole lot that Drogo can do. But of course, Dark Templar can still catch you off guard if you're not really paying attention, so there's always a chance.
Yeah, I think these... so this is something Drogo used to do before, if I'm reading this correctly. Drogo used to, when he was afraid of being all-in, he would build a defensive Dark Shrine prematurely to deal with, like, lots of hatchery tech all-ins. So Dark, obviously, is the most well-known for them. But for a while, they were super common when 2 Stargate Void Ray was the meta, when you could transfuse Queens off creep. You could go for these crazy strong Queen Walk builds, and a good way to deal with it defensively was the DTs. But as we can see right here, that is clearly not the plan. He is, in fact, going to be trying to get some significant damage done. Ooh, if he gets the Observer... Oh! That's the new Observer HP.
Yeah, 10 additional...
7 HP, it would have died otherwise.
Not bad. Yeah. So Spire right here finishes. We did see a defensive Phoenix or two, by the way, which is quite interesting because Drogo has not quite picked up on the exact fact of what's going on. Dark Templar, though, just simply marched into the natural expansion. And just like that, 2 digits worth of workers end up going down. That's very significant. This is also going to buy a lot of time because still no Muta transition just yet. He's going to recall those units out of there. And now Storm is probably going to be close to finishing up when those Mutas get towards the other side. It's still a hassle though, right? As soon as those Mutas show up, the game still becomes very scary. But technically speaking, I think that Drogo should have all of the tools ready to defend against it. Now keep in mind, this is not a Blink Stalker follow-up. It's been a charge opener instead. So he's not going to have an easy time chasing down those units.
This is a wild play from Drogo overall, though. Getting Storm and DTs at the same time. It feels so dangerous if against certain attacks, but with what Lambo is doing, it is going to be so good on paper. Now, these Mutas are still unscouted. There is a cannon in the main base, which can help deal with the first wave, but if Lambo, just clicks down probes, this will be tough to deal with because there's no blink.
By the way, +1 arrow weapons on the back of this 2 right now for the Zerg player, so he's probably planning on doubling down with the Muta play quite a bit. Lambo bringing a little bit of craziness right here to game number 2. Oh, drones get us around on one of the scariest units for them. Good Storm here, though. Nice movement, too, by Lambo, to be fair. Like, grabbing a couple of these probes here on his way out. Not bad whatsoever. That's now 12 workers that have fallen on the side of the Protoss.
Yeah, that was some good damage by Lambo. Especially considering the fact that Drogo, even though he didn't scout it, he did prepare pretty well. Now, behind this, we are going to be seeing a Hive coming on in. Oh, Lambo obviously doesn't want to lose those Mutas. Yeah, Hive is coming on in.
Into Brood Lords? Is that the idea? I thought we were going to go mass Muta, but...
That's what I was wondering. If it is going to be that Broodlord transition, there is potential that it could be that. Honestly, considering the fact that there's only 1 Robo and only 3 Immortals, Ultralisks wouldn't be a terrible move. They would actually be a decent move in a game like this where your opponent has kind of cut robotics facility production. Not entirely, but it's been relatively minimized. But we'll see what Lambo elects to go for. And I think the more conventional move would be the Broodlords. Big Archon Blast on those Mutas, but they do find themselves 10 probes, and that is decent.
Yeah, I think it has to be. I think it basically has to be a Broodlord transition right now. Hive is finishing up as well as the +1 flyer attack completes, and he's just about to lose all these Mutas. There they go, and immediately the Hive indeed does fire up. Lambo at this point maxed out. He's going to need to use some of those units to counter... Oh, not the Banelings apparently. To counter these Zealots on the left side.
Oh.
Drogo is still playing a good macro game, though. All things considered, like, he's playing pretty wild, and he's making some creative and unorthodox decisions, but... I mean, I don't know how much time he's been dedicating to this game lately, right? But we know he's been studying, and I know he got into a pretty good school, and, he's been hard at work over there. The fact that he's actually, like, this competitive is, yeah, really, really nice.
It's kind of scary, actually. Like, he does not look like a player that is not full-time. He looks very dialed in, relatively speaking. And that is really cool to see. We are going to see the Storm on the right side deflecting the main army of Lambo. On the left side, I actually think there might be enough for Drogo to potentially push here, but Lambo is going to rotate a significant, actually pretty much the whole army over there to the left. He is adding on those Corruptors now, so the Broodlord transition will be ready very shortly. And the big problem... He has no
supply right now, though. Like, he has no supply to make that switch. It's actually a bit of a scary moment because those Corruptors are pretty much dead weight at the moment.
A little bit of a move command on the Stalkers right there. We're going to see the Banes eating some huge Storms. That will be a cleanup in the favor of Lambo, but that was pretty expensive still. I think you're going to be very happy about this because now he's able to trade out that supply that you were talking about, and the Broodlord transition will be covered since he did it on his opponent's side of the map.
Yep. No, nicely done right here by Lambo. All things considered, for sure. It looked a little bit scary, but now that the Broodlords are hitting the battlefield, the thing is, Drogo does not have a reliable counter against Broodlords whatsoever. Like, he's got Stalkers, I guess, or Blink Stalkers, but he's got 0 of the actual unit out into the battlefield. 2 queens are going to sacrifice themselves for the greater good. That's unfortunate for them, I suppose, but now that there's Brute Lords out, like these Brute Lords alone can pretty much take on, or at least keep the entire Protoss army at bay, right? And you know, with more and more Roaches now trading themselves out in favor of better units, I think this is starting to look better and better right now for the German Zerg, but he still needs to be careful. Can't give away units for free.
Yeah, something I didn't even think about is the fact that all the units that pretty much died, besides a couple High Templar, for Drogo were Stalkers, which was the only answer to the Brood Lords. Now, Lambo's still got to be a little bit careful right here because he is throwing away a lot of stuff, and his Brood Lord count is not super high. Meanwhile, this drone line is going to be heavily threatened. Yeah, Lambo just lost so much supply.
Yes.
Oh my god.
Lambo just lost so much. Lambo just lost a massive amount of stuff, and I love this Zealot run by here because it's dragging the entire Zerg army and all of the reinforcements back to this position. I think Drogo, upon seeing the Brute Lords now, realizes this is me going across the map. I need to get this done within the next minute or so because the Brute Lord numbers are growing. I think he should just go straight up towards the high ground. Lambo trying to see if he can maybe get his opponent to go back home too by, well, attacking and potentially forcing out the recall. But I think you kind of just gotta keep going, right? Do you have enough stuff, though, to fight these brutes? I mean, he gets underneath the 2 that are morphing in over here.
Oh, there's a lot of Brood Lords now. This might end up being the folly of Drogo. There's no transition into mass air or, you know, a bunch of Stalkers coming in at home. Storms still can be good against Broods. We can see right there that one Storm does get a lot of damage done, but Drogo, yeah, he is, I think he's overstayed a little bit. He does have 6 bases right now, but Lambo will be able to get a lot of damage done to this army. Oh, cute Storm, but it does come at the cost of the High Templar. That was optimistic, I think, more so than anything.
Yeah, and I think Lambo is reading it correctly, by the way. Now another nice little drop. Okay, softening up a lot of these units. Lambo is reading this correctly, though. He's looking at this. He's like, okay, you are not transitioning towards air. So I'm going to try and get Lurkers going, too. Because Brute Lords, together with Lurkers, absolutely destroy Protoss grounds. I mean, individually, they're already really powerful. I don't think he's going to need them because these fights are all looking pretty darn good for the Zerg player. But, okay. Well, hello. Hey, guys.
Well, okay. That is a very expensive loss right there. And Lambo just took the decisive fight that he was looking for. Drogo trying to get very creative with those High Templar drops on top of the Brood Lords, but Lambo's splits were very good. And that was all he really needed because, yeah, there wasn't really a good answer to the Broods, and there's still no Fleet Beacon transition. He is getting +1 air, but it feels like it's too late at this point.
Okay, we have an Immortal drop in the main base and a Void Ray transition. Brute Lords are still at low hit points, though, but there's a couple Infestors now accompanying this as well. Fungal Growth can be so... Oh. I was going to say, walking into it, probably not so much, but Fungal Growth and Corrosive Vials, there we go, are so nice here in this scenario. I think that this will result in a win right now for the Zerg player, simply because there's no good answer against the Brutes, and Lambo's doing a great job controlling the terrain here in the space where he can maneuver his army around him, really ensuring that the Protoss is not going to have an easy time getting underneath. Now, there's one... okay. One Void Ray.
Oh, goes down to the Corrosive Vials. That's a painful one. Drogo had so much money in the bank. Imagine if he had just started 2 extra Stargates and a Fleet Beacon while he was pushing.
Yeah. Now he does that.
Yeah. It's so late, though. There's like... Lambo's even building Hydras as his anti-air. Now, I will say... Hang on. I will say... Lambo is going for the main instead of these outlying bases that are the fresher mining bases.
I don't know if he even realizes that those bases are taken all the way to the top, right? Yeah, I seen one little pylon there, I guess, some time ago. There's no proper anti-air here. It's actually really unfortunate that he ended up losing that first Void Ray. I think if he loses another one here, there's no real anti-air, right? If he would have had 2 Void Rays right now working away on these units, I think this could actually still be a playable game. Drogo, in the meantime, by the way, on the other side of the map. A lot of Dark Templar here. Can we get a Fungal? I mean, that's the only real detection right now. Oh no, there's a whole lot of there's a whole lot of Overseers.
There's a few behind that. This will be a snipe on the base. Drogo still has so much economy right now. Even like Lambo is actually getting really low on money. But it should just be still too much, I think. Yeah, this has gotten a lot scarier than I ever anticipated it could. And kudos to Drogo for making this chaos and giving himself a chance. But, Blinking on top of the Broods.
Yeah, the Brood Sorcerer still
he gets all of them.
There we go. He gets all of them. I think the Roach Ravager Hydra Ball over here, though, is looking really terrifying. There is an Overseer in the mix as well. All right. Lovely work here by our Protoss player, but I don't think it'll quite be enough because the supply count right now is really telling us the full story. If somehow Drogo can stabilize here, I mean, he does have those bases, 2 mining bases in the top right-hand corner. It's a massive army, yeah.
But if he'd made a few different decisions at the outset of that, and he played it out similarly, that is a 2-0 for Drogo. I'm like...
Even if those 2 Void Rays were actually just alive at the very end, like, there's so many moving parts, obviously, but...
Yeah. Oh, it was a very complicated game. If he would have started up the
Stargate transition a little bit earlier, if he... There's so many things that could have happened in this game that actually would have given Drogo the win here, which is kind of wild, because a 2-0 win for Drogo over Lambo, I think is not really something that anybody really anticipated, but... Yeah, great stuff here, honestly. Really well done. But it's Lambo who evens up the score. That means that we're going to go to post-youth of all maps.
Yeah. I got to say, Lambo, even though he did win that game, I'm a little worried about him for game 3. Like, that was a toughie. That was a game that when you have Broodlords out against an army that doesn't have anti-air, pretty much, like, Storm Archon is not it against any more than a couple Broodlords. And there was more than a couple Broodlords. And especially after we got those splits on the Broodlords, for that game to even feel a little messy can maybe shake your confidence a little bit. And we didn't see Lambo re-expanding. We didn't see him, taking more bases after the loss of the 5th base and then the loss of the 4th, and it did end up being the right decision, but I hope it was a decision and not him like tunnel visioning on, I have to win the game with this army. I really hope it was, okay, the right call for me is to just keep going with what I've got.
You're absolutely right. So here we go. Our final game in this best of 3 series. Spawning right here in the top right-hand corner of a map called Post Youth, we have none other than Drogo.
And his opponent spawning down in the bottom left for the Shopify Rebellion. It's Lambo in the blue. And I don't want to pretend like he didn't just win this game. Like, he did win this previous game, and that's obviously, very well done. And especially considering the fight that Drogo did put up. But that is a game that I feel like, even in victory, can be weirdly confidence shaking.
No, I think Lambo is actually like not happy with that win, despite the fact that it's the win. He's happy that he's won the game, but not happy with the win itself. If that
not happy with exactly how it went. Like the path to get there is not a comfortable one, because I'm sure he's thinking to himself, man, if he'd made a fleet beacon and 2 additional Stargates, I'm dead.
Or even if you had like 1 additional Void Ray, or if that, those Void Rays ended up not getting biled. Like, you need to, there's like 7 moments where Lambo got a little lucky, right? And winning based off of a little bit of luck is never really the way that you, especially somebody like Lambo, really wants to win. So
yes, Lambo is a very methodical player who understands the game at a supremely high level. So knowing that your opponent had outs against you, and even if they didn't take them, it's sometimes almost like being too smart for your own good, And I don't want to disparage Drogo and be like, well, you didn't figure out what was going on. That was a super chaotic game where he shouldn't have really had a chance to win, and he was able to make it messy and to give himself those outs. Like, it was him playing well, not Lambo necessarily playing poorly, that allowed him to get those opportunities. But at the same time, if Drogo, I really think either or, like, whether it's, a few more Stargate units or it's a bigger transition in towards, like, Tempests. Because even, 3 Tempests, when that Broodlord attack gets across the map, Drogo's going to swat that away like it's nothing, and it's going to be 6 base to, 4.
No, absolutely. No, I agree with you. I'm actually very impressed with the way that Drogo is playing. He seems to actually... So well. I guess some pro gamers actually benefit quite a bit from having like really solid structure in life, right? Like when you have nothing on the calendar and you just, you know, your calendar basically says get good at StarCraft. Some players don't actually benefit from that style all too much. And I wonder if this is the same case as well for Drogo, where he's got a couple hours to play here, a couple hours to play there, and he actually, like when he does get to play StarCraft these days, he actually puts in like 100% focus, because I really don't think he's playing a ton of SC2 at the moment because he's really busy studying, but he has clearly still got the skills, and yeah, he's doing a phenomenal job here. I'm very impressed. I think he had opportunities to win game number 2. He obviously ended up winning game number 1 with a very clever strategic game, and I can imagine that even though he lost that game, he still did some mental damage to Lembo, right? Like going into the rest of this series, I can imagine that Lembo is going to be a bit frustrated about it all, so we'll see.
Yeah, I cannot imagine a world, in fact, where Lambo isn't a little bit annoyed with that game. Now, as we talk about annoyances, that was a very nice little move for Lambo. Manages to bait out the Oracle's Pulsar Beam, gets the probe, which of course delays the Nexus a couple extra seconds, 10, 15 seconds. And yeah, only loses, what, 2 links? Yeah, 2 links. That's, obviously you're going to lose the Overlord every time. So that's like not even really worth talking about. Especially since Lambo didn't get supply blocked. But getting that pick off, that's a nice way to start game number 3.
You're absolutely right. Twilight Council, together with a Forge on the back, it is right now for Drogo, so all of this is looking pretty normal. Focusing on the triple Oracle this time around, so this is no Void Ray shenanigans or anything along those lines. With triple Oracle, though, you definitely do want to kill a couple drones at the bare minimum, and so far, the only worker that has died has been on the side of Protoss. Drogo actually missed rallying probes into gas there inside of the main base. The secondary base, I guess, in the main. Anyways, that is something that needs to be solved.
Yeah, that's an oopsie. That's an oopsie daisy. And not something...
can really become an issue, though.
Yes. Yes, they can, especially since it looks like he wants to go charge a lot of Archon. We're going to see Drogo. Oh, cute little move right there from Lambo. Hey, look at that. He wants to save that drone. He's like, oh, the caster said I haven't lost a drone. I can't lose a drone in front of them now. I can't be disappointing like that. Those
2 probes sleeping on the job. They think it's lunch break already, but that's not the case.
That's a problem because my feeling is that this is going to be a Charge Lot Archon heavily based attack. And we finally see those probes starting to mine now, but that took a while. That was... that was a decent amount of missed out gas income. Fortunately, he does fix it before it becomes, you know, mission critical, but every little bit does count.
Absolutely. Oracles, okay. Find a couple workers over here inside of the main base. Another kind of trapped over on this left side of the map, though, and you know, he's going to be forced to recall these units away. I think you are right. This is looking like a charge slot Zealot all-in, which is a pretty powerful way of playing the game. There's the Templar Archives. Additional gateways are coming up, so he is ready. Now, in the meantime, Lembo mixing it up too. You love to see it. He's going into Roaches together with Swarmhost. We saw some Swarmhost play yesterday. At the time, it was played without any sort of Nidus. I was a little surprised by that, and I'm curious to see if Lembo will be the one playing a Nidus Worm here.
Ooh, yeah, it's quite curious, but I don't know if he's going to get to that point. He just committed to 10 Swarm Hosts, and Drogo, okay, he is going to be taking a 4th base. So this is not going to be an ultra-dedicated attack. If it were, though, I mean, Swarm Hosts, yeah, they can be really good at racking up damage over time. They can be a huge pain to deal with, but they do not provide sustained DPS. Oh, Drogo is going to get the scout.
Yeah.
But yeah,
this is scary, though, because these units are, like, basically Drogo has been in the driver's seat of most of this series, it feels like, right? Like, he's been the one deciding the pacing of the game. Now it's going to be Lembo, who will be able to put on pressure. And generally speaking, in RTS games, being the aggressor is much easier than being the defender. So let's see how Drogo can handle all of this. I mean, the first Locust Wave does get activated. That 4th Nexus is toast. In the meantime, though, there's something going on inside of the main base as well, off the Zerg. Yeah, Prism going around. Okay, it does live, but...
Lambo had some good defense. There's no recall. And like you said, this is going to be a dead 4th base. Drogo's trying to get up in towards Storm. This is... Oh, my God.
How did you live? Actually insane.
Oh, and that one lives, too. The War Prism's able to escape out. Lambo is playing without an Evo chamber, by the way, which is really quite intriguing. He is in a fantastic position. Starts up the Hive, going to be a Hydra Den behind this, so he will be able to transition in towards Lurkers, and it is going to be a double Evo behind this. Storm's going to have to be used defensively. I think Drogo... Oh, wow, those are some big storms on the Locust, but this is looking really, really rough for Drogo right now.
You're absolutely right. Lurkers are on the horizon, right? So Drogo... Oh, yeah, he lost the prison. Yeah, Drogo is trying to survive, which is your main goal against this Swarm House-based style. And as soon as Lurkers hit the battlefield, it's going to be very difficult to actually push with any of these units. So Drogo is going to be in a great spot if he manages to survive until like 100 army supply or so. But right now he's at only 29 or 35 at the end of the sentence because he's warped in a couple additional Stalkers. Long story short, though, it's tough for Protoss here to defend, and he needs a lot more army.
Yeah, and Lambo's just not going to let him get it, and that is just going to be too much. Lambo will take game number 3 and survives a very scary-looking attack. Very scary. Not even attack, but like series. It was an attack on his life points.
You're absolutely right there. That was, yeah, definitely a very scrappy match there between these two, but I don't think that Drogo, even though he's going down 0-1 right now in this tournament, obviously he's not out by any stretch of the imagination. He still has a couple matches at the very least ready to go, but I wouldn't be too surprised if he ends up getting a good couple wins on the board as well, because he's actually playing some really solid StarCraft here. Ultimately, though, Lambo, the favorite going into this series, he does obtain the victory. But I don't think he is going to be super happy about the way that he got there.
I hope he's not beating himself up. I hope he's, enjoying the victories. Because, yeah, like you said, taking the reins in Game 3 was the absolute right call. Yeah. And it really let him dictate who was playing that game. Who was calling the shots. And Drogo definitely struggled a lot more when that was the case. So really great job from Lambo. And, well, we're going to head to a little break. It's going to be 5 minutes once again on the timer. And we will be back with ShoWTimE versus NightPhoenix, another PvP. Welcome back, everyone. I am still Steadfast, and I am still joined by Still Loco. How you doing, Loco?
Absolutely. I am still Loco, indeed. Good to have you here again, Mr. Steadfast. We're ready for a Protoss versus Protoss, a matchup that we have seen once or twice already so far in the regionals. It's always the most common matchup, right? Especially in the early days of the regionals, because there just so happen to be a lot of Protoss players in, well, all three servers. Either way, though, they've been a lot of fun. The sentry changes and the new maps and all that. They have been really creating a lot of excitement, I think, for this matchup, and it's been fun to see the different regions also play the matchups a little bit differently.
Yeah, very much so. It is going to be ShoWTimE versus NightPhoenix for this one, and that is, well, that's pretty cool, I would say. We have. Absolutely. Obviously, ShoWTimE is going to be a decent-sized favorite, but I think NightPhoenix is a player that could maybe come in with something a little bit funky and try and catch him out here. But yeah, like you said, we've had a few PvPs. We've only got 2 left on the day out of our 5 remaining series. So, you know, we'll have to wave goodbye to the new Tickle Beam Deluxe Uber Cannon. And it'll just be the Tickle Beam again.
We'll see exactly what happens here. Game number 1, Crimson Court.
Yes, indeed. As we have spawning up in the top right, it is the blue Protoss player, NightPhoenix.
And his opponent down here in the bottom left. From Germany, it's ShoWTimE. NightPhoenix, by the way, tweeting this morning that he joined a new team called Astronaut Esports, which is, yeah, pretty cool.
Astronaut Esports?
Astronaut Esports, yeah. I was also not familiar with their name yet, but he tweeted about it this morning, so I would imagine, indeed, that he has made the switch.
Yeah, I would... Damn, okay, that's kind of neat.
Yeah, sorry, so they tweeted, we're extremely excited to, yeah, apparently jump into RTS games.
Oh.
Cool.
Neat. Sounds good. Yeah. Good luck. Good luck to NightPhoenix. He had some pretty fun games in the qualifiers. Got a chance to check out some of his play. I think he won his qualifying match handily, but it was after, I think it was in like the lower bracket.
Okay.
I'm a little bit foggy. I covered a lot of games, and there's so many, like you said, there are so many European Protosses.
Yeah. Ooh, NightPhoenix tried to get the kill right there on the probe, the scouting worker from ShoWTimE, but he didn't get it. He pulled a bunch of probes from his own mineral line to try and chase it down, but...
Mental damage.
Yeah. Well, honestly, I think ShoWTimE will be pretty happy about that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He's going to be able to inflict some mental damage. It feels real bad when you go for a move like that, and then your opponent just like sidesteps you.
Twitch chat prediction, by the way, 2% of the points going in favor of NightPhoenix. So ShoWTimE, the clear favorite. That is a 50-1 on. I mean, that's not bad, honestly. I can see it happening.
I mean, that's good enough odds to, like, that's smart channel point money, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Esports dollars, I think, is what they're called in this channel, right?
I love it. Honestly, so much fun, actually. It's yeah. It's good methodology.
Alrighty, so both players trying to expand. Ultimately, the Nexus is going to be a little bit quicker right here for ShoWTimE. Now, ShoWTimE, of course, has been a household name on the European server for such a long time. He's known as the Mauer, very good when it comes to playing that defensive style. So, I'm not surprised right here to see him taking that expansion before the opponent. As NightPhoenix actually mostly just posturing with that expansion for the time being. Okay, he will be taking it here eventually, but decided to go into that quicker Twilight Council.
Yeah, this really did look like, for me, for a moment, I was like, he's going to blink Stalker all in. That's what he's doing. But nope, not going to be the case. Man, those sentries, they're so jacked. They're so strong.
Like, they've been doing push-ups, man.
Yeah.
They spent the entire winter break just Doing some push-ups and bulking up, and they're actually putting in a punch.
Yeah, they are. Now they used to be the ones they're the ones that got like bullied in high school, but then they had their glow up, and now they're the guy that you the guy that she tells you not to worry about or whatever. Like, they are just so strong these days in PvP.
They do feel like substantially beefier now in this matchup. It's funny because the changes are really quite small, all things considered, but they really don't die nearly as quickly. And it's not surprising to see ShoWTimE, of all players, make active use of it, and look at them go. A little tickle beam, no longer. Now, I wonder if he's overextending a little bit, though, because those are still stalkers.
Yeah, and once the shields are down, those sentries, you know, the clock hits midnight and they turn back into pumpkins again.
They are suddenly not as strong as they perceive to be, man. It's all fake muscle.
Yeah, exactly. It looks real nice, but like it's all tone, no power. But regardless, NightPhoenix is still very much behind because his Nexus is so much later. ShoWTimE is up 7 workers right now. The only advantage NightPhoenix has, and it is a decent one, is the faster blink. But ShoWTimE's blink is like, yeah, it's only 20 seconds behind. Can NightPhoenix realistically do what he'll need to do? Very nice force field there to break up the concave. Battery overcharge is going to get popped, and yeah, this
great stuff.
That's a textbook defense from D-Mauer.
Yeah, very nicely handled right there by ShoWTimE for now. And you brought it up. There's that blink. Really only one attack wave right here where NightPhoenix had the overwhelming tech advantage. Right now, well, that similar tool is going to be available. Aggressive blink forward, though, from ShoWTimE. Maybe getting a little over-eager. But he's already gone into a third Nexus, too. So he actually mined out those skinny golden mineral fields to go up towards this base on the left side. Which is one of the cool features of Crimson Court. You don't actually have to show your opponent. Now, NightPhoenix has figured out that something is a little off. So he does find the base here eventually. But he needs to be careful, because now Blink is going to be on cooldown. Yeah, and that's a couple Stalkers. Huh? One actually only going down there in the end.
ShoWTimE
is going to be on cooldown.
Oh, he might be able to get more. Oh, yep. I think he got 2 more. Yes, he did. That's 3 for 0. And NightPhoenix is just continuing to commit to Blink Stalkers off 2 bases, while ShoWTimE is adding on tech. He's adding on probes. He's continuing, like, he's actually... NightPhoenix is going all in on just Stalkers, and ShoWTimE is keeping pace with him while doing more.
Absolutely. The push continues right here for NightPhoenix. He's effectively turning this into a 2-base all-in. Problem is that it's so difficult to overwhelm ShoWTimE, really in any game, honestly, period. He's just so good when it comes to defending and staying alive and never really being broken here. So he's going into a forge. At this rate, ShoWTimE will probably not need a forge as he's just blinking back and forth. There's still no third Nexus here for NightPhoenix, so the longer that this goes on, the more that economical advantage for ShoWTimE will kick in, and ultimately the more units he will end up with compared to his opponent. So these trades have been nice. Already, actually, they have been in favor of ShoWTimE. NightPhoenix needs to get something done, and he needs to get it done quickly.
That he does, and it's not going to be a very long timing. There are more Stalkers here for NightPhoenix. Battery overcharge will get taken down, but that's a lot of lost DPS. Still ShoWTimE. He might have overprobed, and this is a great concave for NightPhoenix. He's way down in workers, NightPhoenix that is, but ShoWTimE, I mean, if you lose the Stalker War, it doesn't matter what the worker count is per se. That's a very bold blink forward, but I think it's close enough to even trades. Yeah, it's definitely, yeah, they're dead even on Stalkers right now. The main thing for ShoWTimE is that he didn't add additional gateways, so he couldn't make use of his actual benefit here. He did get an Immortal, but like, look at this, look at the economy right now. It's insane.
He's going for what seems to be another Nexus, or at least he's considering it in the top left-hand corner. I think ShoWTimE really just needs to get his money down and make some army.
Yeah.
Another Nexus is the last thing we needed. I actually thought that he shouldn't really be probing anymore, because he's been making a lot of them workers, but even after losing quite a few of those probes, he still is so far ahead with the worker count. Now NightPhoenix is going into the main base. New gateways will be forced out because of it, though, so maybe that will be, in the end, ShoWTimE saving grace, but right now he doesn't have a lot of production.
Yeah, depowering the production for D-Mauer is a big problem right there. Fortunately, ShoWTimE's so quick on the rebuild of that pylon. He was right on top of that. NightPhoenix is still making this look scary, but I think ShoWTimE, with an Immortal out, with those gateways getting repowered, and now 3 more finishing, I think ShoWTimE is going to be able to finally shut this down. It's very clear to me that ShoWTimE thinks that NightPhoenix is on 3 bases.
Yeah, exactly. Like, we're now even at that awkward point where in like a minute from now, NightPhoenix's main base is going to start running low. Because his all-in has been going on for such a long while, so he is really going to fizzle out very soon. He needs to get, units going here. So ShoWTimE is making the assumption that there is a third base. There's no way. Like, there is a third Nexus coming right now. It just started up. Cybercore goes down. You do need a Cybernetics core in order to warp in Stalkers, but luckily here for ShoWTimE, he has already been... well, chrono boosting out that charge upgrade for a little bit. It's still, this is still surprisingly close, but I don't think there is really a way out of this match here for NightPhoenix. Now that those Immortals are here, they are so powerful.
Yeah, not to mention the fact that ShoWTimE got that +1 weapons.
Yeah, he goes +2 as well. Yeah. This is a misery for sure here, but I think it's still totally fine.
Oh, it's so funny because it is absolutely a misread. There's no way it's not, but it is like not gonna matter because he played such a clean early game and dealt with the first wave so well that it's just
74
it's all fine.
probes. Yeah, no. NightPhoenix is gonna have to transfer probes from the main base too. I think ShoWTimE at this point realizes, wait a second, I can actually chase this down easy peasy. He does have a prism too, so I'm assuming he will just keep going. He even has a little location over here to warp in across the minerals.
Very cute. Very cute. But if you got that prism, of course, the fast warp-ins are so much better. ShoWTimE is taking a 5th Nexus. Just go kill him, man. He's dead on his feet right now. Blow on him. Okay? Just blow gently in his direction. He will fall over.
My mom always told me I can't play with my food, but ShoWTimE did not get the same message when he was young. It's okay, ShoWTimE. He's tiptoeing around him like that army is huge, but it's 36 army supply for NightPhoenix versus 77 for ShoWTimE.
The thing that makes sense, though, with ShoWTimE's movement is if he did think NightPhoenix was on a 3rd base this whole time, it would make sense for him to play very cautiously because you're like, oh, well, my opponent's economy is very good. If I overcommit, I'm going to find myself in trouble. But, of course, that was not the case. And it led to a match that felt a little bit inevitable towards the last few minutes. But honestly, I can't fault ShoWTimE for playing safe there. Like, it's so easy to give away an advantage too, right? Especially in a mirror matchup. And I think it was just a little misread, but he ultimately played so well that it didn't even really matter that there was an entire 1,000 minerals that wasn't accounted for caught up there, and he was still a-okay. NightPhoenix ultimately decided to rip off the band-aid himself because he apparently felt like, okay, that 5th Nexus, that's a pretty clear indicator that I'm not gonna be able to win that game, but. Anyways, well played right there by ShoWTimE. Maybe not a unexpected result for this series so far, but it could have gone very poorly, though, because that is a lot of resources that are caught up in additional bases there for ShoWTimE that really could have backfired, but luckily for him here, it did not. Yeah, no, it was very like ShoWTimE-esque. In one sense, where you're like...
he basically won without attacking, right?
That's exactly. That's what I mean. Like, he was like... He just... and, like, his opponent would, like, run into him, and ShoWTimE would just build a wall. And it would, like NightPhoenix would, like, bop his head on it. And that happened, like, 6 times, until finally NightPhoenix was just too concussed, and he's like, fine, you win. Like, okay, it's over. All right, here we go. Spawning up at the top left. It is aptly named Demauer. For big, it's ShoWTimE.
And apparently, an astronaut in the top right-hand corner. We have NightPhoenix. Joining a new team, specifically today, I guess, at the start of this tournament.
Very cool. Very cool. Honestly, that's awesome.
Yeah, a lot of teams actually have been committing to StarCraft 2 as of late, which is awesome to see. Really cool to see SC2 still alive and well in 2024. I think you and me are also pretty happy about that.
I would say so. I would say we are quite pleased with the lack of deadness of StarCraft 2. It's I mean, yeah, this I feel like anyone who is still into the game at this point has such a like love-hate relationship with it, where it's still more love than hate, but there's always those days where you're like, DTs, lurkers, widow mines. But having it be alive so long and having it like continue to just bring such a Sisyphusian, I don't think that's a word, but like the boulder up the hill, you know?
Yeah.
It's nothing hits like StarCraft.
It's kind of funny too, actually, because I think as far as esports goes, StarCraft is kind of in a unique position in the sense that I feel like there are a lot of people that much prefer watching the game over playing the game. And you would rarely see that with other esports where I feel like, at least, like, I don't have the stats to prove this, but I've got a feeling that the vast majority of people, for example, that like to watch Dota also play Dota, right? And the same for like League of Legends and the other big esports out there. But with StarCraft 2, I mean, sure, there's a lot of people that love to play. You can still find games within seconds of queuing on the ladder. But I think the vast majority of people have played the game at some point and then realized, okay, I understand this is super difficult. Now I'm going to enjoy watching other people play it instead, because that is far less stressful. And it's kind of a beautiful thing. It reminds me of like traditional sports, right? Like how many people love to watch football or basketball but don't actually actively play it themselves? I would imagine that the vast majority of people that enjoy watching StarCraft in 2024 will continue enjoying the game, right? Like they've probably been watching for many years, and I don't really see them going anywhere. So shout out to the people watching. It's been only really possible because of you guys.
And much like the sports fans at home who are in their like 40s and 50s and out of shape and not able to play at a high level anymore. They're just like screaming at the TV, "Why'd you fumble the ball, you bum?" As a player, it's me. I'm talking about me, of course.
There's some backseat sporting going on.
Yeah, exactly,
for sure.
exactly.
Yeah.
It's a unique thing, but that's the beauty of it and the joy of it too. We are going to be seeing a 4-gate blink all in this time from NightPhoenix.
Yep.
Obviously, that wasn't what he ended up going for in the previous game. Oh, look at that. ShoWTimE was switching targets on those sentries to try and get them shooting the shields as much as possible. Oh, I was just going to say force fields would be so good right there, and that is a great set. But, that warping
as well. Body blocks it. Oh, that was really well handled right there by ShoWTimE. Oh, and that is such a bad start here for NightPhoenix. So last game he went for an extended 2-base all-in with Blink Stalkers. Now we're going to go for, I guess, a 1-base all-in with Blink Stalkers. But that first engagement is absolutely pivotal. Losing 2 Stalkers for 1 Stalker is, the exact opposite of what you're looking for.
No kidding. That is a brutal situation. And ShoWTimE already has an Immortal about to pop out. The Immortal's going to be out by the time Blink completes. Like, this is such a good situation for ShoWTimE. He is managing this setup perfectly. NightPhoenix is going to be able to move forward. We'll be able to snipe down a couple of Stalkers. But, I mean, that's a good first showing of Blink. But now the Immortal's out. And battery overcharge is, of course, going to be available as well. I do like probes being pulled. That's actually really smart right here from ShoWTimE.
Yep. They're focusing their fire on whatever they can hit, right? And here we go. Aggressive blink forward. He really wants to get that Immortal, and he does get it in the end, but that's very costly. Great force fields as well, because of course ShoWTimE knows that blink is going to be on cooldown. Another Immortal just popped out of the Robo facility. And even though NightPhoenix is trying to pull a rabbit out of a hat, now he suddenly... Turns out he was immortal after all. He suddenly finds himself against another one of those bad boys.
Yeah, this looks just fantastic right now for ShoWTimE. We are going to see 4 Adepts were warped in here. And that will make things a little complicated. Oh, I actually really like that probe pull. It is going to be... Well, he's got to get back to work.
That's actually really well done right here by NightPhoenix. That's a really lowering the advantage right here that ShoWTimE has had economically.
Yes, but it will come at the... okay, that is a really cool move. ShoWTimE, though, was paying attention and will still be able to pull his army back and get on top of this very quickly. NightPhoenix... Yeah, the thing is, all that did was, like, bring the worker counts closer, and it cost him a full warp in to do so. It was a good move, but ShoWTimE checked it well enough, I think, to still be just fine.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It kind of feels like it delays the inevitable a little bit, right?
Exactly,
like ShoWTimE obviously should have just not had those adepts in the main base in the first place, and even though NightPhoenix did do a lot of damage, it's not necessarily going to make this game any easier. Once again, we go up to 2 Immortals here, and they're going to be exactly what he needs against this type of army. 3 shield batteries right now on the low ground. As NightPhoenix, can you expand behind this? Not really. Oh, Immortal actually joining in from the high ground. That's kind of cute.
Oh, I didn't think about that. I was like, man, why is he not bringing that Immortal to the low ground? But yeah, that's a clever thing right there. We're going to see battery overcharge pop. Not able to keep that Immortal alive. Or actually, I think, yes, that was the end of battery overcharge. But ShoWTimE, I mean, as long as he's not getting overwhelmed, he is still winning this game. And with each passing moment, the main base of NightPhoenix comes closer and closer to being mined out. And this all-in will run out of steam. What do we got for the minerals? Yeah. It's 8:30 is usually when you get those first 4 mineral patches mined out.
Mm-hmm. So this would be the moment, if the previous game was any indicator, that ShoWTimE is going to take a third, right? There were a couple too many expansions in the previous game, but not quite the case here, I don't think. He must be reading this one correctly. There's really no way to misread this one.
Yeah,
the previous one was a bit trickier, but yeah, no, he's starting to overwhelm this. A third Immortal just popped out? No, actually, that's just started up. I thought for a second we had a third one already available, but look at those. Those 2 in the front, they're gonna just do so much damage. Aggressive link forward, okay, does get one, but it comes at the cost of a whole load of Stalkers. Gotta plate yourself into a corner here.
Oh, and he is actually going to do exactly that, which will allow ShoWTimE to take down a lot of those units. Immortal falls, but now there's more Stalkers for ShoWTimE than for NightPhoenix. And he will make a fantastic defense, start to finish. And with that, he takes his first series and steps closer towards the playoffs.
Yeah, really well handled right there by the German Protoss player. Just looking rock solid as per usual. ShoWTimE, just always somebody who reliably plays that defensive style, right? And rarely does he seem to have any real issues at this stage of events.
Yeah, I mean, there's a reason we call him D-Mauer. He is so steady. He is so, like, unflappable. And just a really powerful defensive player. And with that, he made it look easier than it was, because those were some really strong movements from NightPhoenix's army that could have caught a lot of really good players off guard. But regardless, ShoWTimE gets the job done. And with that, we will head to another break, and we will be heading to our final PvP of the day. Stick around. It is going to be Christianer versus Rodzen. Alrighty, Rue. We are back with our final PvP of the day. It is going to be Christianer versus Rodzen. I am Steadfast, and I am joined by a Loco on this marathon of PvP.
We've gotten our update as far as the Protoss versus Protoss meta goes for sure today.
Yeah. Sentry Good is definitely the thesis of PvP these days.
No, we learned that these sentries look a lot scarier. They deal a lot more damage than they once used to, and well, it's been fun though to see the strategies develop a little bit, because it certainly seems to allow a little bit more defensive play and a little bit more scouting too, which is what Protoss usually kind of struggles with, right? Just having that vision and trying to figure out exactly what's going on the other side of the map. Sentries allow all of it. Yeah, good thing the unit is a bit easier to play now.
Yeah, it's just generally a lot more useful. There's a lot more overall utility for sentries besides their actual utility. They just have combat utility in addition to, you know, force fields and hallucinations and all that jazz. But we are going to get into the next series in just a moment here. It is going to be Christianer and Rodzen, as I said. The map is Alcyone. Here we go, spawning up at the top right. For Blazer, it is Christianer.
And his opponent down in the bottom left, playing for Platinum, we have Rodzen.
This is kind of neat. This is a match of two Polish Protoss players.
Yep. We've actually had a couple of countrymen taking on each other today as well, which is always kind of fun at the start of these events, right? Because you get a little bit of national pride coming into, right? Because that is ultimately the type of opponent you really want to beat, right? It's always nice to know that you are the best player from your country, and well, if you want to beat anybody, other than maybe beating the #1, I think beating your fellow countrymen is probably one of the top priorities.
It's gotta feel pretty good, because yeah, you've got like this very cool scenario where Europe has always had like 3 or 4 countries that have really stood out among the rest in terms of StarCraft 2 talent, and of course. You know, obviously there's people who are going to say Finland and, you know, Italy, because they have Raynor and, or Cyril and Raynor respectively. But in terms of depth, nothing has really come close to France, Germany, and Poland. Those 3 countries have been juggernauts, historically speaking. Sweden,
what about the Netherlands? Hello.
The Netherlands has a lot of really good players. Actually, sorry, they've had a small number of really good players, I feel like. Because
that's going to be everybody in the chat right now, though, from Europe. They're like, but what about us?
Yeah, right? Yeah.
We've had really good players, too. What about Sweden?
I mean, honestly, the Netherlands probably is the most valid next one after the 4 I mentioned. And I would say...
I know exactly what you mean, though. It is fun to look at that. Like, there's... it's interesting how certain countries just seem to have more competitive players for, well, even different types of games too, right? Like, how come Germany in particular has had so many good players over the years?
Yes, it's
Poland?
Really interesting. Obviously, like now we think of the 3-pronged trident of the German triumvirate of, you know, Hero Marine, Lambo, and ShoWTimE. But there's also Battle Beyond the Rise, which is pretty cool. But then we go back in time and we look at like Hasuabs and Zaka and other players who I can't think of at the moment.
Goody still plays as well.
Goody does still play. He's
not quite at the level, I guess, right now as those other Germans you just brought up. But yeah, it is fun to think about that. You know, winning against your fellow countrymen, always a nice feeling. I think, not like I've ever won against you, Thermal or Harstem or Roddy or Grubby or any of those other guys. It's okay.
I think when I was... Well, actually, no, I don't think I've ever taken down one of the big Canadian players like Kane or Scarlet or Huck. I've been beaten by them. But
hey, there you go.
that's not really much of an achievement. Yeah, that's just a thing that happened to me. Like it's.
If you want to talk about it, we can talk about it.
Yeah. No, it's okay. It's okay. No therapy on stream, but we are going to be seeing, as the game has actually developed quite a bit. We've got a 4 Adept opener into double Oracle out of Christianer. And Rodzen is embracing the new Centurino.
Ooh. Oh, Force Field over here goes down using that Centurino. Oracle's in the meantime also going around. There's one probe on the high ground that's like, pick me. And it does get picked here in the end. But that is pretty much the entire mineral line gone.
Oh, that was a combo right there. 4 Adepts plus the double Oracle. That was some very hefty damage. Now, obviously, the Adepts are not free. They're rather expensive, but killing as much as he did, that is so good for Christianer.
100% worth it right here. Yeah. On top of that, Christianer also slightly quicker when it comes to that blink follow-up right now, which is going to make this game develop really nicely for him, right? He's going to be able to, well, ultimately build more Stalkers, I guess, and that is going to lead him into a better spot moving forward, as they are, of course, the pivotal unit in this matchup. Looks like the Oracles should be able to escape nice and easily, too. I mean, 4 Adepts going down for 13 probes. That's a good deal.
Yep. Yeah, I would say most people will take that trade. I'm sure there's a few that won't, that will say, well, I like my Adepts. It's threading the needle.
Yeah. That's actually a disaster, though.
Oh, and he doesn't even get the Oracle. Oh, that's mental damage right there. That's...
You didn't even need to recall them there. You could have just floated them to the right side of the map, but I guess they deserved it, okay? They got to be called heroes when they come home.
Yep. Just get them home quicker for their parade.
Yeah, the probes are cheering right now. You can't hear them, but it's the color.
Yeah, exactly. When someone cheers with the kala, it just kind of sounds like someone screaming into your head. It's very off-putting. Protoss parades result in so many migraines.
Yeah.
And they can't even take Advil or anything because they're plants, so they don't have mouths. It's just a disaster.
That's tough, man. All right, Blink is done right now, though, and it finished just in the nick of time there. Managed to save that one Stalker. Guardian Shield here, really nice, of course, reducing some of that damage. And we do have a defensive, shield battery there, too. But yeah, ultimately, it's just you start losing the numbers, right? And that is the issue whenever you lose economy early on in these matchups. Really, any StarCraft 2 matchup, when you lose a bunch of economy early, you just find yourself with less units to fight with a little bit later on. Now, of course, there are a lot of defensive tools in the game. Rodzen actually going into a nice and quick Immortal, trying to get the charge going, trying to go into the Forge too. So if he survives for another couple minutes, he'll be fine, but it's going to be really difficult to do that.
Yeah, it's going to be borderline impossible, and Christianer looking to pad his lead even a little bit more. Ooh, I like the way he shaded that. He kind of like turned slightly north just to get as close to the wall as possible and make it more likely that goes undetected. And it does. This is already going to be enough to pull the army away. Yeah.
Yep. I wonder if he could have even clicked the Nexus itself.
I was thinking that.
Not to really take any risks, but
honestly,
could have done a little bit more there.
Maybe he did get like 3 extra probes by going after the probes instead of the Nexus, and he's so far ahead. Why risk baiting yourself into trying to click down the Nexus when you're so far ahead like this? So even from a position of like total dominance in the game, Christianer showing some really mature decision making and like taking the small guaranteed victories. And I think, well, how many gateways? Okay, yeah, we're going up to 8 gates. If Christianer just makes a warp prism basically as his first unit off of the robotics facility, I think he just warps in like 1 or 2 rounds of charge lots and the game just ends.
Well, Rodzen is still hanging in here, though, and that's obviously the scary thing, too, for Christianer, right? You don't want to give him too much time, because there are a bunch of comeback mechanics in this particular matchup. There's no disruptors or anything like that on the production tab here for Rodzen. Instead, he's just going to go into mass charge slot Archon himself. Does Christianer have a Templar Archives yet?
No, so in that sense, Rodzen does have the advantage of the actual Archons, which is really nice.
Yeah, and Zealots are going to be really quite powerful here against the army that Cristiano has, but he's just got such a big army. Look at that.
Yeah, this is so scary. Like, the Stalker count right now is 26 to 15, and this isn't even... We haven't even seen Cristiano start to really, like, ramp up the aggression just yet. He's actually going up to 11 gateways here and double forge, which I do love when Protoss players go for, like, this double forge style. Cristiano was like, oh, I'm going to deny your third base or your fourth base. Oh, it's not here. It must be on the top side. He's going to see that it's not there. He's going to be like, oh, okay.
Yep.
You're that far behind. Like,
yep. No, as long as you know... Ooh, Cristiano actually pauses the game for just a little bit, apparently having a little bit of a lag spike. Fair enough. But yeah, at this point, I mean, the supply count looks somewhat even. It's just that Cristiano is sitting at like a bank of 1,700 resources here, and as soon as he gets a warp in done with his 11 gateways that he's got, he's going to have a massive supply lead. It's scary pulling the trigger, right? So you kind of want to think to yourself, what exactly would ShoWTimE be doing in this scenario? What would MaxSpecs be doing in this scenario? Well, they would be doing what Cristiano is doing here. Not really taking any risks. No reason to really flip a coin. Just, try and play it safe and sound. And honestly, it's the age-old StarCraft adage, right? When you're ahead, try to get more ahead. That is one of the rules that really helped me out when I first started playing, because it's so tempting to just try and aim for, to win right away. But yeah, this is very well done here so far by Cristiano.
That it is, and we are going to be getting back into it here. It looks like things have settled down, and Cristiano, he is looking to do anything but settle down. He is looking to absolutely keep going. He actually warped in 10 Stalkers at home because he didn't want to have to use the Warp Prism for the warp in the army. He wanted to instead go in the main base, and that's a good find for Rodzen right there. But now Cristiano, can he just move forward? Now he might be able to snipe the Nexus. No, he's still going to use the blink defensively.
He's a little scared. He's playing this very cautiously. I wonder if at some point it becomes a little bit too cautious. It's just that now that Warpin completes again, and we just see that massive lead, right? So we're talking 4 base economy versus a much bigger army with better upgrades too. Like, if you think about StarCraft 2, a game with different pillars, basically Cristiano is ahead in every way possible here. Yeah. Even though it's not game over yet, and it's not like, it's just going to be an attack move to the victory. Yeah, Rodzen still has a pretty scary force. This is certainly Cristiano's game to lose at this point.
Yes, and there is a lot of Zealots that are going to counterattack into the natural. Battery Overcharge will get popped. Cristiano. Oh, that Immortal managed to actually wiggle its way just close enough. But does that even matter? It's 2-1 versus 1-0. The Zealots are way overwhelming in the heads-up fight, and now they're going to go into the main base, and that will draw the army away. But Cristiano, once again, playing it safe.
Yeah, he fires up +3/+2 here as well,
my God.
actually, on the back of
Okay, there we go.
There's the blink forward that we expected a little while ago, and that is all of the expensive units from Rodzen down the drain. There's an aggressive blink. It gets rid of that photon cannon and whatever else is over at the third base. There it is, Cristiano. Absolutely dominates in game number 1.
Yeah, he really did. He looked sharp. He looked strong. And granted, it all started with a really rough situation for Rodzen, and Rodzen did make some nice defensive moves. Sniping that Warp Prism, he was able to stay in that game a lot longer than I expected, to be honest. But when you lose 10 probes like that, and your opponent still has double Oracle, like he didn't kill either of them, it's going to be such a difficult situation to claw your way out of.
Yeah, initially the force field there was quite good, right? But it's just that the Oracles then got so much damage done. So the initial force field in the mineral line against that Adept push was solid. But then the Oracles just got free reign of the top section of that mineral line, and they just, pointed their lasers at whatever they wanted killed. Yeah, like 12 drones go down for, or 12 probes rather go down for like, 4 Adepts is what it was. It is just a fantastic trade right there, of course. For Cristiano, and ultimately that, solidified that game for him. He played it out very cleanly from there too, though. I like that he didn't really take any chances. Sometimes you get a little over-eager, especially when you're playing a tournament, an important tournament, and that too. So you're trying to just get the win over with as quickly as possible, but That was some very mature decision making right there from Cristiano.
It really was. And as a result, he finds himself up 1-0 without really ever being at risk of like that game slipping out of his hands. Because like you said, that can be a thing that can happen is, well, we're so used to players playing really strong StarCraft because, you know, you and I especially, we commentate the highest level of play where mistakes are way less frequent. But when the pressure is dialed up in these high stakes matches, these highly important matches, the chance of making a mistake or the chance of just like having a slip up it's definitely amplified.
Yeah. Now, it's easy to just lose to silly things, right? Like, for example, a supply block or suddenly getting a hit by a disruptor. Like, there's so many little things in any matchup that can just go horribly wrong. So that's obviously the reason why we see players getting very aggressive to try and close out the game. But usually if you're playing it more like the way Cristiano did it just now, you have confidence in your own ability to continue pushing forward, right? And that confidence, I guess, is what gives it that like mature feeling to being a really good player, right? Like you're confident that you can actually work with an advantage and not throw it down the drain, which is something that can sometimes happen when you're not quite as confident in your own abilities.
Yeah, exactly. I would definitely say I have become quite adept at throwing leads down the drain. I'm not very good at finding
defeat
leads.
From the jaws of victory.
Exactly. I'm no up a tree in terms of throw potential, but you know, it's all right. And with that stinging jibe, we've got a game number 2 coming at you on Oceanborn, spawning down on the bottom right for Platinum Esports, the little brother of Platinum Heroes. It is Rodzin.
And his opponent, all the way in the top left-hand corner, looking very good in game number 1. It's Cristiano.
Yeah, he did look really, really sharp there. Like, yep. It's so easy to misunderstand the position or, like you said, get a little antsy and be like, I need to win. When you really don't. Because obviously, like at this level, the players, it's pretty well defined that when you get a lead like that, if you keep applying pressure, you deny the fourth base, or even, you know, just keep forcing trades with the economic lead that Cristiano had built for himself, it's going to be just such an absolute mountain to climb yourself out of, a huge pit. But yeah, good job from Cristiano to not panic. Right.
Rodzin decided to proxy his second pylon. This is something that Cristiano has picked up on this point, but it doesn't look like there's going to be any real structure attached to that proxy just yet, at the very least. It's one of those things that makes it... that's an interesting thing to find in a tall grass right here. Looking for a Pokemon right now.
I was going to say Pokemon reference is coming, right? Yeah.
But anyways, yeah, it's one of those things in PvP where proxying a pylon does not necessarily mean cheese. It's just a little annoying, right? When you know that there's a pylon out there somewhere on the map and it's difficult for you to determine whether or not it's going to be something aggressive. Then again, you see this in about half of the Protoss games. So I don't think that Cristiano is going to be too surprised.
Yeah, it is so common these days. Like, it just happens so frequently. Like, especially in these prepared format tournaments where you have a best of 3. So you know you can plant the information. And even though most of the time these days I feel like it is a fake proxy, there's always a chance of a real proxy, you know, ruining your day. Like, Proxy Robo is still super strong. Proxy Twilight Council can be difficult to deal with. Obviously, we saw Jim earlier versus Firefly proxy the Dark Shrine and the Gateway and just got a free win, basically, versus Firefly, who had skipped detection.
No, there are still proxies that can definitely ruin your day. Stargate, I guess, a little bit less frequent these days, but I'm sure there's some, especially on the new maps, there must be some positions that are really quite sketchy to deal with. Either way, though, nothing of the kind in this particular game. It's just a hidden pylon in the top right-hand corner for Rodzin. We will likely not see that being used. Just to, I guess in the earlier stages of this match, sort of just confuse the opponent a little bit. You have a War Prism going across.
Yeah, you have to respect it a little bit. Cristiano is going to go for just a couple of Adepts dropped out of this very quick Prism, and Rodzin doesn't have any vision of the side of his base. Ooh. Okay, it's going to be 4 Adepts. That I was not expecting that. That could be a lot of damage.
Well, probes are just leaving to mine a natural here instead. Okay, good pull. Very good pull right there from Rodzin. They're going to be shading towards the low ground, but the probes decide to turn back around. Go back to the spot where they once grew up.
Huh.
A lot of animals do that.
Yeah, it's migration
probes apparently
season.
also do that.
Yeah.
Yeah. They return back to the nexus that they spawned from.
They make their
Honestly,
little...
this is really well done though by Rodzin here, cleaning it up. But 6 probes is still significant.
But it's
a lot of lost
just
mining time too.
Yes. Oh, and 1 Adept did shade out. It's going to be able to grab even more. Oh, that's so annoying when it feels like you have a good handle on it, then it gets 2 more probes. Ugh. That's just not a good feeling.
Ultimately, it's 8 probes for 4 Adepts. Oh, don't miss Rally the Immortal.
That's an oopsie we don't want to... We don't want for sure. Rodzin's only real advantage, it feels like right now, is that his sentries have more energy. Everything else feels like it's pretty either even or a little bit better for Cristiano off of that damage. Probe count is obviously very close, but the tech is a little bit better for Cristiano. The robotics facility just now finishing up for Rodzin. And of course, yeah, we've got that Twilight Council coming in. Rodzin is going to take a quick 3rd Nexus behind this, but with the new Sentry and with those Immortals, I don't know that you can hold this push. If he gets on top of the ramp, there might be a chance. Oh, if he gets on top of the War Prism, there's absolutely a chance.
Oh, he really wants to grab that, but almost risks the Prism a 2nd time around. Okay, good movement right here by Rodzin.
Oh my God.
Slowing down the advancement, and that Prism is too low. I don't think he can really commit.
Yeah, Cristiano is kind of playing crazy with it a little bit there. That was very, like...
Oh, no.
Oh my God.
That was 3 overextensions. As clean as game number 1 was, this is a set of mistakes, right? That really do speak volumes over how a player is currently feeling. Because even though in the end it's only a Prism, and that's, not something that is irrecoverable or whatever, like he's actually still getting a lot of damage done over here too, with this random group of Adepts. That is not a great look when you miss Micro, probably your most important unit. Oh, another very adventurous Immortal too. Not quite as clean as game number 1 here so far.
No, but that last little segment with the Adepts. So ultimately, he only lost the Prism. And while that sucks, killing 8 probes is very good. And Cristiano is going to be following through on this. Oh, he actually, wait a minute. He canceled Resonating Glaives. He was going to be going for a big Resonating Glaives play. Cristiano, does he get in? Oh my God, he does. No way.
Now we're just rubbing salt in the wound, man. That is so painful. We're 21 probes down here as Rodzin. So he's actually, because of that 3rd Nexus, still able to stay afloat. Because the worker count is not terrible. Blink is going to be the follow-up right here now for Cristiano. So rather than going for Glaives, we're going to go into a whole load of additional gateways. Maybe thinking about taking a Nexus too, though. Yeah, exactly. I figured that if he's going to go for an extended 2-base all-in, it becomes a little bit uncomfortable, but... I think he can take a 3rd Nexus here and still be aggressive.
Oh, Observer in the middle will go down. Oh, will it? Oh my God, he lost track. Oh, because of the HP. Oh, but look at that force
over here on these Stalkers.
Oh,
a lot of damage.
That was 5, and he gets it anyways. 5 Stalkers go down. Even without Blink, is this holdable now? I don't. There's 5 Immortals on the field. How do you stop this?
Yeah. Well, Blink is finishing up in a couple seconds from now. Maybe it wasn't the original intention here to go for that Blink research, but it's still incredibly useful. Obviously, there's a Prism too for juggling if you really feel like that is what we do. And yep, there we go. I mean, the Immortals alone win this fight. And
yeah,
the Stalkers
pretty much.
Just are just here to just insult the rest of the units, I guess. Beautifully played. In the end by Cristiano, a clean 2-0 win. Maybe not the crispiest of Micro that he would have liked to have himself, especially with that Prism there for just about 10-20 seconds or so, but just looking dominant throughout the series, right? Not really in any real worry at any point.
Yeah, if you chop that like 30-second minute or 30-second clip out,
yeah,
like if you just go into, you know, Premiere Rush or whatever, or Adobe Premiere, and you just edit that out, that was like a perfect series from Cristiano. You just got to forget that little one instance where, yeah, he loses the prism. Other than that, fantastic stuff out of Cristiano, and he will put himself up to that 1-0 scoreline, which is just great for him.
Yep, really well done right there by the German. Well, German and Polish protos, right? I believe he lives in Germany these days, and I think he may be both German as well as Polish. But honestly, well played right there by Cristiano, showing that he is still very solid.
That he is, and we've got another match coming at you in just a little bit. We're going to take another 5-minute break, and then it is going to be Rainer versus Story. Rainer playing his first match of the season in these regionals, and he is playing from Korea. So it is going to be ping time for this one. And but we are going to be moving to NA East. NA East for... Oh, wow. Okay. Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay. Huh. Well, regardless, we're going to head to a little break, and we will be back in about 5 minutes. And we are back once again for the first ZVZ of the day.
Yeah.
No TVTs, I don't think. No ZVZs until now. But we will get our first ZVZ. We've had... I think we'll have had every matchup except for TVT now today. So actually, wait, have we had TVP?
Right. No, we haven't actually had a TVP yet, but we're going to get one.
We are going to get one, yeah. And we've definitely had TVZ.
Yep.
Yeah. And we'll have another one, actually. So we are going to round things out with a ZVZ, a TVP, and a TVZ. This, honestly, looking at the day's schedule, these are some of my favorite matchups for sure.
Yeah. The ones right here at the end are going to be an absolute blast, I think. I mean, that TVZ we had earlier today was also a bit of a special one, right? I mean, the MiorMica series never really tend to be... In case you missed it, imagine a game about 25 minutes long, and Terran builds literally about 30 command centers. Why did we make so many command... I'm still not over the command center situation. So
it was so many. It was so many.
No liberators, just command centers.
Yeah,
well, it worked like a charm. A Zerg versus Zerg, though. Played with a little bit of ping from both sides. This is going to be an interesting one.
It will be very interesting. I'm quite interested to see how this one's going to pan out. We are going to be getting into it. Starting up in the top right for Platinum Esports with a 12 pool, starting things off fiery. It is Aristory. That's a good map for it. It's a short map.
Yeah, the rush distance here indeed is very, very quick. His opponent, though, in the top left-hand corner, one of the greatest players in the game. It's Raynor. So Raynor recently announced that he is going to be making... Well, I was going to say make a move, but he is spending a little while, at the very least, over in South Korea, which is, of course, a great place if you enjoy StarCraft 2. But if you're playing in European tournaments like this one, ping is a very significant factor. So everything Raynor's going to do is going to be quite substantially delayed, and in a fast-paced matchup like Zerg versus Zerg, this can really backfire super quickly.
But speaking of backfiring, when you open up with a cheeky 12 pool and your opponent opens up with a pool first, that is not a good feeling whatsoever. We are going to see Aristory behind us. He takes a gas, and I'm almost certain this is going to be a Speedling flood behind all this.
Yeah.
But Raynor is, I mean, he is so well set up. Going 16 pool or 17 pool against a 12 pool, it is the dream scenario. It really doesn't get better than that. Yep.
As far as rock, paper, scissors go, this is about as good as Raynor could have opened up. He sees right now, decides to pull a couple drones, which is kind of cute. Apparently, he feels like he needs them. I mean, additional links will be popping out in just a moment. And, well, so far, Raynor already with a 5-worker lead, which normally wouldn't be significant, but if you only have 12 drones, the percentage here is absolutely massively in favor of Raynor. There's link speed, by the way, on the back of this. Aristory is not droning at all.
No, he is doing a Speedling all-in with this. This is meant to be I'm 12 pooling you, haha, no, you know, we're chilling. But obviously, this is going to be a full send behind this. Raynor might not realize what is going on. He's going to try and slip this Ling across the map. He's got 2 scouting Lings actually heading out, and you can see Aristory is desperate to deny this scout from coming on in, because if Raynor figures it out, he will either A, wall the front, or B, just build like 2 spines and some extra queens and be totally fine.
Yeah, so Aristory is basically just making non-stop Zerglings here, and he will send them all across the map. Now, this Ling wants to scout out exactly what's happening. Aristory is making this look like a 12 pool into a 17 hatch. Okay, getting a glimpse of this is absolutely massive, and this is all he needs. Link speed is still about 10-15 seconds away from finishing, so this is going to give Raynor a little bit of a heads up. He wants to stay on that natural. He could even give up the natural. I wonder if he even really needs to be here, but I feel like he's not even really that many units.
You gotta save the natural. I don't think you can give up the natural and be comfy about it. There is a lot of Lings here, but with 3 queens adding DPS and minimal surface area on them, This is not so bad. Is there enough energy for a transfuse?
He doesn't need it.
Oh, he didn't even need it. Yeah, never mind. Not even close.
Spinecrawler is going to finish up as well. There are the transfusions, though. Raynor now doubling his opponent's worker count, and, well, he's going to be returning to favor here in a minute or so when he finish up his own link speed. Baneling Nest on the back of this, too. Our story really doesn't have a choice other than just
continue
double down.
Commit, yeah.
Yeah, he needs to continue committing here. Raynor makes another worker. I really don't think he needs he needs the drone here. Just send it here when link speed finishes up. But he's crossing his T's, dotting his I's, trying to be as safe as he possibly can be. Taking a page out of ShoWTimE's book from earlier.
Yeah. And obviously you can get yourself in a little bit of trouble, but he's getting this wall set up at the natural, and that is, even without the Baneling Nest being done, that would stop this. But with the Baneling Nest completing, he's going to be able to morph in Banelings. There we go. 3 Banelings behind this. Hold position on the Lings. Obviously, it's a good concave for Arrow Story right there. And that might allow him to break in here initially. But he's never in a million years going to win from this position. And there's the GG getting called. Raynor, excellent defense. He puts himself up 1-0.
Yeah, making it look very easy here. So our story never really made any drones in this game, right? He literally just held down the Zergling key for, well, as long as possible. I think he made like 3 drones at the very beginning of the game just to get it all going, but that was really about it. Just to end back up to 12 with these couple of structures that he built since he made a hatchery, a gas geyser, and a spawning pool. But those are the only things he built, and he made 3 drones to make up for it. I mean, cleanly handled right there. Ping or no ping. Raynor looking very strong there.
Yeah, he looked... I mean, it helps when you get the build order counter, right?
Yeah, that's for sure. It does make it a bit easier.
Yeah, but still, he did everything right. He pulled those drones at the natural to make sure that there was no... Because he knows he's playing with ping. And Arrow Story knows that Raynor's playing with ping too. That's obviously that's not hidden information. They both know that. So it makes sense for Arrow Story to go for something like this, but it makes sense for Raynor to over defend just a little bit and be like, okay, I can still beat you with faster speed or, you know, better decision making or better macro. Like, Raynor is going to be comfortable, generally speaking, in the macro game. And of course, he knows that it's a 12 pool, so it's like, okay, why would I go crazy on cutting every possible corner for a defense where I know I've got, like, such an advantage?
Well, absolutely. It was a cool attempt right there by Arrow Story, because when you think about it, right, if you are the underdog and you are playing ZVZ against somebody with ping, what exactly do you do? And I feel like the build order of choice here from Arrow Story was very good. But it is one of those build orders that is a bit of a coin flip, because it gets countered pretty easily by any sort of pool first build. The only problem is that at the highest level, 9 times out of 10, it is a hatchery first, and Raynor obviously knows he's the favorite going into this, so he decided, yo, what is my opponent likely to do? And he decided to play it very safe from there, opened up with the pool first. Probably wouldn't do that against somebody like, for example, Cero, or for example, Lambo, or Laser, but apparently against Arrow Story, he felt like it was the right call, and, well, sometimes your rock, paper, scissors works out perfectly for you.
Sometimes it does, as we have spawning up at the top left for Basilisk. Up 1-0. He's Raynor.
And his opponent, already making more drones than he did in the first game of this series. It's Arrow Story.
That is a funny little phenomena, isn't it? That's actually... that's a real good point. But yeah, he's within less than 1 minute into the game, he has a higher drone count than he ever touched in that previous game. That's fun. It's going to be a gas pool opener here.
Go like, yeah, very quick gas pool here for Raynor. So Arrow Story is just going to go hatch gas pool. I was thinking maybe he's going to go to the full opposite end of the, you know, cheese spectrum and focus on just making mass economy here. But no, Raynor, once again, this could be just a safe opener once more, right? Like, he doesn't have to get aggressive with this. Just get link speed going, maybe get a safety Baneling Nest, test the waters a little bit with some units, but he doesn't have to, like, commit to an all-in off of this.
No, he certainly doesn't, but it does give you the opportunity to either A, go for, like, a big Speedling Flood, like you can do a Speedling Flood all-in with this, or you can, you know, continue to mine gas, get a Baneling Nest, try and put on some very early pressure before the Ling speed of Aristori would be done. But ultimately, more so than anything, it is a very safe opener with options. And there we can see Mapu, of course, showing us that, yes, he is still mining with 2 drones on gas, which does make it much more likely that we're probably going to see a Baneling Nest and probably going to see a decent level of commitment coming in from Raynor here. Aristori, not actually electing to take one of his drones off gas, which is a little bit notable and could end with him getting a faster Baneling Nest, which would... It may seem silly to talk about, like, individual seconds, but with Ling Bane, you know, if you have a Baneling Nest 3 seconds earlier, that could be the difference between the Banelings getting into your mineral line and them getting, you know, connected on as they're trying to enter your natural.
I'm surprised both of these players are happy to play Ling Bane, though, when they do have some ping, right? I mean,
yeah,
it's so sketchy if you... These units move incredibly fast, especially when you're fighting on creep with Speedlings and against Banelings. You gotta be so on point with your control. You don't really usually practice with ping either, so it's one of those things where, like, yeah, you may practice the matchup a ton, but you're not really going to be practicing with everything being, like, 0.2 seconds delayed.
Yeah.
So I kind of figured we were going to see some quick roach warrants or something like that, but hey, our story wins that little engagement.
Yeah, Raynor pulling back one of the Lings a little too early here. Here come the first Banes. Oh, Aristori almost eating a massive Baneling connection. Already a lot of damage, though, losing the Queen. And that is a manual detonation. It's a good one. Raynor already finding a lot of momentum here. And he's detonated the last of his opponent's Banelings. There is still one Baneling here for Raynor. It will get detonated. Good job from Aristori. But still, I think Raynor's going to be content with this. Killing a Queen, very good.
Yeah, that was like a bit of a skill check almost, right? Just making sure that Aristori can micro his units as well. And he didn't really get an overwhelming advantage, but as the defending player, usually you have to overmake defense, and Aristori should be going across the map right now. You really should get across ASAP, because until you go across the map, you can't really start droning very comfortably either. So he needs to get some value, and all of a sudden, it's a 8-worker advantage, or well, maybe a little less now, for Raynor, which really adds up so quickly over the course of a minute or two.
That it does. Oh, wow, that actually canceled the Baneling. There's only one Baneling on the field right now, and another one will pop out. Ah, okay, yeah, no, I think, well... No. Raynor's going to be able to build enough Lings to be fine against the first wave, but more Banelings coming on forward here. This is a little bit scary for Raynor.
Yeah.
Aristori, I think he should have committed to the mineral line right there. Instead, he is going to get cleaned up. And
that got very sketchy there for just a moment, though, because Raynor was certainly in a position where he could have gotten overwhelmed there, and he could have retargeted a couple of different things. Aristori, that is. He's just doubling down with the aggression at this point, probably smelling like that was his opportunity, because he actually did make a bunch of drones on the back of it as well. This is one of those scenarios where, in hindsight, maybe you should have made non-stop Lings instead, giving Raynor a lot of respect. But so far, I mean, not the perfect defense that Raynor was hoping for, but still a solid one nonetheless. He's now adding on a 3rd hatchery as well as a roach warren, so he is ready to make that transition towards a more stable unit in just a sec.
Yes, of course, roaches, while they may not be that much more powerful than the Banelings, and they lack the ability to kill a bunch of units, they are so good against this committed Ling Bane aggression, because they're never going to be blown up by your opponent's Banelings, you know? If there's enough Banelings to blow up roaches, something went horribly wrong way before this particular instance, or your opponent's throwing away so many resources that it's fine anyways.
Absolutely. Oh! And that's what he was looking for this entire time. That is going to put the nail in the coffin as far as the aggression goes. And now suddenly Raynor is finding himself with a very significant advantage. Plus, he actually managed to kill a bunch of drones.
He did. He got 5 drones on the other side of the map, slipped in a couple of Banelings. Oh, great job from Raynor here. And you talk about skill checks. The thing about ZVZ is the skill checks don't really have a ceiling.
No.
If you're better than your opponent in ZVZ Ling Bane Wars, you can keep raising this level of a skill check. Like, most other matchups have a ceiling where once you've done a good enough job defending or being aggressive or whatever, it's just that's it. Like there's obviously still micro you can do, but it's a lot more subtle and it's not as I guess definitive. In ZVZ though, it can get very definitive.
No, absolutely, yeah. Like it can be very black or white, right? In the other matchups where either you kill the Immortal or you don't. But in ZVZ, like technically speaking, with these fast-moving units, the sky is the limit. The only limitation is, you know, human hands. The amount of inputs your brain can handle at the same time. Like an AI would be insane in Zerg versus Zerg.
Yes.
But yeah, well done right there by Raynor. A solid 2-0 win there for him, but I can imagine that was still a bit of a scary matchup because he's obviously the favorite going into it, but it's still ZVZ. You're still playing from Korea, and it's still yeah, something that can go wrong in just a heartbeat. So I can imagine Raynor probably pretty happy that that one is over because playing a ZVT with some ping, a ZVP with some ping is a lot more comfortable usually than ZVZ.
Especially when it ends up Ling Bane Wars like that. Yeah. There was
margin for error is just tiny, right? Now he obviously chose to go to Korea. He knew he would be playing with a whole lot of delay, so you know it's something that he apparently decided was something he was comfortable with. But yeah, either way, an expected win right there. A pretty smooth one as well in the end.
Yeah, he gets the job done. We're gonna go to another quick break, and then it will be our second last series of the night, a player who many people are super excited about, MaxPax, going up against a player who's really hit a solid power spike recently in the form of Nicorakt. Nicorakt has actually been impressing the hell out of me in the last like month or two, and it feels like his skill level has really found a new peak. But what a welcome to that like next level, where you get to play against a player like MaxPax. It's going to be real tough for him, but we'll be back after a little break. Thanks for tuning in so far. I am Steadfast. This is Loco. We got 2 more series ahead of us. Now, welcome back, everyone. I am Steadfast, and I am joined once more for the penultimate series of the day by Loco. We've got ourselves the first TVP of the day, which is kind of cool. I'm excited.
And this should be a very fascinating PvT too, because MaxPax is going up against NicoRect. Now, you already brought up that NicoRect has been making a lot of improvements lately. He certainly has been looking strong. Problem is he's going up against MaxPax. And MaxPax in Protoss versus Terran is looking really, really ridiculous. Constantly playing against players like, well, for example, Clem on the European server, but all of the other top-tier Terrans as well. Yeah, MaxPax is ridiculously good at this matchup, so this is going to be an uphill battle for NicoRect, but he obviously knows that, so maybe he's been cooking up some strange and weird build orders too.
Would be very, very possible. NicoRect is a player that's got some strong two-base plays that definitely can have some teeth to them. But will MaxPax even let him get there is my big question, because MaxPax gets so in your face from like minute one that he might just literally not let NicoRect have any say in what happens in the game.
Absolutely right.
Spawning up in the top left for Storm Gaming. We'll see what he can do here. It is MaxPax.
His opponent in the bottom right. I was just looking at the Twitch chat prediction. This is the most lopsided one so far, with literally 0% of people. A 1 to 228 odds for the Terran right here. It's NicoRect. You get a 1-1 if MaxPax wins.
There's not a whole lot of points to split from the NicoRect supporters. No. They really have to ration them quite hard.
Oh, that's actually an insane prediction. All right, well, I don't think the odds are quite 0%, but it is going to be a very difficult one for our Terran for sure. Look, I don't entirely disagree, though. MaxPax is so good in this matchup, right? Like, the only matchup he is critical of, at least towards himself, seems to be Protoss versus Zerg right now, but his PvZ is also really strong. So it's not like MaxPax really has any particular weaknesses. In my mind, one of the best Protoss players in the entire world. I've been genuinely very impressed by MaxPax over the last half year or so. The guy is just so incredibly good.
I think anyone who knows, like who really knows, who has their ear to the ground on the scene and looks at things critically, knows that MaxPax is one of, if not the best Protoss players in the world in terms of, not necessarily results, because we haven't seen him offline, but in terms of the solidness of his play and the sharpness of his... Exactly. Now, the reason that he does struggle a little bit, I think, with PvZ is something I alluded to earlier on in the bracket, in that he can be a little bit predictable. So what makes Hero so good in PvZ is what makes MaxPax struggle a little bit more in PvZ, and that is his relative lack of build order diversity.
Yeah. It's a very European versus Korean style, right? Because I can imagine if you were to ask MaxPax that question, he will probably think that some of the builds that Heroes plays is just terrible, and he doesn't like them whatsoever. But it's exactly what allows Hero a lot of wins against top-tier players all the time. So, yeah, it is fun. The top-level Protoss players all play the game a little bit differently, just from a baseline point of view. It's cool to see how they approach the game. And, well, this time around it's going to be a Twilight Council. MaxPax historically has been a very big fan over the last maybe 2 years or so of going for the good old 4-gate all-in.
Yes.
It's a build that he doesn't play that much anymore against the top-tier Terrans because he's indirectly trained them to be really good at defending that style, which is kind of a self-fulfilling prophecy. So maybe he'll bring it out right here against NicoRect, because he does still play it from time to time, but it could be anywhere from like 2 to 4 gateways or so, and then into a third Nexus. Well, there's gateway number 3.
Yeah, his most standard setup so far for this has been 3-gate blink in the last little bit, but he will still go for the 4-gate blink, and as I say that, literally throws down that 4th gateway.
Yep.
We talk about skill checks. It's not so much that this build is a skill check, it's the way that MaxPax executes that makes it a skill check. By the way, Adept getting into the main base is no fun at all for the Terran. That is already very annoying to deal with, and the Adept is going to shade to the natural. So far, no SCVs have gone down just yet. Meanwhile, Widowmine drop in the middle of the map is spotted by MaxPax. And we talk about, like, the skill. He's also just so good at this kind of stuff, like knowing timings and being like, yes, I need to be in position at this moment because you opened up double gas, so your drop is 20, 30 seconds faster. Like, he checks all the boxes.
Yeah. It can be very difficult. We see Protoss players all the time, for example, take a lot of damage from a Widowmine drop while they're busy microing a bunch of Stalkers. This is actually Nicorek now going across the map. This can backfire very easily, though, because he's going up against a Protoss player who's just about to be aggressive. And these units are going to be faced with Blink Stalkers. Like, this is something that micro really well Protoss should be able to just clean up.
Yeah, like, really hard, too. Like,
yes.
Like, there's
Needs
double
to go
blink.
ASAP, Nicorek, that is. Yeah, he's going back home right now.
He did keep the Widowmine drop alive in the natural for now, but it's already taken so much damage. Like, I think that's, what is that, 30... It's two hits. 2 hits will kill it. And there's 2 Stalkers in the natural, so that's not getting unloaded. Nicorek, fortunately, he didn't lose the siege tanks, which are the most important thing in this defense, but he doesn't exactly have the greatest SimCity. Now, Liberator in the main base. Oh, look at that. MaxPax actually blinking in to eat shots so he doesn't have to lose mining time. Nicorek manually targeting probes there. Yeah. That is a very valuable Liberator. That was 5 probes and a Stalker.
Absolutely. Yeah. So how many siege tanks do we have? We've got 2 right now. One of them is sieged up in the back. First one ends up going down. Okay, MaxPax trying to see if he can get damage done over here inside of the main base of his opponent, and so far, so good. If you give him an opportunity, though... Ooh, there is an opportunity here for the Terran as well to drop the Widowmines. Hello, MaxPax. Okay, he does react. It's going to be only 2 workers here in the end. He's obviously microing in the meantime with those Stalkers, right? So that's what I was trying to point out earlier. That's where a lot of Protoss players, when playing 4-gate Blink, do fall short. No, you can't get your easy invisible burrow anymore here either. That one's going to go down.
Oh, we are going to see a dive on the bunker, the natural. Not enough repair to keep it alive. And there's that secondary Blink micro. Thanks to the War Prism. MaxPax, he has not won this game yet. And there is going to be 3 tanks once again in a moment. But he is really creating a lot of difficulties for Nicorek right here. Nicorek's doing a great job so far. Oh, there's the Blink to baits out the shot. And actually, okay, now I think that actually might just be it.
Yeah, I think you may be onto something here, because there's so much damage coming out of those Stalkers. Without any of that siege tank support, these units just deal so much damage, and 9 SCVs going down is already enough. Aggressive Blink forward. Apparently we're hoping that maybe the siege tanks are going to deal some splash damage as well to the friendlies. Now, I guess luckily for Nicorek, the siege tank was unsieged, but that also meant that it wasn't dealing a lot of damage to the Stalkers, and the Stalkers, if they have any sand to matter, well, they will blink on top of that siege tank once again. Not the easiest game of MaxPax's life, but certainly not the hardest.
He made it look easy, that's for sure. And yeah, once again, the execution of being able to pull those probes, being able to defend while you're attacking, he is so damn good, man. He is like actually just borderline inhuman. It's ridiculous to watch how good and how well he executes things. And he sniped the... He just sniped... Like, if you leave an opening at all against the 4-gate Blink, he will take it every time. Every single time. And even when that observer got sniped, he was so quick to replace it so he could see where he wanted to attack.
Absolutely. Yep, so this is not a build that MaxPax seems to play that much anymore when it needs to be done against top-tier Terrans out there, but it's still something he mixes in against the likes of Clem 2. Wondering if he's going to do it again here, 2 games in a row. Our next map is going to be Site Delta, so also a pretty standard one. Now, everybody's already ready. We are ready, and we are indeed going to be loading into it right away. Yeah, not really The thing is, right, so it's not the build order that's difficult, right? The 4-gate blink opener is not necessarily difficult to execute as far as the structures go. The execution part is the micro when it comes to the stalkers and the decision making to commit to a fight or to not commit to a fight, deal with a Widowmine drop and a Liberator at home. There's so many moving parts, and even though stalkers feel like kind of beefy units, when you have, for example, a bunch of siege tanks firing at them, you have to be incredibly quick to decision making, because otherwise they just, well, they fall so easily.
They really do. They really do. They can look so strong in the right hands, but in the wrong hands, they look so flimsy and so useless. And MaxPax, he just knows how to make them look so strong. And here he is spawning down in the bottom right for Storm Gaming. It's MaxPax. Up 1-0.
And his opponent in the blue in the opposite corner of the map. It's Nicorect.
Now let's see what this match entails. Site Delta is I'd say it's a slightly worse map for 4-gate blink, but Oceanborn is not an amazing map for 4-gate blink either, and he still made it work.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think he could just play it. He doesn't have to.
Yeah.
It's just that I guess if you go for like a 2 or a 3-gate third base expand, it becomes a little bit more difficult overall because your opponent has more opportunities, right? Because Terran has access to such a wide variety of attacks, and there's a lot of additional complexity, I suppose. So that's one of the nice things about going for the 4-gate blink. It simplifies the game a little bit.
Yeah. The calculus is such that you're trying to out-execute your opponent. And if you do, and they make a mistake on defense, you just win. And if they don't, but you execute still very well, you can still take a third Nexus, you can still play out from behind it, and you can even still be ahead. You can just get ahead with little chip damage on many maps. It really is a super high skill cap play, the 4-gate blink stalker.
Yeah. No, the sky is the limit, and if you do it really well, you can actually win the game, but it's just much easier said than done. I'm actually very excited to see how MaxPax does in this tournament overall. We're not entirely sure exactly how, I don't know if Cyril's going to be playing at all. I guess not, right?
No, he's not in the regionals, yeah. Yeah, so that's what I was thinking. Is this going to be when MaxPax takes a crown?
Yeah, exactly. Like, Clem is looking incredibly strong. Obviously, Raynor also one of the favorites in any tournament that he enters. So those, I think, are going to be MaxPax's main opposition, but he has certainly beaten both of them in the past. I don't think MaxPax is necessarily favorite against either Raynor or Clem. Ooh, he actually did get
the Reaper, yeah.
Yeah, the Reaper there, but there's a very good chance that we will see MaxPax go really far in this event, and potentially all the way until the very end, but that's still a long while away. That's like a month away from now.
It's quite a ways, yeah. I think the last day is like at least 2.5 weeks or 3 weeks from now. Like it's for playoff. Wait, what? I'm not sure.
I think it's like literally 4 weeks. I think we're doing 4 weeks of broadcasts with only the Mondays, I believe, is when there's no stream over here because of the fact that the ESL Open Cup is running. Yes. So there will be many other channels where you can watch another like 10 hours of StarCraft.
Yep, absolutely. By the way, it is a 3-racks play from Nicorect. And I'm pretty sure he was hoping that MaxPax was going for a Stargate. Unfortunately for him, it's another Twilight Council. And the Adepts able to force some lost mining time there. Obviously, Nicorect couldn't transfer while those Adepts were down there. Even snipe an SCV. MaxPax is already kind of cooking in this game. And this time, it's just going to be 3-gate blink with an expand. But that is going to give him enough units to cause problems, at least, for this attack. Now, Nicorect did prioritize +1 weapons quite hard in this game. So he's going to have some strong units, but the timing will be later, just a little bit.
By the way, this is not a 4-gate style here this time around from MaxPax. Instead, he's decided to go for 3 warp gates here into a third base. So a little bit of a deviation. Obviously, you can still put on pressure with the triple gate blink as well. But it does mean that the economy is going to be a little bit better overall. So I don't think this is going to be a committed all-in or anything like that here for MaxPax, but he's certainly still going to go across the map and test the waters. Now, Nicorect will be finishing up the Stimpack combat shields and +1 infantry weapons here momentarily. That is going to be a very nice power spike for his bio units.
It will be. Oh my god, but if MaxPax gets in here... Okay, no, the Marauders are hidden. If he blinked in and found Stim, that would be so sad for Nicorect. But with the extra War Prism micro potential... no, he's just going to be able to find a couple of units. Will be forced out. That was...
The numbers are okay.
Yeah, 2 Stalkers for 2 Marauders. Obviously, that's a little bit better for the Terran, but it's not a disaster for MaxPax by any stretch.
Nope. I'm liking this position a little bit better, though, for Nicorect here so far. He's going to be able to go across the map if he wants to, at least compared to the previous game. It's a little bit nicer for him. Problem is, he still has all of these Stalkers to deal with, right? And MaxPax does have that 3rd Nexus at this point done. Going into the charge, he's going into the Forge upgrades. Okay, he's going to have to be careful here that not too many of those Stalkers end up going down, but so far so good right here for the Protoss.
Yeah, these are solid trades for MaxPax, and every stim that he forces out is so expensive for Nicorect. Those Marauders, they're doing 20 damage a hit to themselves, and I'm pretty sure basically every fight Nicorect stimmed, 4, 5, or 6 Marauders. The first 2 medevacs just now start up, but MaxPax is going to be able to bully a little bit longer before those medevacs are actually out. And behind all this, he's not only done the 3rd Nexus, he's already building his production to get out to that 8-gate count. It's on his... Yeah, there we go. He just started the 8th gate behind this. And charge is nearly done.
Here's the 4 Stalkers and the Prism in the main base. This is something that we see very frequently these days. 3 SCVs, 4 SCVs now at the front, 2 in total.
Oh,
I mean,
God.
All of these traits are so incredibly efficient for Protoss. This is just the first wave, right? That's the problem here for Nicorect. It's not like he's gonna lose the game to these Stalkers here because of the Stalkers. It's just that on the back of this, MaxPax is building up a huge economy. He's going into upgrades. He's adding on the Robo Bay. He's gonna go into some Immortal production. Like, this is just the first step in a multi-step push. And Nicorect really needs to find an out here momentarily, because there's no 3rd command center here for the Terran player. He really needs to get something done with this army soon, because once Colossi hit the battlefield, okay, we're gonna pull the boys. I think it's not a bad idea.
I think that's best
if
chance.
If Colossi hit the battlefield, it's game over.
I think you're probably right about that. I think this is his best chance of winning, but we're still gonna see. Oh my god, he's
gonna do a warp in the main
against.
base too. There's so much stuff.
Oh, for sure he is. Yeah.
Oh no, he actually warped in 6 Stalkers at home. All right.
Oh, okay. That
surprises me a little bit. Maybe the next one. He wants to respect his army.
It is it's a pretty decent sized army if he hadn't warped in that extra round of Stalkers. And he's already forced the units to stay at home, so why he doesn't even need to warp in more. All the SCVs are already gone. Medevacs, 2 of them are out of energy, and that +1 weapons is going to be done for MaxPax any moment. He's just gonna crush this. There's no chance.
Yeah, looking absolutely dominant here. Not really running into any issues. Normally, I think he'd warp into the main base to kill SCVs, but he figured, you know what, there's SCVs in the main fight. May as well warp in over at home instead. And yeah, if you're going to be running them towards me, be my guest. Colossus just popped out of the Robo facility. Ranged is on the back of this too. So that is going to make life a little bit easier for those Colossi. Nicorect, big stim here. 19 SCVs right now have gone down in total. There's that Colossus. We're backing up to the safety of the shield battery too. Another warp in of, well, whatever really is going to be good here. And you can see that the medevacs are mostly out of energy now as well. Colossus microed back to the safety of the super battery. GG is cold. MaxPax making it look absolutely easy.
He really did. He is so clinical with this PVT. And it's got to feel impossible when you have to face up against MaxPax and he does stuff like that to you.
Yeah.
It's got to just feel like an impossible situation for so many players, you know? Like, he doesn't give you a moment's respite.
Yeah, so you brought up like maybe he was hoping that MaxPax was going to go into a Stargate opener, and that is definitely, yeah, it's a good chance for that on Site Delta, for example, right? Because he does like mixing that in, but it's not like you have a guaranteed win against a Stargate-based opener either, right? It just makes it a bit easier, I guess, but yeah, not really able to get going here at all. MaxPax seemed to be in control of this series from basically the very beginning until the end.
Yeah, pretty much totally controlled there. Phenomenal stuff from MaxPax. The thing is, Nicorect didn't even play poorly. It's just that MaxPax kind of happens to players sometimes, you know? Like he's just so damn strong. But that is going to bring us to our final series of the day, which I think is going to be one of maybe our most even series of the entire day. This one's going to be one where I think we're both going to find where the players' levels are as we get into it, because it's Acheron, it's Bly. Both of these are players that are semi-retired, but have both maintained a lot of skill level. Obviously, Bly is a legendary player and has played like the most online tournaments of anyone. But Acheron is a player that's got some really sharp timings too. I don't know. I'm excited about this, but we're going to take a quick little break, and we will be back for the last time for the last series of today. All right, here we go. We are back for another series here. Looks like we got to switch lobbies. That is good to know.
I am definitely going to have to make that switch.
I also
you were
had
still
to.
in the old lobby too.
Yeah, I was. It was. Yeah, no worries. It was all of us.
I'm always afraid of accidentally not being in the lobby as the game begins. But yeah, you're right. This is going to be fun, man. I'm actually really looking forward to this. So I tried to be an unbiased commentator. We all do. But I will be honest with you. I am a bit of a Bly fanboy. I know he doesn't really play the game that much anymore these days. But he still signs up for the regionals every time. And he usually does surprisingly well. Just the way he plays is so absurd. Like, we've had a ZVT earlier today. That was MiorMica going up against XY. That was a crazy series. I feel like this ZVT is also going to be pretty nuts.
I think it's got some awesome potential. I will say Bly has Akaran's number a little bit historically, but the last few times that they've met, multiple times it's gone the distance. You know, it's gone to the ace match, the final match. And I'm just really excited to see what Bly is cooked up, because these maps, they are kind of Bly playgrounds, you know? Now, granted, Alcyone is the first map, but that still has a gold base on it. And there's another map with a gold base. There's Post Youth, which has that gold base, the half gold base. Crimson Court has the high yield gas in the middle. There is so much potential for Bly to just run wild and free.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So I honestly don't really know exactly what to expect from both of these players. I know Acheron plays a lot. He's usually right around, like, I think between like 5'8 and like 6k MMR or so. So definitely very strong. At least that's the last time I've seen him play. No idea how good Bly is right now. Now, in order to play the regionals, you actually have to qualify. So it's not like he just woke up one day and decided to play this tournament. He definitely had to win some matches to get to this point. But he's definitely a bit of a question mark in my mind, because he's announced several times that he doesn't really play unless there's a regional event coming up. And, well, apparently right now there's this event running and he's decided to play. So, honestly, it could be incredibly good. Could also be a little bit sloppy. But I guess we'll find out in just a moment.
That's the cool and crazy thing. And we really have no idea what he's looking like, because he didn't even have to go through the qualifiers for this one. He qualified from the previous season. So
okay.
We have this really weird scenario where he could be anywhere in terms of his skill level. Really could be anywhere.
He could have reinstalled the game this morning.
For all we know, yeah. As we have spawning up at the top right with a low ground supply depot, it is Akaran for the Platinum Heroes.
Well, that explains it at the very least that fast, because I was just having a look to try and see if I can find the qualifier, but I couldn't find it so quickly. Anyways, his opponent right here in the bottom left. We have none other than Bly.
We'll see if the soup does Bly or if the Bly does soup. Yeah, that just makes no sense at all.
Yeah, no, that was perfect. Todd out there is cheering somewhere. He's watching this. He's excited. It's a single gateway start, actually. Okay. No, I was going to say, that's a little bit funky. Starts the second one up at 200. So he's just checking for... a proxy hatch.
That makes sense.
So this is actually a very conventional way to play so far. Although we're skipping the gas geyser. Never mind. Just a hatchery into... No, we actually do have the gas geyser coming up too. Okay, perfect. No, this is all very normal.
Yeah, this is super standard so far. Will be interesting to see what Akaran can get done here. Bly is a player that is comfortable playing on two bases for a decent bit of time. And I wonder if he'll try and do something against the 2-Rax Reaper opener. There are some timings that can leave this a little bit exposed. Specifically, some Ling Bane aggression timings. If the Terran plays it the way that some players do, which is to say, fast second gas, they go for a very quick third command center behind it. Of course, you're going to expand behind this normally if it's not a 3-Rax. But yeah, you go for a very quick third command center and try and tech up out of it. You can get caught pretty hard by an unscouted Ling Bane all-in.
No, you're absolutely right. How many Reapers are we going to go for here in total? Usually it's about 3 to Well, sometimes even 2, actually. 2 to 5 Reapers usually seems to be the standard. At least when Beyond plays it. But the go-to, pretty much every single time, should be 3. Almost getting the wrap around there, but not quite.
That was a lot closer than I expected that Reaper to go down.
Light leaving drones and gas, by the way, after starting up Metabolic Boost here. So he definitely has got something in store. So far, surprisingly conventional, but no third hatchery yet, right? And this is looking like a quick lair.
Very good chance of a quick lair at this point. If it's not, it is going to be something like that Lingbane all-in. He might be seeing if Acheron is able to get the scout on him and then making his decision from there. But that is a lot of money in the bank right here for Bly.
I think it's
and
right
it is
now.
Okay,
yeah.
It is going to be a Roach Warren.
So he was still producing queens. I figured that's probably why he didn't start up the lair yet, but it's just a Roach Warren and more drones.
Yeah. I mean,
I like how we're already casting this and we're like, yeah, we actually have no idea.
And
why do we have 200 gas?
Second gas as well. This is going to be Roach Ravager Ling, I think.
Yeah.
This feels like it is going to be real tough for Acheron to deal with. And yeah, I was just going to point out the fact that the reactor is in the wall. That is a significant point of weakness here. We are going to see the Reapers. They did manage to get their way home, which is obviously important for Acheron. This has really strong kill potential. Like this.
Yeah.
This could just end the game.
The only awkward part here for Bly, I guess, is that he is not going to have enough larva to properly reinforce this non-stop with Zerglings.
Yeah.
So that's a little bit strange, because normally you would have a third... Oh, we're actually going to run in right now. I think we should wait. That is a lot of dead Zerglings.
That is quite a few dead Zerglings. He wants to get the scout, I suppose, and figure out what's going on. He will be able to find some damage. Actually, he's finding some rather significant damage. And Acheron, I was just going to say, was not building an orbital command there, which is obviously a little bit unfortunate. But this makes it so that Acheron is not looking for the units crossing the map. That is a crucial detail, because he's not going to have any bunkers. He's not going to have any knowledge of this coming. And building Hellions is not... I mean, honestly, I just don't know if Acheron can even hold this.
No, I am with you. There may not be a lot of potential here to reinforce this with Massling because there's no third hatch, but does he even really need it? Well, so far, those Cyclones really putting in a good amount of work. Keep in mind, this is triple CC, so Acheron should be able to actually just make those workers that he's lost, and even a mule is coming here to try and take a bit of a beating, but that was very quickly cleaned up, actually.
Yeah, that was way easier for Acheron than I was expecting. That looked so scary. Yeah, and it just, I was like thinking, I'm like, okay, the new Cyclones, they don't have their lock on anymore. Or sorry, they have a cooldown on lock on now, so Lings will, do very well. But I guess I underestimated the number of Marines, and so too did Bly. He did drone up quite hard behind this, so he is up to now 44 drones. And it seems like he may be thinking Muta's behind this, which will be a strong play if that's what he's going to end up going for. But, as I say that, it's going to be a Dropper Lord and Roach speed. All right, Bly loves his 2-base Roach, doesn't he?
Yeah, there's the Infestation Pit coming up too, so he could even, if he's feeling really wild, be thinking about, well, a Swarm Host transition, or a really quick Hive would be a bit strange from here. We'll have to see exactly what he is going for in just a moment, but I do quite like the Overlord drop. There's that bit of space on the right side of the map where you don't really need Overlord speed in order to go across. Well, there's already a Hellion patrolling, though. Not really useful for the anti-air, but still getting the heads up, of course, is incredibly valuable.
Yeah, very, very nice to get that information. I think Bly underestimated the power of his opponent's army and went a little bit too deep with that army. He could have just used the Roach Ravager to kind of siege the front, but it ended up just being totally fine for Acheron with the maybe a little bit overcommitment. Oh, I don't know about pulling the SCVs into this.
Yeah, a lot of them are still from earlier at low HP,
wow.
right? So that's actually 7 of them going down. The Infestation Pit, by the way, was just for straight infestors. Fair enough.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Obviously, they do have...
Oh, they're going to pop out. There's one right there.
Yeah, there's one right here. A Cocoon is now available.
Oh, Fungal. Boom!
Pretty quick split reaction to Acheron, but in the end,
job.
he is going to be forced to pick up and get on out of here.
And he gets the third base.
Yep.
That was absolutely best case scenario for Acheron. Like that could have been such a disaster.
Ooh,
but
6 Overlords.
He got a lot of work done.
Ambitious.
That is a... Well, okay, yeah, he had 3 of them popping out now, and I think he might have done the thing where you think you built Overlords and then you haven't, and then... Or you think you have and then you haven't, but you actually have. And so you've built more, and then you're like, oh no, it's a disaster. The casters are going to make fun of me.
Well, it does feel pretty bad when you have a massive supply block like that. And if you're planning on making non-stop units for the foreseeable future, I guess it doesn't matter that much. But here goes the Marine drop. It's going to continue now in the main base of the Zerg player. In the meantime, the units are once again loading into the Overlord on the other side of the map, but these drops are really painful. Spawning pool even in a lot of trouble. Cyclone this time around put on the edge, although, yeah, the damage output is not quite as significant anymore. Well, he's still going to be able to put in quite a bit of work. And these roaches, look at them, tiptoeing around, trying to get into the main base. They're excited about it, but soon they'll be dead.
Yeah, this is a little bit unfortunate because he's gone for Burrow and Tunneling Claws. And it seems like he wanted to have those roaches be able to tunnel inside of the main of his opponent. But very unfortunately for him, he was a little bit too early. And... now, I mean, he just loses the roaches. They don't achieve a whole hell of a lot. Better than nothing, but not... would have been better to keep them alive. Looks like one of the medevacs that was tried to get sent home was picked off. Behind all this, Acheron is on 1-1. He was late to his armory. Obviously, this has already been a pretty chaotic game. But Bly's upgrades are very far behind.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a second factory too right now from Acheron, which is kind of cool. Should be able to get a decent amount of mechanical units here pumping in just a moment. Just really focusing on the defense though for the time being here, right? He doesn't really need to be all too aggressive right now with the 3rd command center being set up. He's setting up detection too, by the way, which is absolutely critical. This is something that Bly does quite a bit, is he starts up the hive to get away to Spire at home.
And he just realized he never rebuilt the spawning pool. So he restarts that as well. I'm assuming, because obviously he wasn't trying to build Zerglings, he would have noticed well before. He probably tried to build Queens and was just getting...
Spore or Spine or something like that.
Oh, yeah, maybe, yeah, very likely. Yeah, it definitely could have been a Spore or Spine. Oh, there's actually enough roaches to pick this fight. Nice hot pickup from Acheron. Oh, that might be... yeah, that's enough to turn the fight around. Very sexy micro right there from Acheron.
Beautiful.
Holy moly.
Very well handled. +2/+2 right now on the back of this for Acheron as well. Usually that's when Terrans go for a big attack, but it's still a while away from finishing. I'm a little afraid if he waits for that long. I think this is a Broodlord transition here from Bly.
Yeah.
A little afraid that he's not going to hit it in time, although these medevacs flying around could be getting one of those bases for sure.
Yeah, there's a lot of potential with this little drop right here. Scan comes in. Not sure what he was scanning for. Maybe just seeing when the army will get close to him. But he's going to be able to...
flew by a hatchery, though, and I believe he had vision of it? No, he actually just barely missed it. Okay. One of the downsides of flying all the way on the outskirts of this map, actually. Yep, you just barely don't see that hatch.
That's too bad. Regardless, we do have the second set of drops coming in here from Acheron, and just really looking to, keep Bly back and apply pressure.
This Zerg production tab, by the way, is kind of cracking me up, as we do not have a council on that one, but +1 melee and a greater spire at the same time, and then a baling nest as well. It's like, okay, that is a weird combination of structures. 19 drones on the back of this too. All right, so Acheron looking really quite solid here though. Like, he's going into the Ghost right now, and he's doing that before Broodlords are out, which is a very valuable unit, of course. Very good against those late-game Zerg units. At this point, it looks like one of the medevacs is going to get sniped.
That's pretty nice. The Corruptors do show themselves, though, and that will let Acheron know that Bly's doing something. Now, it could be Broodlords, it could be just Corruptors, but very likely to be Broodlords. Very few people go like Roachling, Bane, Ravager, Corruptor anymore. We're going to see the Roaches able to get in towards, well, not a whole lot, actually. Nice depot lift.
No, nicely handled right there by Acheron for sure. Creep Thread, by the way, also not bad whatsoever. It was all the way down to that bottom of the ramp where the Terran first wanted to go across the map. And really what Bly is trying to do here is just buy time until Brute Lord's Shroud. Now this is lovely. Really like this drop right here from Aquaron. It decided to turn all the way back. That's gotta be a free hatchery. Nothing much that the Zerg player can do about it, but Bly really just trying to play the survival game, and right now, he doesn't need many. Well, 2 is definitely too few, but we are gonna go up to 5 Brute Lords here in just a sec. Oh, big fungal, massive fungal!
Oh, the Gross Bile combo catches 1 or 2 units, but just locking down those units, making sure the Ghost can't snipe, keeping the units in position. Very good fight for Bly right there. And there is a... Can Bly push right now? There is a Viking in... Well, there's a couple of Vikings in production, a couple of Vikings on the map, and a Thor being produced. But I don't know. This feels like... this feels pretty scary for Aquaron in terms of tech.
There's not really a whole lot of anti-air available, I guess, for Bly, so he's cautious. He's going to add on more Brute Lords, more Corruptors, and just whatever else he can afford. This has actually turned into quite the macro game here, because this doesn't look like a match that is going to be over here anytime soon.
No, it does not. It looks definitely like there's potential for this to go quite long. And Alcyone is a map where, you know, late game play, late game Terran is very strong if you can get up to, you know, 5 bases, add on your heavy ghost count, etc. Whereas Bly, obviously, he's going to have still a fair amount of map control, so he can gobble up a fair amount of the map, too.
Alrighty, so there's the +3 armor, as well as chitinous plating coming up. So Bly ready to make a transition towards Ultras. Aquaron, though, already building up that ghost count still, right? So he's going up to about 10 ghosts here in just a moment, which is certainly a very solid number to sit on. I would love to see him start up the +3/+3 as well, because he was quick on the 2-2. I think falling behind in his upgrades is going to be noticeable. Now he will get the kill on this hatchery a second time.
That is so nice right there for Aquaron. He's sniped multiple hatcheries this game. 4 hatches have gone down. Will lose this drop. That is not getting away, I don't think. But on the bottom side, there is another one coming. Another little double drop. And
double expand too, by the way, here by the Zerg. He just finished up that hatchery at the 6 o'clock position, and he is going to be going into the golden minerals as well if he's going to have a chance. So far, though, these bases are unprotected, and yeah, matter of fact, drop, not bad. He really should fire up the 3-3 research, though.
Oh, little F2.
Where are we going?
Where did you...
I think the old army hunted everything back.
Oh, that's 100% an F2 for sure. That is all army hotkey if ever I've seen it. The Vikings are going to be able to. Vikings are going to be able to push this back.
Though. That's a lot of resources.
Yeah. Bly has found quite a few decent little pickoffs the last little bit. If you look at the resources lost, it's only. Well, as I say that, it drops to less than 900 different, which is very good for a Zerg player in most situations. Now, with Aquaron securing, especially if he can get that 5th base up and running, to unlock, you know, the full tech tree with Remax potential, obviously you're able to start building ghosts at 4 bases, but it's really once you get up to that 5th base where it feels like the Zerg really has a tough time breaking you now.
Well, Bly is already looking incredibly healthy here economically. He's got a good bank as well. His upgrades are looking solid. And he's trying to knock on the front door here. Microbial Shroud? I think that must have been a misclick, right? There's not really much that he's protecting against here. There's no battle cruisers, no liberators yet. The Vikings look scary, but the intimidation Microbial Shroud, I guess, is what we can call that.
Yeah. He's like, don't come here, it's orange. You can't.
Exactly.
Well, it worked
because he backed off immediately.
Yeah. Oh, that's a big EMP right there, hitting a lot of infestors. I think that grabs 4 infestors right there. A little bit risky from Aquaron to move forward with a bunch of clumped up ghosts there, but it did work out very well for him. Parasitic Bomb, Fungal Growth combo, though, and this army is so trapped on the ramp. That was a huge spellcasting combo coming in from Bly.
Yeah, those EMPs, though, from earlier really helping out quite a bit because Aquaron is not going up against a lot of spellcasters anymore, and he's finding an opportunity here to chase back this entire Zerg army. Infester's in a world of trouble too. We have a remax, by the way, for 11 Ultralisks, but Ultras take a very long time comparatively to all the other Zerg units to build. So Acheron is actually just marching straight onto the creep. Where are we going, Acheron? Do we have to go this deep?
That is a bold move. I do like that he splits off a couple of units, goes for the gold base, but this feels like a really far extension. Maybe he feels that Bly just threw away too much, and he might actually be right. Oh, that was a very stupid Ultralisk. It ran right through into the middle of those ghosts. And with the Ultras coming in such small numbers, so spread out, he actually, he gets like atop the production. I think Acheron's just got him. I think Bly is going to lose this game with like 3K in the bank.
That is actually insane, though. He just marches onto the creep. The creep is still here. He's not bothering scanning and getting rid of it. Now, okay, these units have found each other, and that will be handy. But it's not really nearly that scary anymore as it once used to be. Those Banelings need to get value. They're forcing some of the Ultras to move command too. There's finally a fungal growth, but those ghosts are having a grand old time, and now they will be able to recloak as well. Is Bly going to be able to clean this up?
It looks like it's just enough. That big force on the top side was able to rally up, but Bly spent all of his gas bank, the majority of his mineral bank. Well, sorry, not the majority. Actually, no, it was the majority of his mineral bank because he had a huge mineral bank before, but it's the gas that's the problem for him. And Bly lost his gold base. He lost a bunch of workers. Acheron, even though he loses so many ghosts, actually, man, with that ghost count being reset, I don't even know.
Yeah. No, it's actually crazy. Like, he also didn't carve a path through the creep at all.
Yeah.
So, like, yeah, sure, Bly, that is, ended up losing all of his expensive units, but it's not like Acheron can really get a tempo advantage off of that. Like, he wanted to go for the kill. He didn't quite get the kill. He still reset the Zerg quite a bit, but I don't see Acheron really going for a quick follow-up attack here. Oh, he did secure that base in the far bottom right? So he did manage to get that expansion going. So that is really nice, because there's no way that Bly knows about that at this point. He would have been sending lings in that direction a while ago.
Yeah, this is weird because Bly like rebuilt a lot of army, but did not rebuild his drone count in a meaningful way. Mining both high-yield gases is super nice for Bly, and that will allow him to spend the mineral bank that he had. But Bly in this current state, unless he drones up like 20 extra drones at least, he is super all in with like one army, and that's going to be his shot, his chance.
Yeah, the problem is that army is mostly Ultralisks.
Yes.
Now, I want to believe in the power of the Ultra. Oh, Zerglings actually do sneak in, though. Okay, getting a good bit of damage done. These are fully upgraded links with +3 as well as adrenal gland, so you give them a mineral line and they will certainly snipe it very rapidly, and this is quite annoying. I feel like if Bly knew about that base on the right side of the map, he would have sent links over there. He could have demolished the mineral line, and this game would look very different here for Acheron.
Yeah, even a couple ultras right now to knock down the planetary, with Acheron not really in position to defend that. We do have Ling run-bys in the main base, not fully cleaned up, but this almost feels like, it just feels like Bly needs so much more economy to be able to be even staying in this game. Oh, wow, I thought that was a planetary. That is an orbital.
No, it's just an orbital command. Yeah, so one group of Zerglings would have just demolished it with full upgrades. Lings just destroyed that so rapidly.
Why is that an orbital? That's
Well, with all of the things going on in this game, that is like one of the last questions, but yeah. There is the Liberator ranged upgrade on the horizon, though. So we're trying to go Ghost Liberator here eventually. We're still a ways away from all of that finishing up, but Acheron is more than happy to slow down this game a bit. There's those 12 drones, though, coming up right now. So you were saying 20 drones? I think that'd be nice. Those bases, especially in the top left-hand corner of the map, are very unlikely to be attacked anytime soon.
Yeah, no, he can almost take the gases at the, what is that, the like 12 o'clock base? Oh, that was funny.
You were so dead, dude. You were deader than dead.
That was...
Abduct fungal and everything else.
My favorite part of that is that he abducted it out of the fungal. Like it dodged the fungal because of the abduct. But it didn't matter because there was like 6 corruptors there that were instantly going to snipe it. It was always dead. Like that drop was born dead.
basically. So 13 additional drones now added into the mix.
God, what a strange game. He's just
Very
sitting on
strange
11 ultras.
You know what we need? We need about 30 command centers. That's what we need, Steadfast.
He's got 4 more on the way. He is already on 7 orbitals. And I mean, we're not going to get to XY levels, I don't think, but we are going the distance with this game. This is EMP. Oh, but he's going to lose a lot of those ghosts. That was a strange move, I got to say. 5 ghosts instead of just sending like 1 or 2 for the EMPs.
A lot of questionable moves so far in this particular match. A lot of damage here being done, though. We're actually getting to a point where basically every expansion on this map has been taken. The creep spread from Bly is phenomenal, by the way. Like, he has been spreading that around the map consistently the entire game long. And even though he's been, he's been denied and he's been forced to, like, relay it down, he's been doing a really good job in that department. You know, my main concern here is that late-game Zerg army against that Terran late-game army is really quite tricky to control. Like, Ultras really is not usually the unit that Zerg players will be favoring at this stage in the game, because both Liberators as well as Ghosts are really strong against it. Plus, with all of these choke points and planetary fortress and stuff, the Ultras are going to have a really tough time. Bly basically needs to mine one of the bases here of Acheron, right? That's basically always what it comes back to. He needs to grab one of those expansions and he needs to mine them out fully.
Yeah, pretty much. Now, he is taking both of those high-yield gases, which is obviously very good. Because, well, they mine out quicker for one. And gas is super important in the late game. We're going to see this drop finally getting...
Oh, Ultras on the bridge? Is that really where we're going? Okay, I was going to say, that would be a very ambitious plan.
Fortunately, there was not enough ghosts, like, right there to punish. Because that could have gotten real ugly real quickly. But as I say that, that's quite a few ghosts here. Now, that's 9 ghosts with this army.
They immediately showed our guns to those queens as well. These Liberators, by the way, have been really well done by Acheron. Just constantly harassing and really shutting down a lot of that eco. He's going after the expansion in the bottom right, though. And Acheron realizes this is one of those expansions that he is very likely to need here at some point.
Yes.
He should keep an eye out on that, I guess, alternative third base, right? The one right over here.
Yeah.
Because this is, he's checking for it right now. This is an expansion that Bly has likely got his eye on here next. Especially with him being denied in the bottom right.
Yeah. This is starting to become a bit of a problem here for Bly that he hasn't taken one of those bases.
That is a lot of units going down for Acheron. He didn't even get the base.
No, he did not. It was just basic bio units, but you still don't want to throw away everything for free. It's a 6,600 resources lost differential. Like, that's not crazy, and Acheron is kind of going forward. I wonder if Bly's going to try and counterattack with the Ultras right now. Yeah, that's exactly what he's going to do, recognizing that a lot of that army for Acheron is very far out of position to defend against these Ultras.
Blinding Clouds, Fungal Growths, we've got a little bit of everything here. A lot of spellcasting here for sure for Bly. The entire Terran army, by the way, rather than committing to a full-on counterattack, has decided to come back home.
Oh.
Fungal Growth! Oh, really big Fungal. Keep in mind that the Ghost's snipe ability gets denied when they take damage, and Fungal Growth
my God.
doesn't deal much damage, but it does deal a little bit. So those Ghosts did not quite complete the steady targeting, and suddenly Bly finds incredible value right now with those Ultralisks. Corruptors, okay, using their caustic spray ability to go after a very unimportant base. I guess the SCVs wake up and they're gonna try and repair it. It's what they used to call home, but there were no more minerals to mine in that location.
Bly just caught Acheron so hard right there. That was
more Ultras.
That was a ridiculous fight for Bly, getting the fungal growth, catching the army completely away from the static defenses. Very well done by Bly. Acheron not going to be happy with that at all. And like you said, the Ultra Remax is insane right now. There are going to be 13 Ultras on the field.
It's always a funny moment whenever the hatchery Well, at the very least, the command center is trying to land on top of the hatchery, right? So that is one of those bases that is certainly considered to be the Terrans. And Bly now also taking a base that some would consider to be the Terrans in the far bottom right now, too.
8 Liberators, 16 Ghosts, and 4 Siege Tanks, in addition to a bunch of other units for Acheron all got killed off there. That's wow.
Massive.
It's so huge. We're going to see these Liberators trying to secure a base that, once again, is just supposed to belong to the Terran player. Like, this is... He's obviously going to secure it, for now at least. Actually, no, never mind. Bly's going to go for it. Is there enough to hold here for Acheron? I don't know. That's a lot of stuff.
I didn't really believe in the power of the Ultra here initially, considering the army composition of the Terran, but he's getting some insane value just running through those liberation zones and chasing down all of the ghosts. Bly now leading this match, 100 supply, and there it is. GG is cold. What in the world did we just watch that fast? What a game.
That was so sudden in the way that happened.
Yeah. No, that massive fungal growth when the ghosts were trying to chase was just too much, right? Like, that was such a big dip in that supply of the Terran that was... I think basically the perfect engagement for Bly. He couldn't really have asked for much more than that.
No, not when you know your opponent is physically conscious. Like, if they're physically conscious and they're not literally working on your side, you cannot ask for a better engagement than that, given the situation. Like, there was no Liberator sieged up to protect the ghosts. It was away from, like, the fungals. Away from the missile turrets, away from planetary fortresses. Like, that was just the dream fight for Bly.
Absolutely, yeah. It is easier said than done to control that Terran late game army for sure, right? Because the margin for error is so incredibly tiny. It is very easy to... It's very easy to look at that when you see guys like, for example, Clem play it, right? You're like, oh yeah, just slow push across the map and make sure you get these choke points going. But then when you give it a try yourself, you find yourself with your entire army fungled. Maybe Ultras are difficult to pull off against the best of the best, but Bly certainly made them look very effective here in the late game.
Yeah, they were extremely effective for him, like much more so than I expected them to be. And it's cool to see the juxtaposition of how those Ultras looked versus Acheron versus how they looked versus XY. Like, versus XY, the Ultras were... It felt like almost never doing anything. But against Acheron here, they actually just managed to consistently get on top of the army, like, multiple times. It was kind of wild.
So we actually just ran through all of the liberation zones and just, into that bioforce. Kind of a crazy situation there. Executed right like that by Bly. Keep in mind that this game also started off pretty wild, right? Like, there was a lot of variety in the earlier stages of the match too. So the fact that we even had like a near half-hour-long game out of that is a little surprising, but that was really fun. Game number 2 is going to be on Crimson Court, another big map with a lot of bases. I mean, again, it's Bly playing, so you're always at least anticipating that it could be like a proxy hatch, but well, we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, it is going to be really interesting to see. I wouldn't be surprised if Bly takes his opponent's high-yield gas base.
Could be.
That's such a Bly play. Yeah, we'll see.
Remember as well, there was a moment in that game, by the way, where Terran was literally in the natural of the Zerg. Like, he ignored all the creep and just made a run for that base. And that was, like, Bly managed to survive that attack by the skin of his teeth, because he just bled out, like, 7 or so Ultralisks. It really did look like it was over, but...
Yeah.
Crazy match.
Yeah, absolutely bonkers. But we're getting into it. What could be our last map of the day. Spawning down on the bottom left, looking to go to a 1-0 series score and wrap up our day for us. It is Bly.
And in the top right-hand corner, with the red Terran pieces, he is Acheron.
And it looks like my dreams of a proxy hatch at the opponent's high yield gas are gonna be dashed. Bly not gonna come in with the means.
Maybe later.
It's
it doesn't
possible.
have to be rushed. Maybe you can take it at like minute 25.
That would be really funny.
I believe in your dream.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
We'll see if it's gonna happen, but
I wonder if there is anything to a build order like that, like a gas pool, or like a pool first expand to that, and then you go for like Ravagers off of the high yield gas, and you have creep like at your opponent's natural, basically.
Because you would be able to make units basically on your opponent's natural expansion at that point, right? And you would get a ton of gas income really quickly. There is actually, you know what? I didn't really believe it too much when you first mentioned it, but that actually doesn't sound too ridiculous. It's pretty ridiculous, but yeah, imagine him proxy hatching right over there, taking that rich Vespian geyser. I think, you know what? That actually does sound pretty dangerous.
Especially with the gas geyser being away from the opposing base, so it's much more protected. Like, if you want to go for it, you kind of have to expose those Reapers, for example. I'm like half memeing, but I'm also like, now hang on a minute.
Yeah. No, I think it's much more viable than I actually originally thought, but well, Bly has not decided to go for anything of the kind. Just a good old hatch gas pool right now for the Zerg. Going 6 links, by the way. A little bit of a... No, 8 links. What? Did we just go 8 links?
Yeah, he did make 8 links. I was very confused by that myself.
Yeah, it's okay, I guess. It's a triple Reaper opener again, so you should be all right.
And for anyone wondering, why doesn't the Zerg take the base, with the modified Clash opener, taking the delayed Ling speed? The thing is, against a 2-Rax Reaper, the Terran can scout that early enough with the first Reaper to just commit to 2 more Reapers. And then from that point on, they just cancel your third base, and then the Zerg has delayed Ling speed for nothing. Aquaron.
This is a 4 Reaper opener, by the way, which is really quite funky. And now I think this is a misread because he's going, unless he feels like he's under a lot of threat, but it's a bunker. That bunker is not doing a whole lot.
It's a misread for sure. Behind this, we are going to be seeing there was a second gas made, but he's also going up to 4 barracks. Normally, when you go for a 4-Rax follow-up after a 2-Rax Reaper play, it's 1 gas. This is a very odd play. Aquaron, I don't know if he's got something special planned for this, or... I suppose with the quicker second gas, you do get to start that combat shields such that it actually does time out with the with the stim. Because with the 1 gas version, there's a little gap. It's like 15 seconds.
So he's mining only 4, by the way. He's mining 4 SCVs here. So it's not like he's getting full saturation.
Yeah.
I think he's doing it on purpose for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's what I was just saying right there, where it's he's just trying to get that combat shields just a little bit faster, but not wanting to like dedicate too much away from it. I wonder if that's worth it. Well, we'll see.
Spire, by the way, coming up right now for Bly, who's finishing up the Roach Warren 2 at the same time. He's decided to take the vertical base. So rather than taking the more exposed locations, he's decided to go for the expansion right above the natural, which can definitely work out. It's just also, a bit risky against drop-based play, but I guess the Mutas can shut that down quite nicely. I always feel like Muta play is very risky because the units are... quite fragile, right? Especially against such a big Marine opener. Oh my god, that is so many Marines. 25 Marines right now at 5 minutes and 15 seconds. That is a ridiculous number.
That is a lot of stuff. And the Baneley Nest is not yet done. He has not built any roaches. This is looking so deadly. There's the roaches starting up now. He was saving money and larva for the Muta transition, but... this is so scary. And the scan comes down, sees exactly where the Banelings are morphing. A lot of Overlords already going to go down. We're going to see Aquaron going straight for the eggs, and this is a very, very heads-up play.
hugging Baneling Cocoons, a new strategy with Marines that quite literally can end with an explosion, but
in this case he knew. He saw the scan. He knew where the lings were. He knew they had to be at a certain position. Oh, but here comes the... Oh my god, those splits.
Yeah, not bad at all. He's going to be able to get all of those Banes with minimal losses, and I think that's over. Basically game. Yeah, brilliantly done right here by Acheron. Bly, of course, never known for his early GGs. He likes sticking in the game for as long as possible, but yeah, this is going to be incredibly tough. GG is cold. You know, I wonder... I don't want to read into it too much, right? But I wonder if that bunker at the front really threw Bly off. Because, like, that bunker was so funky that it makes you look like, hey, you don't have a lot of units because you feel compelled to make a bunker, and therefore I feel like I can be quite greedy because it's a misread from your end. And then suddenly you show up with a bunker, but also 24 Marines. It was... that was such a large force rather, all of a sudden moving across.
Yeah, anyways. That was crazy. A Bly that was absolutely, completely unprepared for that particular attack. And like, the unfortunate thing is that he had the Roach Warren. So he could have made, 10, 12 Roaches and certainly been able to defend that. Or if his Baneling Nest was even a little bit quicker and there's a few Banes ready to greet that, I think you would prefer the Roaches because the Banelings can get targeted down by really good Marine usage, really good Marine target fire. Whereas the Roaches, I mean, they just have their +1 armor, and you can't prevent the Roaches from doing their damage by splitting really well against them,
So this was a 4 Reaper opener with 4 gas being mined by 4 gas SCVs in total there. Into a 4 Rex with Stimpack and Combat Shields finishing up around the same time. Honestly, a very cool build right there from Acheron. I thought the 4 Reapers initially were a mistake, and maybe they were, but it did really flow very beautifully. Cool stuff.
It did, and it's entirely possible that part of the game plan was literally to, like, discombobulate conceptually, to be like, oh, I've made 4 Reapers, like, my transition is going to be later. I don't know. I think there's definitely potential of that as a concept, but we're going to get into what will now be for sure our final game of the night. Let's get into it on Site Delta. Spawning up in the top left, it is the Mastermind Bly in the blue.
And his opponent down here in the bottom right, playing a really fun strategy in the second game of the series. It's Acheron in the red. It's been a fun day of StarCraft so far. Let's see how we can end it. We've been looking at some really good games for about 8 hours here today. Hope you guys have been enjoying it too. I know there's got to be some people watching that have watched literally the entire day long. But also, if you just now tuned in, welcome. There's going to be a lot of StarCraft 2 this month, so make
Fasten
sure
your
you're here
seatbelts
again tomorrow. Yeah, we've got so much.
Yep, I think I actually don't know who's back tomorrow. I think it's... I'm not sure. I'm not even going to say. I'm not even going to... Because I don't remember offhand. I've seen the schedule, but I can't remember. But okay. Yeah, it's going to be... I mean, the talent is amazing. We're all just great people. Really, really talented and good looking, like every single one of us without fail.
And humble too. You forgot about humble.
Yeah, well, I was building to that. It's important to build to humility. Yeah, so that people really know.
No cheeky shenanigans here this time around, Acheron, or are we once more going to go for 4 Reapers? Because 4 Reapers actually feels like a really funny number to me. We've seen, so Bjorn is kind of like the inventor of this particular style, right? Like he has been playing it quite a bit. He started off with 3 Reapers every time against that Clash opener with the quick third hatchery and the delayed link speed. He's been going 5 Reapers. But then sometimes when he sees, okay, you actually have a pretty good defense, he cancels the 3rd Reaper and he ends up with only 2. So sometimes it's quite literally the 2 to 5 meme where he goes anywhere between 2 to 5, but usually 4 is the one number that's rarely played. It's interesting to see 4 Reapers in that previous one, but once more, he does queue up 2 additional ones. Does he add 1 more? No, it's going to be 4. It's going to be 4 once again. Huh. It is on purpose.
Very clearly, yeah. It's it's not like it's bad per se. It slows down your tech a little bit, and I'm curious about it. This time though, we will see a differentiation between what we saw in the previous game and what we're seeing here. It is going to be a quicker factory. Nice grenades, by the way, on this one queen, getting it pretty low on HP. Fortunately for Bly, there is that high ground, so shouldn't actually lose the queen, but I mean, I guess the 4 Reapers does give you more kill potential on something like a queen. And actually, that queen is going to get caught completely. Oh, that's a beautiful find for Aquaron.
No, you're absolutely right. It's going to be a quick third command center this time around, so a different follow-up from the Terran. There is also a lair coming up, by the way, so additional gas is building right now for Bly. Once again, not opting to go for a third hatchery here early on, and instead just, focusing on the tech. It's a decent play, but it really is quite risky, especially when you're going up against a lot of Terran economy. You have to justify this opener. You have to deal damage on the other side of the map, but very frequently do we see the Mutas just not achieving that much.
Yeah, it's a real challenge to get them to find the value that they need. You can kind of commit with like a pseudo all-in play where, you go up to 44 drones, or anywhere from like 44 to 50, I guess, is an option. And you get Bane speed and no upgrades. You just get your like 8 mutas, 9 mutas, 10 mutas. And you just harass with them a little bit, and then you go with Lings and Banes. Now, I don't think we're going to see that out of Bly. That's never really been his play per se. But that's a build that can work. Mm-hmm. Otherwise, it does feel kind of tough to make the mutas work. Oh my god, that scan just misses it, doesn't it?
Yep, it is just barely not within vision here, but Aquaron, as long as he stays at home, should be alright against mutas pretty much regardless, because he does have a lot of Cyclones here, and he's got a good number of Marines. He will be adding on even more too. So unless he gets adventurous and decides to, for example, fly the third command center down, or well, just move out with a medevac. He did hit a little bit of a supply block apparently, but that's okay. He dropped a supply depot out of the high heavens. That one is now granting him everything he really needs. And this Overseer Scout, well, not achieving much. He's gonna see that there's gonna be anti-air though, so yeah. Do you really do anything aggressive here as Bly? I mean, you have to make mutas and you have to justify building them, but it does feel a little risky.
The Cyclones do kind of function as a little bit of a tell for, well, also, I mean, the fact that Bly actually saw it. They function as a little bit of a tell for the fact that there's no like additional barracks just yet. There's actually not a whole lot of sustained production for Aquaron. Like he's got a big army right now, but only 2 barracks at the moment. That is not going to allow you to replenish in a particularly quick fashion. And if Aquaron does end up attacking here, this could be a bit of a disaster for him, as Bly is kind of ready here.
Bailing speed is done. We have the flyer upgrades even coming already before any mutas are building, which is kind of funny. That's something we see Protoss players do quite a bit with their late game transition, but +1 air for the Zerg units before any flying units is a fascinating choice. Either way, here come the Banelings, and this time around, they do indeed have their Speedy Boy upgrades. Good splits, though, here from Aquaron once again. Yeah, he's been playing that Marine Split challenge, hasn't he?
Oh my god, he's been acing it every time, too. Cyclones, even though they're not great against Lings anymore, they're just such tanky units, and they provide, like, a nice little base for these units. We do have a lack of combat shields, as Mapu is desperately trying to point out to us that combat shields was not ever made. That is very valuable to mention. It is on the way just now, but fighting without combat shields does, I mean, it just makes your unit so much weaker. Is he on single NG Bay? He is on single NG Bay. What is...
Yep.
This is such a weird setup from both players, realistically. Bly finally going to go for the mutas now.
No, Aquaron definitely has been playing up his own build orders here too, which is really fun to see. Ooh. Let's see, Banelings though are going to try and see if they can find a bit of an angle, but yeah, they decide to turn back around. Not quite getting all of the units that he was dreaming of, but still not a terrible trade, I suppose. Creep, once again, looking really quite solid here for Bly. Seems to be one of his main focus points, as the entire top section and the middle of the map have been creeped up. Maybe not so much yet in the bottom left, but here go the mutas. So let's see, how much damage can those mutas really do? They already have +1 done. Funny how that works.
We will be seeing a very prepared Aquaron. He built this missile turret like 4 minutes ago, and it's finally now going to come into play. But unfortunately, it doesn't actually block the entire mineral line. And that's not a bad find at all, actually. 6 mutas to start things off. They are obviously, committed quite late, but this is a good find. Ooh, cute little ambush being set up here by Aquaron, it looks like. He wants to cut these mutas off.
Oh, and he finds them. Oh, well handled.
That is really nice.
Well, they're still +1 mutas, though, so they don't actually mess around. You know, it's funny, like, this is a muta rush without a muta rush, you know? He only lost 1 muta actually here in the end, but like the entire early game from Bly led up to mutas, and then he didn't make mutas, which is so strange. He's not gonna go for the top right end base, even though he's got a full mineral line on the left that isn't really mining at all. Okay, sorry, I didn't mean to insult you, one little drone. One drone that is working hard away at those mineral fields. I apologize, but yeah, this is +2 air, finishing up right around the time that 1-1 for the ground units finishes up. And then we didn't actually have mutas until, like, what, 7, maybe 8 minutes into the game?
Maybe even a little bit later than that, like 8.5, 9 minutes. It was pretty far along for what was more or less a 2-base muta opener. He did get the fast +1, which means that this +2 timing, which really empowers mutas quite nicely. Good job. Looks like Bly did spot the Widow Mines because he was able to find another one. If he gets this 4th command center, that'd be huge. But it looks like, well, actually, there's not that many Marines. He can fight this. He can absolutely fight this.
Yeah, he's bringing his friends, though, to this party, as there are a lot of Lings and Banes waiting. Creep spread looking ridiculous, by the way. All the way over at the 4th base right now. Bly going all the way up to 87 drones. I think I've never seen him at 87 drones before, Steadfast.
Actually, we thought it was a myth. We thought it couldn't be done.
Does he have a hive yet? No, he doesn't have a hive yet. So that is the one criticism, I guess. We should really see that one starting up here.
Burrowed Banes. He does have that infestation pit done, which obviously means that, yeah, he can go into the hive as soon as he'd like. A lot of little Widowmine ambushes, but Bly is adroitly walking around them. He is adroitly avoiding them here. There is a Burrowed Bane on the left side, a little Burrowed Bane trap, but that is... This is a suffering from success moment where the creep spread is almost caught up to it.
Oh, yes. Mira's gonna drop for just a moment, and that's gonna be costly. Only two additional ones.
Well, not so bad. Meanwhile, the Mutilating Bane is going to roll forward. Widow Mines do burrow up in the back, but yeah, I was just going to say I'd love to see the Mines or the Banes go for the mineral line, and they'll
actually... Keep in mind, though, that there are those Widow Mines a little bit further down, but they also don't get a ton of value. Wow. I feel like Bly is getting away with murder here 17 times over, and yeah, he's only lost 3 mutas this entire time so far, putting in so much work with his army. Acheryl now reduced to just 3 command centers. He's going Widow Mines, he's going Thors, he's going full muta counter, but I mean, I don't even really want to count the amount of bases that Bly has at this point, right? His economy is booming.
His economy is doing extremely well. He's playing a Mutilating Bane extremely effectively, and I was wondering if the nerfs to Widow Mines were going to make Mutilating Bane more effective, and, well... Bly doesn't really care one way or another. I think he was going to play mutas regardless. But look at this. He dives into the main base. Those +2 mutas shredding through this static defense. And Acheron, he can't just sit here and continue to get battered and battered. He is going to eventually just run out of money and stuff if Bly is allowed to continue to kind of do what he wants to do. Now we've got Lings and Banes coming forward. They're going to blast this planetary. That wasn't even half the Banes used.
He was trying to drag that army away with the mutas. He needs to be careful because the Overseer got sniped. but he decides to remake 4 of those, I suppose, so they will probably be added to the Muta control group. Okay, this is ultimately triggering a full all-in right here by Acheron. He's got properly upgraded units, he's got a pretty feisty army too. 130 army supply is nothing to scoff at here. Muta's going in for the counter-attack too, though, really making sure that this all-in is going to be a completely committed all-in. Acheron going very deep on creep again, just like what he did in the previous game too. He is not going to scan because he doesn't have a lot of scans, and apparently he's not even going to try and fight. Rarely do we see somebody leaving with more army supply than the opponent, but I think it's a fair call this time around from Acheron, because the reinforcements for Zerg would be ridiculous. But what a series.
Yeah, what a series indeed. That was very well done from Bly, playing a pretty awesome Mutiling Bane style at the end there. And, you know, kind of, Bly is very much a throwback player, definitely going for a throwback strat there with the Mutiling Bane. And he finds himself now on that 1-0 scoreline. Great start for Bly.
Yeah, you may be onto something, though. With the Widowmine nerf, it is a little bit easier to see the unit overall, right? It hasn't really been quite as popular a style, really, ever since, I mean, way back, I guess, since the Widowmine got introduced. Before that, Mutiling Bane was all the rage, but yeah, maybe just being able to spot those Widowmines a little bit easier with that thick red line right now, it's just gonna make them a bit more powerful overall too. Either way, Bly certainly did make them look very effective here in the final game of this series. But a very unorthodox ZVT once again, just like that previous one between XY and then also, man, I'm forgetting all of the names right now. It's been a very long day for us, but yeah, we had some crazy ZVTs. Yeah, MiorMica, of course.
Yes. No, it's been a long day of games. 12 best of 3s under our belts today. We had some awesome matches, generally speaking. I think highlights of the day for me are probably, even though it was a little bit silly in some ways, it was really fun, that XY versus MiorMica series. I think game 1 in particular was a very cool little match between the two of them. I think Petit Drogo
nice
Lambo
in that one, right? That was so sick.
Oh yeah, the battle cruisers were crazy. They were. I
actually really liked game 2, even though I was criticizing the gameplay from basically minute 15 all the way until the very end, because the amount of command centers was just ridiculous. I feel like XY would have built more command centers if he would have found the space. But I'm pretty sure he filled in basically every single 5x5 square in his main, and all of the bases that he had. Yeah, he just filled command centers in every empty spot. But what a crazy series that was.
It was absolutely wild, series. That was a fun day of StarCraft. I think my favorite series was probably Drogo versus Lambo. Yeah, I think that was. Oh, that was the only. Oh no, that and this series were the only non-2-0s on the day. Is that right, or was? Yeah, because Young Yakov 2. Oh no, wait, hang on. Nope, Skillis and Spots went 2-1. So we actually had 3.
I was gonna say we had one more.
3 series that went 2-1.
We had about 17 Protoss versus Protoss games today, and they kind of blurred together after some time, but
a little bit. But overall, that was a fun series, and thank you very much for joining me.
No worries. Thank you for having me.
No, that's I think that's gonna wrap things up for us for the day. Once again, a big thank you to everyone who's made this possible. Of course, ESL putting on the entire show, but also we've got to thank our sponsors, Blizzard Entertainment, Monster Energy, the U.S. Air Force, and ESL Shop. And I think that is going to probably bring us to an end for the day. I'm going to take a rest. I know you are. But the matches will be back tomorrow. Let me see if I can take a look at the schedule. I think it starts...
I think it was Bio Move together with Cats tomorrow.
Oh, very nice. So that one's going to be starting at 1600 CEST, so 4 p.m. European time, 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, or Eastern Daylight Time, because, yeah, we're on daylight now. And then for the other ones, look it up, because I'm not going to say them all, because there's too many, and I don't know them by heart.
Just know your time zone.
Simply know the answer. All right. We'll leave you with this. And yeah, you're back on the 20th, you said, right?
Yeah, I'll be watching the games, of course, but yeah, I will be at the end of next week. I'll be here again.
Awesome. I will be back on the second half of a 16-match Sunday, joined by Fear Dragon. Yeah, so keep watching, keep tuning in, and as the groups shape up, this is going to be a really fun Swiss format. This is just the opening volley and what is going to be a very enjoyable symphony of StarCraft. Bye bye.
Bye bye, everybody.